3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
This is Leicester Till I Die TV. Watch and subscribe on YouTube and listen on your podcast platform.
Hello.
Evening, Chris. I could tell by what you put at the bottom there, scrolling across the screen. You're kind of viewing tonight's team lineup as getting into a broken car. You know, has already crashed you off the road about 20 times this year.
I mean, what is... I'm at the point where I want West Brom to win tonight because I really don't give a fucking shit about this club. We employ monkeys as managers because a monkey would be able to pick a different team if you just shook the players' names out on pieces of paper onto the floor. It would come up with a better lineup than we've got now.
Well, I see what you're saying. I mean, it's going to be a 4-2-3-1 again, isn't it? And that's pretty uninspiring as it is. I mean, I'm going to play devil's advocate to you. I mean, I wasn't anticipating anything different because this is the way the club has been. This is the way it has been. The only thing I've been looking for is an improvement of those metrics within the system we're playing, and hopefully that can make the difference for us. But like you say, it's a big game tonight against a team that is second in the league, and you think we've already lost these chances against the Oxfords, the Charltons, to get 3 points on the board, and now that pressure, like you're feeling, I'm feeling.
I mean, Gray said there, how many more, and hi Gray, how many more managers are we going to clone, for fuck's sake? I mean, this is the thing. Why don't, there must be a manager out there, well, we know there's one, Chris Wilder, that's actually got a fucking brain. We just can't. I said I would give that last game as a free hit for Gary Rowett. And if he comes back and does the same thing today, I want him out already.
Oh, well, we haven't seen another 40. But there was a good 45 minutes against Stoke. I know 45 minutes. I know.
Let's get excited about a really, really fantastic 45 minutes. Man, carry on. I'm getting a hard on here.
I know there's not a lot to get excited about. That is not what I'm saying, Chris. But what I'm saying is there was enough there to see if we can put the effort in for 90 minutes. It might not be over yet, but I do feel the doom and gloom you all do because I'm looking at the fixtures coming up and going, we've got to start getting some points here. The only thing in Rowett's favour over other managers like Cifuentes in particular is Cifuentes played a 3-5-2 sometimes as a backup. We know from Rowett when he was at Oxford, he can shift into 6 different formations. It might not happen overnight with Leicester. There might be 1 or 2 he's working on behind the scenes now that includes the same personnel in a 4-2-3-1, but we can move them. Middlesbrough will do a bit of that tonight as well, which I'll talk about when we get to their team. So look, I'm holding on to hope still because ultimately the most important thing beyond my feeling about individuals we've got in this team and formations is we stay in the Championship. That is crucial to this football club.
And you think this team that he's picked tonight is going to help us stay in the Championship? I've sent a message, by the way, mate. And it's not, I mean, supposed to have done his homework before he got the job. Whose homework is he cribbing? Andy fucking King's? I don't know who's I mean, to be honest with you, if they had a wank off against each other, neither of them would win because they're both fucking arseholes. I mean, why do you go in and go, oh, this team's, but what the fuck is Andy King doing? Get him out the club as well. Because he's saying, yeah, I know, Bobby DeCover-Reid, he's fantastic on the right wing, so speedy, so good. Don't play one of the youngsters down there. No, let's play. Because when he played, on the wing right at the start, he impressed me so much.
Well, it's interesting because the narrative from managers outside of Leicester, including the Middlesbrough manager who spoke this week, is that Leicester have got good players and they should be doing a lot better than what they are.
Those managers, they don't mean it. They're saying that they're doing an Alex Ferguson. And how do they know we've got good players? They don't see them week in, week out. They see them, a couple of times and maybe on a couple of videos. Tell me, apart from those that we've got on loan and possibly Skip, possibly Nelson, who's good in our squad at the moment? Nobody in that starting 11. In fact, I tell you what, because I was going to do a couple of bits of news first, but let me just say that I have actually this, I don't know where I've put it now. No, I'll save it till later. But I just want to go through. Apparently, we're getting this guy coming in next month. James McCarron as a sporting director. I was actually quite pleased about this earlier in the day when this was announced, and earlier a week or so ago when it was first hinted at. Now I just couldn't give a shit. Put Bobby Ball in there and he's dead. I just don't. What is the point of getting this in? This is just more money. And John Rudkin's still going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because the club has said that, like, the way they've restructured it, and this is not excusing it because I still have my doubts as well, especially with John Rudkin in the club, but they were saying that with the structure, he will be above John's position. So if that follows through and means anything, we will see. He's ultimately still got to be good at his job as well. It's very hard for us as fans to know if he's any good, Chris, because this is a part of the game we probably see the least of, really.
Oh, I think he's very good, but the thing that I've read is that he's reporting to Rudkin.
See, I've read it's going to be the other way around. They're restructuring the whole thing so that he's going to be above this, and actually, it's not going to be him going directly to him. But maybe I'm wrong. This is the thing with Leicester City Football Club, and this is part of the reason of the disconnect between supporters and the ownership right now. We don't know because we don't have transparency. We just seem to have a lot of words that don't seem to match up very well.
The structure will change, owner Kutop told BBC Radio Leicester last month. He, Rudkin, will go up above the sporting director, and the sporting director will take care of more of the day-to-day work, more on strategy and what we should play like. Sorry, I thought that's why we had managers. What identity, what players should be brought in, and work with the young ones in the academy. What was that? What does Andy King do? Does he sit there and pick his nose all day? I'm sorry, and then he's still reporting to fucking wanking Rudkin anyway.
Yeah, I'd argue this has been part of the problem at the football club. It seems to me we've seen a year now at least where there's been people out there not taking accountability. People probably don't know who's meant to be taking what accountability. I've worked in places like it before where there's a manager, but he doesn't really lead you. An owner who doesn't really lead you. And then you're like, well, how far do I go? What's my role? And it can get very difficult, right? I just hope they manage to work out between themselves how to make a piss up in the brewery happen. That'd be quite helpful, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't think he would even do that. Top must pick the team, surely. Every manager isn't programmed to pick this shite. I think they are great. I think they are. But I can have another rant tomorrow because tomorrow, I hope you're all liking the new graphics, by the way. Tomorrow, 8 o'clock on Wednesday, which is tomorrow, Leicester set to name Macron as sporting director. I will be joined by Clibbo and we'll be taking a deep dive for what it's worth into that. Like I have put up many times, and I'm going to put it up again. I'm sorry, this is Gary Rowett because he is a different asshole, but he's still giving out the same shit. I'm sorry, but he is.
He's working with the same group as everyone else, and we're tired of them, and I think some of them are tired of us, but that's no excuse, like you say.
No, it's no excuse when you've got youngsters there you could give a chance to, who want to play, who aren't scared. But of course, all the fans say, or most of the fans say, we can't play them till they're 30.
Yeah, when we get to the team, we can look at this, can't we? We can pick these individual ones out.
But they can't play at this level. Tell Divine Mukasa that. Yeah, and yes, I know he comes from Manchester City, but he's only 18. But anyway, I presume everything's going down the left because we're going to be giving it to Steffi Mavididi because the ball will just be past Dakova Reed and he won't be able to catch up with it. And then, Mavididi, if he gets it on the left, will just sit around and play with himself, literally, with the ball for 10 minutes while 3 more defenders come back.
It's interesting what their manager said about us this week in his press conference, Kim Helberg. He said that they've got a very good ability on the wings, but those wingers aren't very good at the defensive side of the game. It makes me wonder if that's why he's chosen the team he's chosen tonight. But I'll get to that
Those
later.
wingers aren't very good at being wingers either.
No, it doesn't help, does it?
Because
But
the
actually,
idea of a winger, I thought, would be to get down the wing and put a ball in. Well, Steffi Mavididi, like Fatawu, gets a wonder goal once every 6 years and thinks he's the bee's knees, when really he's as shit as people we've had in the past. I mean, Diabate was just, are they any better than Diabate? He's got the ability, but again, while he's farting about on the ball, he's up against one defender. Oh, I'm going to show off now. I'm going to pass the ball between my feet. Oh, well, suddenly there's another defender and I've got two defenders on me. Who knew that would happen if I don't do something quickly?
do you know what's interesting about this, Chris, as well, is that like when you look at the stats, and this just shows you how weird our season is, and it shows you what our defensive problems with clean sheet has caused us in particular. We have struggled to score goals this year, but Middlesbrough have scored 50 goals this year. We've scored 46. There's 4 in it.
It's the other end as well, though, isn't it?
Well, that's it, yeah.
I mean, let's be honest with you. How many goals have our number 9s contributed? 4?
This is it. Oh, they've barely done anything, have they? I mean, how much of a mistake was it letting Vardy go in hindsight? If he got 10 goals this year, where would we be?
Vardy would not have stayed whilst Woodkin was here.
No, but once again, it was personal ego over the best interests of the football club.
Well, that's top for you, isn't it? There's tonight's and tomorrow night's games. I have highlighted those that affect us. Blackburn Rovers are playing Bristol City. So Blackburn are actually somewhere in the league, and I'll tell you where they are in a minute. They're above us because they managed to beat Preston. Do you remember that feeling, winning a game?
Oh, it's been a while now, Chris, hasn't it? I mean, I've got it written down here. When was it? It was 8 games now without a win.
Do you know, I think I said under Ruud van Nistelrooy, it can't get any worse than this.
Yeah, you jinxed us, mate. It's now carried on for a year longer.
It fucking has. And now we're going to play the team that are in second. They've only conceded 33 goals this season. How many have we conceded?
Oh, about 33 a game, is it, at the moment?
53 goals we've conceded.
Well, do you want to know the crazy thing about the goals we conceded this year? We've conceded inside the first 10 minutes 11 times this season, Chris. That's 4 times more than anyone else. And in the last 15 minutes as well, we conceded 7 times, which is also the highest in the Championship. The bookends of our game are terrible.
I have to say, I saw a thing earlier. I was sat on the toilet, which is the best place to be sat when you're looking at stuff for Leicester, because it's, both bits of shit.
Makes your bowels move, doesn't it?
It makes you what? Makes your bowels move. Yes,
Thinking about Leicester makes your bowels move, yeah.
It does. It does. And I was reading a thing about, let's get behind the fans for behind the team for Norwich and the club and what have you. Fuck off. Tell you what, if anything, I'm going to be supporting those that are protesting.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the fans that went to Stoke away, you can definitely credit with having an effect on the boys as well, because they were very loud. I remember Steve's video from after the game. You could barely hear what Steve was saying because they were so loud and chanting. And look, there's a lot of reason not to. The players have given us no reason to get behind them this season. There's no doubt about it. But right now, the most important thing is this badge on our shirt, irrelevant of who's wearing it.
Yeah, I've got a better badge than you. This is a team that actually won last weekend.
And they've played in some sunshine recently.
Well, that is the other thing. Also, of course, Steve, who did the review show last night with me and Brad, was saying they were really chanting at Christian about giving up. But there we go. Come on, West Brom, you can beat Charlton and do us all a favour. I just want it over with now. I don't want it to get like that guy from Big Strong Leicester Boys. Let's just do it. Let's just go down. What's the point in fighting? It's like a baby giraffe fighting a lion. There's only going to be one winner. Well, we might as well just give it a shit. So come on, West Brom, beat Charlton.
I'm in the opposite to you. I want West Brom to lose tonight because I think we're in the Everton position when we got relegated, if you remember, and like we could do with West Brom being Leicester, or switching it around and getting us out of it.
They probably will be. All right, look, I'm tongue in cheek a little bit here, but they actually are probably shitter than us. And Ryan Mason, I mean, whether he can be sacked at this stage or not, I don't know. But West Brom fans are probably more angry than I am. Wrexham have got Portsmouth, and Portsmouth have still got a game in hand on us after this is played as well. Charlton, who technically themselves aren't out of it yet, are playing away to Middlesbrough.
That must be wrong, because Charlton are away at West Brom. You've got Charlton away at Millwall on Wednesday as well.
I've got it twice. That was the excitement I was thinking when I was doing this, because I can't be arsed. I really can't. West Bromwich are playing Charlton, and therefore I don't know who Millwall are playing. Somebody tell me, please.
Millwall are playing Birmingham.
Birmingham. All right. That doesn't affect us then. Norwich, who technically could still be in it, are playing Sheffield Wednesday, and Stoke. You know Oxford are going to win tonight, mate. You know, best case scenario for me is West Brom and Oxford to both win.
I'm the opposite. I want them both to lose because I'm not giving up hope quite yet. I'm just thinking longer term here. Look, next year we'll better get rid of a lot of these players and we can get new ones in. Hopefully we'll be in the Championship to do it. It's just too scary to think about for me, the off-field ramifications of going to League One.
I mean, technically we've got, you know, we're not going to be short of a bob or two because we've still got, you know, old Mr. Banker, you know, doing his bit, haven't we? You know, top, you know, he can still give us money, he can still employ people. I just don't give a shit anymore. That's the truth about it. I really don't. If we get relegated, and look, last time we got relegated to League One, I was very much like, you know, because we've been so close for season after season. So when it happened, you know, my lad was in tears. I said, "Come on, Sean, it's only fucking football. You know, it's Leicester. Get used to it." And you know, look at that now. I mean, it's ridiculous. I tell you what, even without the 6 points being deducted, I don't think we would be in much of a better position. All right, technically we would be, but I still think we'd be in a, you know, end up in a relegation battle.
Momentum would stay. That's probably true.
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, with 33 there, that would give us 39. We would be, well, we'd be one above Portsmouth, so we'd be in 19th.
Well, look at the positives. If West Brom lose tonight at home at Charlton, yeah, they probably will sack Eric Ramsey. That'll probably be the last straw because he hasn't got a win for them yet since he came in to take over. So actually a draw for us might be good there to keep him in the job a bit longer. But if we were to get a draw tonight and they lose, that will move us out of the bottom three on goal difference. It's a step. It's a step. It's a baby step in a world where we need giant steps, but it's a baby step. And right now I'm trying to have a little bit of positivity. It's great that me and you do this, Chris, because you're in that place and I'm still in the other place. So it's great.
Really, what are you smoking?
Oh, not enough, mate. I wish I was, honestly. I'll be less stressed.
Hang on a second. Not a good week to give up sniffing glue.
Oh, here he goes, guys. Here he goes. I've got the Guinness Zero, the hard stuff, ready to go for this one.
Right. Shall we have a look at today's starting 11?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get through it. I think that shows, ladies and gentlemen, which players Chris isn't quite happy with, and I'm pretty sure a lot of us in the chat won't disagree with that. Would you like to lead this one, my friend?
I will lead this one to you. I think we've only got 4 decent players in there. Bekovic, look, yeah, I think he is. We need his experience at this point. I've got the ketamine ready. Ricardo, what the fuck? I mean, there's shit and there's diarrhea.
Yeah, it's difficult.
I mean, obviously, this club has forgotten that diarrhea is hereditary, and it is because it runs in your genes. But you know, Ricardo, he can't play 2 games in a week. What the fuck hell is he doing there then? Akoli, I'm sorry, I wanted to like him, but no. What he gives away penalties. He's got no fucking idea what he's doing. Ben Nelson is our only one in the back 4 there. Luke Thomas, I called him a see you next Tuesday. He was our ham sandwich, although apparently he wasn't the worst player at the weekend. But I think, you know, if we're going to score, if the opposition are going to score a goal, you know Luke Thomas is going to be not involved somewhere. Now in the middle too, I've got to say Skip. He, I hate to say that I told you so, but I told you so. He's coming good. Yes, we are a division down, so that would make a difference. Harry Winks, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because the way that he scored that goal and the way he celebrated afterwards. Now, it might be all fake, it might be all false. Who knows? Who knows? But at least he did show a little bit of passion.
Yeah. Well, let me go back into that back four a minute for you. That I mean, the problem we got today is that is the only fit back four we got apart from maybe Aluko. And then I'd argue, okay, look, I wanted Aluko to feature a lot earlier this season. How many weeks I've been banging on about this, Chris? Probably about 2 or 3 months now. Because now we're actually in the position where we need to start firing. He hasn't got the experience he needs to really be able to come in, maybe, and then really put a marker down to start games for us in that right back position. Surely we'll see him tonight because, like you say, Ricardo's fitness is a worry for us. And it's funny. You said we'll see Luke Thomas next Tuesday because today is Tuesday, so you were right about that one. But there's no one else. And once again, I said we needed to go in for a fullback in the transfer window, either on loan or we need to get Koulibaly back here and sort all that mess out. And then Ben Nelson's been getting pelters this week as well from the fan base, so it's even that one's a little bit shaky. But it is the back four we got today, so we need to literally see them have a real good defensive game today. Middlesbrough last time out against Oxford got shut out with 24 shots on goal. We need to shut them out today somehow, and hopefully this back four can do that. And just quickly to finish off where you were, Winks, interesting one, right? Because, I mean, obviously Gary Rowett's going to hang his hat on him because of his technical ability as a player. He needs to probably still sweat a bit more, as I say, if we're going to really get out of this. And once again, you could say the two midfielders we got in the middle, are they really value for money on the wages they're on? Definitely not. But we're with them. We're stuck with them, especially with the players out.
We are. And look, we know Harry Winks is going at the end of the season, but new manager comes in, gives him a try. Andy King came in, gave him a try. And look, I can only go on look, football fans, we change our tune every week depending on what the last game result was. And he played well last game. He scored the goal. I like the way he celebrated. He did show some passion. And I just think sometimes you've got to be careful you're not cutting your nose off to spite your face.
Yeah, definitely. When you've got a small squad and injury problems like we've got as well, that is a fair point.
Look at Soyuncu.
That backfired. That got us relegated.
Yeah.
One of the things.
We could be seeing that again this season. What the fuck is Bobby Reid doing on the wing? I don't know. Hopefully he drops off. Hopefully he'll get a recurrence of his injury and we'll have to take him off. That would be nice.
That is bizarre for me because I'd say that's a good game to go for Aluko and have Aluko overlapping Bobby Reid with his pace, but Ricardo can't do that. So that side's going to be very susceptible against some of Middlesbrough's better players. Yeah.
I know. Mukasa, maybe stick him on the right and put Reid in the middle. I mean, that is his only place he is any good at, Bobby Reid, is in the number 10 role. Or even possibly up front, because at least he knows where the goal is. Steffi Mavididi, I've had enough of him. Just get the fucking ball, run down the ring, go past one player. Don't fuck about with it until the cavalry come back for the opposition, and then you lose the fucking ball. God, no wonder Arsenal sold him.
Well, he's in that position, mate, where he's been working and running, but there's something up with him. It's like he's not fitting well with the team. He's got problems going on. I mean, we need him right now to really be getting his game simplified. And
when has he this season? Not once.
No, he hasn't. No, I agree.
That is what he is good at, and that is being a big lump of shit. Like I say, get the ball, use your speed, get past one defender, and then get the ball in the fucking box. Worry about anybody else being up there. That's not your problem.
Great point from Ronald there.
Don't stick that ball up your fucking big arse and wait and try and be clever while 4 or 5 of the defenders come back to help the guy that you're going to get passed out.
Well, what Mavrididi's been doing, Chris, sorry to interrupt, mate, you're on a flow then. And what Mavrididi's been doing is he's been going up the end of the pitch, trying to get past someone, misplacing a pass, not getting a shot away, dropping his arms, getting frustrated. And like Gray has said there, or Ronald said there, he's not got back to protect the fullback then, has he either?
No. And he's too busy thinking, as Armchair said, what to do after his 20 step overs. Yeah. Daka up front. If you're going to play Daka, play him in a 2. Don't play him up on his own. We have had 4 years. Gary Rowett, you thick piece of shit. 4 years we've had this player, and he cannot play up front on his own. It took Iheanacho to get when it took Vardy getting injured for Iheanacho to come through, but at least he could do it and ended up our top scorer that season, especially when Vardy came back. This guy can't do it on his own. Why are we doing it? Oh, you've had all that time. You've looked at Leicester, you've seen how we've played, and then you go and pick the same shit, you stupid fucking arsehole.
Well, it's either him or Jordan Ayew, because they're not going to promote anyone else, are they? Which is the problem we got. So you've
got players there. Well, we'll send them out on loan because they're not ready to play for us yet.
Oh,
they're only
I know.
19, 20.
It's baffling. These decisions could have really done us. I mean, I tell you what's interesting about today, though. There's a very high chance, and I'm thinking that Middlesbrough are going to go 4-4-2. I mean, they'll start 4-2-3-1, but Gary Rowett might switch us to 4-4-2 today. Maybe that will bring the best out of Daka. But yeah, I know it's clutching at straws.
They have started. The team news has just come out, and they have gone 4-4-2.
Yeah, which is interesting because I know you love 4-4-2. 4-4-2 doesn't play well against a 4-2-3-1 because actually the way the formations line up, Derby struggled with a 4-4-2 at the start of the season. But I think we can match up like for like 4-4-2 versus 4-4-2 if Rowett's got that into the group. He did do it at Oxford.
Phil says, who should be playing a single striker then? Nobody. We should not be playing a single striker. You know, I can't say anybody. I mean, Ayew's, for fuck's sake, Ayew is that. Don't worry, guys. If we're 3-0 down and we need to bring on a substitute, a striker, we've got Ayew on the bench. Yay! That will be good, won't it?
I mean, I know Mavrididi's been a bit of a contentious one. I would have played Mavrididi as a striker about a month ago just to try it, because I think to give him less room to run into, just to focus on a quick fire shot, beating a line of defence, maybe he'd have better luck than Daka and Ayew have this year.
Look, I don't mind 4-4-2, but everybody seems to think this is my favourite formation now because of obviously the old 4-4-2. I actually prefer 3-5-2.
Yeah, me too.
You know,
it plays better against 4-2-3-1. Yeah.
Yeah, and that is what I think. Just my favourite thing, and I would like to see us give it a go. And we don't, in fairness. But let's have a look because we've got. I am really going to get excited now because we're going to look at the subs. And I am so excited about this. Come on, let's have a look at the subs. And it's fucking Ayew. All right, we've got. I know, what a shame. I will send. I will start up a GoFundMe page for anybody who lives in Leicester to go to Seagrave and to kick his fucking shin in and break his ankle so we never see him again. He's gone at the end of the season, and that's not too soon.
It's got a bit Reservoir Dogs in there, hasn't it? Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah. Well, look, it'd be nice to see some other fresh names on there, wouldn't it? We thought Ayew might have been out last time because he'd been dropped, which actually gave us all a little bit of a ray. Someone's worked it out, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be the case, and he will probably be back involved at some point.
We're asking a manager who has got the brains of an ant to work that out. He's not going to. You know, look at us on the bench. We've got a Luco, we've got a Reboot, Fatawu's back on the bench, Gray, Monga, Page, Richards. Our bench is actually better than our starting 11.
Yeah, well, you could argue that. I mean, I think we'd like to see maybe Richards start, wouldn't we? Just to see him mix it up a little bit, you know, one of the flanks in particular. But yeah, there is people on there. But I still look at like Fatu, who's not going to be entirely fit for this one. Obviously, he had a hold up in the week, which kept him out of the team last time. Aribo can be quite impactful. I agree. I don't think Louis Page has actually, unfortunately for him, actually taken that opportunity to be in the central midfield positions and contribute enough. I think he's moved the ball well, but it's about getting the ball in the net, isn't it? Our best hope tonight is going to be Mikasa. Mikasa could be the one-man show now Jordan James has fallen out of that role due to injury.
Hi, Melina. By the way, our honorary Leicester fan from Toronto in Canada. How are you doing? Well, I think it's Toronto. Which is the one that's near Niagara Falls? You'll know, Tom.
Yeah, that's 45 minutes, and that is Toronto, yeah.
That is Toronto,
you say Toronto, it's not Toronto, it's Toronto. You drop the second R.
Of course you do. Of course you do. Not when you're picking the Queen's English, you don't. As we've said to Jim many, many a time. Nice to see you, though, Melina. Hope you're well. I mean, look, You're going to throw it away again, Arsenal? Who knows? And I have to say, just looking at that, please, how miserable is that fucking team lineup? Not the actual lineup itself. It's so dark. When you look at Middlesbrough coming up later, it's red, it's nice, it's bright.
Oh, you talk about the graphics? Yeah. They do like this sort of artsy-fartsy thing, don't they?
Oh,
Yeah.
it's about as inspiring as looking at a piece of dog shit. It really is. Right. So here's the proper team. Although I think we might actually do better. Can we actually swap Luke Thomas for a traffic cone? Because I think that might stop more than he does. Stick a sign in the grass that's saying, "Santa, please stop here." Stick it in the grass. As the players running on, they go, "Oh, what's that?" Oh, we might actually stop the players going past. That's going to be better than Thomas.
With a traffic cone, we might be able to play an offside trap properly.
Well, yeah. Have traffic lights. Come on. Look, I just don't know what to say anymore. I just don't want to be here.
Oh, well, wait till full time, Chris. I'm quite confident today we might actually do something because, of course, Middlesbrough coming off a difficult loss away at Coventry, 3-1, and then they had so much possession last time against Oxford and couldn't get through with 24 shots. If there's going to be a time to play them, and I say this about the Championship, sometimes it's not who you're playing, it's when you're playing them. I think there's going to literally be no better opportunity to play Middlesbrough than tonight, and we'll see afterwards if we need to get the apocalypse out for the post-match.
I was actually watching last week's Watchalong, or Saturday's Watchalong, and at the start, you were saying there's never been a better time than to keep a clean sheet than this game against Stoke.
Yeah, and I'll still keep retaining hope, even though Leicester have found a way completely getting out of our
said that
sails.
then, and we'd let 2 in.
We did.
Put it this way, mate. I wouldn't do the lottery at the moment.
I won 5 on a scratch card.
Sorry,
I won a 5 on a scratch card.
Wow. You could buy us a new striker with that, couldn't you? There we go. That's what I thought of Luke Thomas. And he may not have been the worst one on the pitch, but he was definitely the ham sandwich. We don't have a donkey anymore. We have a ham sandwich. Right, let's have a look. So, last time out. Oh, do you know what? Last time out, I didn't give a shit because I was in Lanzarote.
Yeah,
and I came in about 5-10 minutes into the second half, and I looked at it and I went, "We really 1-0 up," and
we didn't deserve to be.
No, and then I looked and thought, "Is that Bekovic playing?" And then we did what Leicester do. What did we do, Tom?
Gave away a last-minute equaliser against 10 men, which kind of summed it up, didn't it? And like you say, we didn't. I remember this game vividly. I remember before the penalty, we offered utterly zilch. We were very lucky to get a penalty, and we didn't really deserve to get anything from the game. So you could argue a point was quite a good result for us. Bear in mind we were terrible. But how many times this year we got points where we've been terrible? And that's probably what the football is going to be to get us over the line this year. We're going to have to be terrible, but make sure we make other teams look terrible at the same time. Do you notice you got the Stoke logo by the Middlesbrough thing at the bottom? By the way,
have I?
Yeah, big Stoke City label.
Where's that?
You know where it says today's Leicester City squad next to Middlesbrough versus Leicester. It's funny because I think it might be a 2-2 tonight. We'll get to that later.
Right. Well, while we're doing that, you talk to me about. We're going to look at some stats here. We got it broken down into 4. This is the defence. Talk me through this for the second.
Well, it's interesting because, like you can see, we've won more interceptions, got more block shots, than the opposition. But then you'd also argue how much of this year have we been spending passing the ball around the back and getting ourselves into positions where we're just focusing on defence all the time. The irony is how we're not actually in a position to, with Rowett, probably push on beyond that as a mantra of what we're trying to do. So that is the worry with this. But that's why we're leading in those ones there. I mean, clean sheets, obviously, Middlesbrough are much better than us. They've actually got better under Hellberg for clean sheets, Chris, than what they were before, actually, under Edwards, which is remarkable. Goals conceded, of course, they've conceded 20 less goals than us. And when we've actually, I know we haven't got the scoring one on there, we've only scored 4 less goals than them. That has been the difference. And it does make you worry coming into a game like tonight if they're on form, Middlesbrough, with Whittaker and Conway up there, 2 of the top forwards in this league on their day, that we could have a tough one. That's interesting. And the goals conceded from outside the box is only 6. We've only had 5 for that one. So it's interesting how we've had less of that. I do think Bekovic in particular has been very good at saving from long range recently, hasn't he? But the problem we've got in goal is coming to collect balls actually and crosses into the box. As soon as the team pings across in, either from a left back or a right back or a left winger or a right winger, we just go to pieces every time.
We do. All right, while I'm still doing this, talk to me about this one.
Yeah, I mean, this was interesting, isn't it? Because this is one where I get annoyed about the fact we've got 7 of the top 10 paid players in the championship, I believe, in our squad. Because when you look at the tackles made and the take-ons completed and the take-on success, you'd argue we should be, metrics-wise, what we're paying value for money, at least be towards the top of the charts for that. And that's a big part of the reason we're down in this relegation battle we are. And that shows you what sort of team Middlesbrough are as well. They're not far off a lot of other teams in this league, but it's about that work rate, taking on players and winning ground duels in particular. And what's interesting is the aerial duels we've won, and I think that has really probably been more down to players like Vestergaard, ironically, but who are missing right now as well. So so it shows that part of it, as long as Vestergaard was in there, we'd probably be a bit more capable. But it does make you worry when Coley and Nelson look so flat-footed with crosses coming into the box in the last game against Stoke, doesn't it? So going to be interesting to see if we can improve these. All these things are things that Gary Rowett's got to work on very quickly with the team.
There's the passing stats.
Yeah, the passing stats are the worst ones of the lot, aren't they? Because if you look at passes completed for us, I mean, I said this before, well done, mate, you sorted it out. The crosses attempt, the passing accuracy, we have been by far one of the worst teams in the league for this, which is surprising. We've scored as many goals as we have, actually. And this is the effect Fatahou's had for us in particular, getting worldies when we've needed someone to bail us out of what has been an overall terrible team performance. But these are things we've got to get better. Those forward plays in particular, and the passing in the final third, especially about Jordan James in the team. Jordan James made it a bit better, right? I think Ramsey showed signs when he was there for improving the quality of that, but we really are terrible at passing in the final third, and that sort of thing's really, really caught us out.
Yeah, Craig. Obviously, we always say sarcasm is the lowest form of wit, stroke shit. It's called being human. Cool mistakes happening. My whole day today has been doing stuff for this and what have you. But you'd come in, you make a stupid arsehole comment, but you carry on, you'd be fine.
Makes me really better, Chris. I did it once in one watch along where you were away. I had the wrong screen up for an hour. I think it was the next game.
Well, look, we've all done it. And there's the attack stats. Not a lot of green there, is there?
No, exactly. No, not at all. I mean, it shows we're just dominated by a team that's second in the league, which is to be expected, isn't it? I mean, goals from inside the box is the one for me, because if you look at most of the games this season, we've generally been at least a third down on every other team with touches in the box, haven't we? And if that correlates into other teams being much more successful in the final third than us, all things we need to try and improve very quickly, but it does make you worry about the personnel, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Right, over to you, sir, because I'm going to go off and have a piss and pretend that I am giving a Leicester City team talk, and I will be back, and then you can go and get ready whilst I go through a few predictions and what have you.
No worries, mate. Enjoy that. Talking about Leicester does get your bowels moving, ladies and gentlemen, doesn't it? So we'll let Chris go and enjoy that from it. Yeah, so Middlesbrough tonight, it looks like it is going to be 4-4-2, which I'm not surprised about, because their manager's changed up between a 4-2-3-1, a 4-2-2-2, playing quite narrow, and he likes a 4-4-2 as well. And bear in mind his pre-match press conference where he was saying he felt we were weak with our wingers defensively. It did make me wonder if they go for a 4 sort of attacking unit and an overload. So in goal for them tonight, it'll be Bryn. They got as a back 4 tonight, Britton, the right back, Ayling at centre back, Malanda, who's coming from Charlotte FC, 6'4", runs absolutely out of his skin, incredibly quick player. I think he's going to end up being a top quality defender, Malanda, so watch out for him. He's got all the pace and physicality you could ever want in a modern day defender. Experience with Matt Targett there at left back as well. In the midfield, we believe it's going to be a midfield 4, and it's looking like it's going to be probably Brown on the right. We've got Morris in the middle alongside Hackney, their captain, who's obviously very dangerous. And the player for them that's really stood out recently is McGree, who's going to be probably on the left-hand side here for this one. And then they've got up front 2 probably in Whittaker and Conway. And this year, Whittaker has got 11 goals. Conway's got 7. So that is going to be very difficult for us to come up against. And it does look like they're going to really come and have a go at us here. So it will probably be a bit of a game for us where defensive performance and trying to not concede a goal in the first 10 minutes like we have done every game this season, is going to be, Very, very important for us. On the bench, interesting enough, they dropped Fry onto the bench, centre-back. He was in the Championship Team of the Week last week, which is an interesting shift, swapping him for Ayling. And they also had, we also had Mukasa in Team of the Week last week, so we both had one of each in that. They've also got Wilson as a backup goalkeeper, Gilbert as a backup midfielder, Munro as a backup left-back for them, Sene, backup striker, along with Strelic, and Iber can play in midfield or striker as well. So they've got some danger there, especially with Strelic, who's an international. And I think he famously was... They beat someone big with his international team. It's just gone. I think it's Slovakia he plays, or Slovenia. I always get the two confused. Nothing personal to the Slovak nations there, but yeah, they beat, I believe, a very big team, and he scored all the goals for them. So that was a very dangerous one to come off the bench for them. Hansen is a good right winger option as well, and Sarmiento, who obviously played very well, I believe, for Ipswich a couple of years ago in the Championship, didn't he? And has got a lot of potential pedigree in his game as well. So I would argue their bench is looking a lot stronger than ours as well, guys. So very difficult to see how we're going to get on with this one tonight. But yeah, a very talented group of players there. And if they're going to come for us, that's going to be very difficult. Interesting other stats for you tonight looking at this team. They've only conceded 1 goal in the last 6 home games, Middlesbrough, against Leicester, who've been struggling. So we need to go out there and hopefully get more than 1 or 2 goals. They're in a situation, like I said, where they lost 3-1 away at Coventry 2 games ago, and then they drew 0-0 against Oxford last week. So there we go. Hope your team is as professional as you. Cheers, Craig. Good luck to you guys. I mean, you've done really well this year. I thought you were going to beat Coventry a couple of games ago. So it's interesting how that all worked out, unfortunately, for you. We'd have probably liked you to have beaten Coventry 2 games ago as well. But interesting enough, midweek games are bad for Leicester as well, guys, unfortunately. We've got no wins in the past 12. We've drawn 4 and lost 8. So that is another stat that's not in our favour. I've gone around and got, excuse me, as I dropped my paperwork here, quite a few stats. So Riley McGee's been the man for them. They have got some injury problems as well, though, currently, because they've got long-term absences, for Darryl Lenihan, Edmondson, Alfie Jones, Castledine, and Bangura, who also are very good players to contribute, and Sammy Silvera, who's been a very good winger for Middlesbrough this year as well. But shows you the squad depth, you could argue, Middlesbrough have got over Leicester right now. So there we go. And let's see what everyone else is. 2:30 and off to bed. We see early. Bless you. And how are we all feeling about this then tonight, guys? I must be honest, I'm a bit nervous for this, because it kind of feels like we're 13 games to go to the end of the season, right? Tonight is an opportunity where we have dropped the ball before this season, you know, where you go, oh, this is a game where it's lined up is something we might be able to do something. So yeah, it's a very difficult one. All the stats are pointing in Middlesbrough favour, but it is a tight league. I mean, the things you can hold on to, the fact we've only scored 4 less goals in Middlesbrough this season somehow. I don't quite know how that works, but the thing they've got over us is they've got goal scorers all over the pitch, because not just outside of Whittaker and Conway, Hackney's got 4 goals, McGree's got 4 goals, Brown's got 3 goals, Strelic's just got 3 goals for them. So they've got players who can come into this team off the bench as well and really impact it as well. And as we can see, a lot of people there after me saying, well, this is saying, oh, Middlesbrough are probably going to be the favourites for this. I guess Chris is back here and just messing around behind the scenes. Hello, mate. Are you all right?
I am. Sorry, I was just getting rid of Craig.
No problem.
I love the power of being able to ban people, and then they don't even realise that that's what we've done. I also, honestly, I actually forgot to load something else up as well. It's been a fucking awful day today.
No, I've had a busy day as well. Hopefully the football will cheer us up a bit, but it's not been like that this season. Did you hear the stat I just mentioned, Chris? And midweek games are bad for Leicester. We haven't won any in the last 12. We've drawn 4.
I heard that, but I've got to say, weekend games aren't that much better, mate.
No, this is true. No, neither ones are they? Right now, playing football for Leicester seems bad, because they seem a bit of a parody of a football team. That's what Rowett's really got to try and dig into them. But hey, 45 minutes against Stoke. I mean, it's not going to win anything, but it was a good 45 minutes.
Wow, well, I remember that. I can put on our epitaph when we get ready. Go and sort your stream out, mate.
No worries, mate.
And I will. We will have Tom back later. Tom will be doing the commentary, and I will be putting the scores up. So what I'm going to ask you guys is no, and stats as well. No spoilers, and I don't just mean for this game. I mean for any of the games that affect us or anything, because basically it'll get you kicked out. Craig, I don't know who he supported, but he's been kicked out. Probably Coventry. He was struggling to put 2 words together, so more than likely Coventry. I've got to say, I'm going to go in my prediction here. And look, you probably gathered from the way I've been reacting to all this tonight that we've got as much chance of winning this as anybody. Was it Slinky for Stink 3-1 to Middlesbrough? That was the scoreline I was going for. I went 3-1. So it just great minds, I guess. Great minds. We ain't going to get anything tonight. It's just unfortunate we got Rowett till the end of the season, I'm afraid. And yes, in my drawer here, I'm just checking. The the humble pie is there just in case. Right, let's have a look what people have been going for here. On the old fronts. So Slink's gone for 3-1 Middlesbrough. Keith's gone 3-1 to Middlesbrough as well. Dworski would take a 0-0. You said you'll take it, but you're not thinking what the score will be. What else have we got here? Gray's gone for a Borough win, but he hasn't said what. So get your scores in, guys. Do get your scores in. Dino has changed his mind. He's gone 2-1 to Leicester. I don't know what you're drinking, Dino, but can you send some down here? Retired in your 40s suggests you know your trade. Well, hey, I mean, I retired in my very early 60s, mate. And yeah, it's great, isn't it? Early retirement. Well done to you, sir. Well done. Drake has gone 3-2 to Middlesbrough. Flim has gone 1-0 with Wink scoring. I don't know. So Tom will be commentating on the game if he can get his leads up. I'm not sure what we're going to be doing because I'm struggling at the moment to get a link. But look, if we're doing that, I'll keep you updated with facts and figures and scores. Like I say, if you put something up, or if you say it's a penalty before we get to it, because we're all going to be watching this game at different times. So if you say it, you could ruin it for everybody else. And it is an instant kick out. If the mods see you first, and Gray's in and Scott's in, if they see you first, they will kick you out. That could just be a 24-hour ban. If I see it and do it, it's a permanent kick. So and there's no coming back from that. Let's have a look there. I'm just trying to see if it's on what is it going to be on, to be honest with you. I got so excited when I knew that Rowett was in, and this club's just taken all the love of football out of me. Tom, you're back. Have you got a...
I believe I'm fine, Chris. These things might all change at the last minute, but I believe I should be utterly fine to give us some commentary for this one, some watch-along fun.
Well, while you take over then, do you want me to do the video?
The video? What video are we playing? The goal-scoring ones. Yeah.
The times and what have you. Yeah.
I'm guessing you're going to be updating everyone with scores, are you, Chris? As we go
indeed. I've been through that. Because I need to go and try and find a link now. So, Tom, it's over to you, mate. I've gone 3-1 Middlesbrough, by the way.
Have you? Okay, so I've gone for 2-2. I've gone for 2-2. I've gone for a controversial. I've gone for a repeat of what happened last time. I just got a feeling that they've only conceded one goal in the last 6 games. I think we will see a better level of performance tonight than we saw for the Stoke game. So I'm hoping we can find a couple of goals. I don't think we're going to be able to keep a clean sheet. I think that's going to be incredibly difficult, isn't it? So for me, I think a 2-2 is the way it's going to go. Probably the last-minute equaliser for us this time rather than the other way round it was before. Mikasa, I think, is the guy we're going to hang our hats on a little bit here. He's shown that he's got a little bit of vibrancy, and if the team can piggyback off that a little bit, it will be quite helpful, won't it? So I'm confident that we can hopefully get a point from this. Really, if we can get 3 points, though, it'll be really helpful, and I will be very eager to see West Brom and how they're getting on throughout this. Yeah, good old Desmond. Well said there, Keith.
I have got, as in my drawer here, I have got a very large humble pie.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I'm happy to eat it. Hey, look, I know we're all feeling a bit down on the group of players right now, and rightly so. I mean, I can't tell anyone not to be, because the things we have seen have not been good enough, especially bear in mind the money these players have played, And ironically, the more the game changes because of money, the more these things become critical, right? I spend time now looking at other teams' wage bills and going, well, you're not getting value for money off that player, are you? Because of the financial pressures, right? So, yeah, I mean, but I can leave all that at the door for the best of the football club, as long as the football club can stay in the league. I can forgive Harry Winks. I don't particularly like him. I don't think I'd get on with him. I don't like how he was posting things on Instagram when Leicester were playing games. You think, well, you kind of needed here, buddy. But like I say, short-term memory for the bigger overall picture here.
I will let you go, sir. I will see you at half time. Have you messaged Wayne?
I have indeed, actually. I believe he's just given me a thumbs up. Let me have a little look-see, buddy.
Okay, and then I will let you.
Yep, he's
on with it.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, he's giving me a thumbs up, so he should be with us at half time, everyone. So
Brilliant.
There we go.
Brilliant. Right, I'm just going to find. There you go. Good luck, mate.
Thank you very much, bud. It's you on screen, though, Chris.
It is. You noticed.
I was going to say, that good, actually. Cheers, everyone. Get your drinks open here. So what do you think for this one? Like we already said, Chris has already said, no spoilers. I was allowing a little bit of leeway the last game because I was the only one here when it came to other scores, but Chris is going to lead the way with that as well. So no talk about other scores, some other games until we've mentioned them. And obviously when it comes to Leicester, I'll lead the way. And once I've reacted, once we've seen the goals go in, you can then, give us some back as well. And a good comment there from Gray, Winks kissing the badge. Yeah, interesting one, that, isn't it? Because you kind of think, well, it's a bit of a short-term thing, that, isn't it? All of a sudden, there's no doubt been problems behind the scenes with him and, players and managers in the past. And you just think, wow, I mean, where's that come from a little bit, don't you? But cheers, Keith. Thanks very much, mate. And how are we all feeling? I mean, I'm feeling really nervous for this because, the reality is that tonight is a massive game in comparison to Stoke. Stoke, you really look at it as one of these games this season, like Oxford and Charlton, where we really probably needed to get more points on the board during these games. Blackburn at home now, for example, where we lost, right? And then you go, well, now the bigger games are coming, like this, Norwich, Ipswich, teams that are better form than us, looking like better teams than us, have better players than us. And you think we need to find something now against the hardest way possible. The players are in the tunnel, though, guys. And we're going to see how this one goes on a Tuesday night up in Middlesbrough. I believe only taken about 700 fans tonight. So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out for noise. You can forgive the fans for not wanting to travel up there on a night like tonight. They can't do. It's a bit of a journey from Leicester. And not to mention the way things are right now. You think, oh, there we go. Well said, Jim. Let's go, you Foxes. Rowett the Magician, you've seen it here first. 3-1 result tonight. Yeah, we hope so, mate. We hope so. Yeah, not a problem, Chris. Saw your message, bud. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting, isn't it? And I do like the comments I'm seeing here from like Paulo said it, and I think also Rowett's other people have said it as well. The interesting dynamic we got with this is we've got a defensive manager in, and he's going to focus on defence. And this year we have seen us pass the ball around the back. We seem to be a little bit careful, really being a bit too cautious, and it has caught us out. It is a big call from the club to go for a manager like Rowett for that reason, because if we focus on the defensive game and we just can't do it, and we should really be just trying to outscore teams, then that is a problem we're going to have, especially with Rowett in charge, because that's not normally the way he plays football, guys. So fingers crossed. And well said, Dorco. I'm hoping Luke Thomas will be man of the match. Fingers crossed. Hopefully so, because obviously this back four tonight, unless we were going to put a Luco or the youngster Gray in, who's a centre-back, this was going to be the team that we were going to see tonight. So we need people tonight under the pressure of it all to really go out there and give us a performance. I think we need to become a better team as well. Whoever's playing, because there seems to be individuals on different pages a lot of the time, doesn't there? Well said, Gray. At times you look scared to attack. I think the thing is we're going to have limited attacking options as well, Gray, aren't we? Especially in a Rowett team. But when we do get an opportunity to attack, we must be lethal with it. We must take these opportunities. I think that's going to be crucial. And we've looked very, very shaky, unless Jordan James is in the team in particular, at being able to transition the ball through lines quick enough. I really want to see tonight us go out there and get through lines quicker and not lose opportunities to score goals. And there's a good one from Chris here. Having been winless in 14 games against Leicester between 2003 and 2017, Middlesbrough now won 2 of their past 3 against the Foxes. They were beaten in 5 against us, I believe. So there we go. Always positive. Hey, Jeff, how are you, mate? Good to see you. But just seeing the managers here shake hands and all the rest of it down on the side of the pitch. It's interesting how Gary Rowett has looked quite, happy so far. After the Stoke game, he looked quite happy with what he was seeing, and I know that's a very interesting thing to say, but other managers might look at that and go, I'm a bit worried here. It shows he's almost got a confidence in the group that we don't have. Maybe it is the fresh eyes coming into it. Maybe it is that is going to be a big part of helping us out here. We'll soon find out. And it will be interesting to see what Andy King's effort on that is as well. Players are just getting ready to start this game now, guys. I'll give Chris a shout in 1 second when we're underway. Well said, Scott. Well said, Scott. I think the thing is that we've got every reason to, look, I don't want to gaslight people, especially Leicester fans who are my own people. People can, rightly hold grudges and all the rest of it because there's a lot to hold on to grudges too. I just think for me, it's bigger than that now. I think really the things off the pitch, we keep them off the pitch. When the players are on the pitch, we need to do something to try and help this team get over the line because I don't want to think about a League One relegation now. I really don't because that has such more of a worry in the back of my head. There we go. We'll kick that out of him. Well said, Paul. Well said, Paul. They're just showing us the teams now as the players are getting ready here. Interesting to see Ricardo playing 2 games in a row. Well, this is it, isn't it? Yeah, and that's entirely why I understand people, Chris, and why they're feeling like they're feeling. And I must be honest, I'm having to use a little bit of emotional intelligence to get through this time right now. There's times I get emotional about these things, obviously, because it's Leicester City. It's funny, I was thinking about this the other day, and that was I don't understand why I love this team so much. And it's a weird thing to say, but then I go, well, my dad, when he was a kid in the 60s, was all sat on the roof of Filbert Street watching a game. I think it was against Tottenham when the fans were on the roof. He was there. My uncle, my dad's brother, played on Filbert Street for Leicestershire County. And I'm kind of like, it's in your DNA, right? I don't get like this with other football clubs. And this football club will be here long after I'm gone as well, and hopefully I'll pass it on to members of my family as well. Just seeing the huddles going on, guys. We're almost ready here to get this underway. Leicester are going to be kicking from right to left to start this one in the blue kit. And we're going to have Middlesbrough going from left to right in their red kit. So just waiting for the referee's whistle here now. And in fact, I'll see if I can change my headphone over. There you go, Gray, 1970. My dad's knocking on a bit now, bless him. He's in good shape for his age, though. He probably could play left back if we needed him. Right, here we go. Just seeing with Casa now, it looks like he's going to take the kickoff for Leicester here. Andrew Kitchen's the referee, just looking at his watch, guys. And I'll give you the shout, Chris. Gary Rowett there, chewing his gum quite hardly. I wonder if he'll have any teeth left at the end of this one. And here we go. Game's underway. We're going all the way back to Begovic from the kickoff here. And it looks like we're going to launch it long. Winning second balls higher up the pitch is a big part of what we got to get better at as well. Back now with Nelson. He's going to flick it down to Luke Thomas on this left-hand near side here. Luke Thomas tries to play it through to Mavididi, and Middlesbrough are going to hoon it all the way over halfway now as Nelson gets his head on it back towards halfway. Bit of head tennis going on here. Middlesbrough are 4-4-2, guys. You can see that. We're narrowing and playing the 4-2-3-1 today. We are narrowing up and playing into the middle. Middlesbrough are looking already down this far-hand side, trying to exploit some space. Nice through ball there from Middlesbrough, and it's giving a little kick on the back of the heels outside the penalty area. Looks like it could be from Winksy there, and unfortunately it's going to be a free kick here about 4 yards outside of our penalty area within the first minute. I'm getting flashbacks to Stoke. I don't know about you guys, but like you said, Greg, come on, you Foxes. Oh, Winks just pushed him over, guys. He literally went into the back of him here, and Ricardo's going, I didn't touch him. Well, you didn't, Ricky, because Winksy behind you went like that and just pushed him over. That's remarkable, isn't it? Why would you do that outside the penalty area like that? He's always going to go down. Anyway, get ready for this free kick. Now, 3 Middlesbrough players lined up outside the penalty area here. We've got a wall just about halfway into the penalty area, about halfway in between the edge of the penalty area and the 6-yard box. It is towards the top, the far side of the penalty area, sorry. And can we survive this? Matt Target's there, stood ready to maybe hit it with his left, and we've also got an option for a right-footed shot here. Very needless, Gray. Well said, mate. It was needless. You don't need to do that, especially when Ricardo's about to nip the ball off his foot there. These things are really costing us. Let's hope it doesn't cost us early here. Referee's about to blow the whistle. It's going to be from the left, and it's going to be crossed in, and it's going to be punched away by Begovic at that far-hand post there. Good read of it. He probably could have caught it, actually. But he punched it out. It's going to go out for a throwing here on that far-hand side to Middlesbrough. So at least he read it well there. That was good. Yeah, good save. Get it out. That's the main thing. And now the ball's coming from the throw, and it's going to go behind for a goal kick to Leicester. So we survived the first one. That's good. 2 minutes gone. Can we survive another minute here without conceding a goal? Come on, Leicester. Come on. I feel really nervous for this one. It kind of feels like to me, if we did get a pumping in this one, it's going to drop any sort of positive morale we had from the Stoke game in the last 45 minutes. And that's going to be hard to lift this group of players off the floor, right? Short goal kick, surprisingly. Begovic is now going to trickle forward with it and now lay it off down to Nelson, who's going to find Luke Thomas. We're coming down this left-hand near side here. Thomas comes back inside. He goes back to Nelson. And he's going to go back to Begovic. I don't like this passing around. There is a very, very eager Conway up there trying to run around here and win that ball. Long ball forward now from Ricardo. And he's found Mavididi. Or is that Decordova-Reid? Sorry, he was on the wrong side. It was Decordova-Reid. But we lost possession now. Now Ayling can flick the play down to the opposite near-hand side of the pitch now. Middlesbrough trying to be quite direct early here with their passing, trying to get into the space, widen up the game, whereas we're trying to stick nice and tight in this 4-2-3-1 here. And now it's back at the halfway line with the Middlesbrough centre-backs. Bit of a chess match here. Luke Thomas has beaten his man there, got his foot on it, and kicked it all the way down the pitch. He's going to go out for a throwing here, just into the Middlesbrough half. I know, right? It was actually a pretty good ball, that as well, actually, from Ricardo. It was quite clever. I mean, it's a ballsy one to play that sort of ball, because if you do give it up to someone who reads it better than you, you've kind of isolated a load of players there by doing it. But I think Gary Rowett's football when he was at Oxford was based around being a bit more direct to try and play through lines quicker. And I'd argue right now, when we've struggled to break teams down, that's not a bad way to think about things. Back with the Middlesbrough goalkeeper, he's going to lay it off to the centre-back, and they're going to run forward here. It's going to be back down now to Britton here on this right-hand side, near side. Playing a 1-2 with a central midfielder, now trying to flick it down. Luke Thomas has committed forward up the pitch and deflected it out for another throwing. Luke Thomas intercepted a few good balls so far. That's good. But imagine doesn't half look like Vardy to me. Oh, imagine that. Imagine if we could go and find like the Danish Vardy right now. Come on, Rudders, get to work. We need to find some cheap strikers who are going to be good. Here come Leicester now trying to play a through ball through to Daka. Unfortunately, well shielded out by the two centre-backs there. But we're still trying to press them high up the pitch here. Mavididi, unfortunately, put his arms around the player there and he's gone down. Referee has given it, and it's going to be a free kick here to Middlesbrough right outside their own penalty area. So that's a shame. But Mavididi, with a good bit of pressing there. But once again, two arms on the back of a player. Twice within the first 4 minutes we've seen that. And they've got to get out of their system early now. Middlesbrough take the free kick in and are trying to battle across on the far side. There's going to be three Leicester players around them, though, and we deal with it pretty well there. Ricardo is now going to play it down to Decordova-Reid, who's going to flick a ball over the top towards Daka. The goalkeeper's come out and missed it, and it's gone behind. No, and it's been cleared out. It was going to go behind, it looked like, for a corner there, but the centre-back got back there, Malouda, for Middlesbrough, and he's kicked it out play for a throwing instead. Might be an opportunity if we want to flick Luke Thomas onto the opposite side of the pitch to get a long throw in here. Difficult ball in there. And Malouda got his foot on it and read it well, actually, and took it out of the goalkeeper's opportunity to grab it. So, and like I said, Luke Thomas is going to come across here to try and throw a long throw in into the box. Come on, Leicester, just get a goal early, and all of a sudden we can start to think about the more defensive side of this. Luke Thomas throws it in towards the 6-yard box, met first by a Middlesbrough player. Mavrididi's going to mop up the extras here. Back to Decordova-Reid, who shifted into the middle. Winks was looking for a long-range strike. He's laid it off instead to Thomas, who was still up on the far side now, this right-hand side. Skip has switched back to left-back here to cover that off, which is good. Looks like a good bit of positional awareness. Middlesbrough trying to press back against Ricardo here, and we're trying to play through the press, and it looks like we're going to feed Mavrididi towards the penalty area, and unfortunately, it was read really well by Ayling there, and he's going to go back to the Middlesbrough keeper, who can kick it all the way down towards the halfway line. All Leicester players there waiting for it for them. Unfortunately, that first header has given it straight back to Middlesbrough. Now they're going to launch a counter through the middle. Bit of space on the far side here for Conway. Decordova-Reid's here. He's going to come into the box and lay it off, and it's dinked in towards the 6-yard box. Nelson's got a head on it. Still in our penalty area for Middlesbrough, this time down the near side. Comes back out now, and we've got Daka back trying to win the ball. He's done a good job there to actually put the guy off. But now we've got 5 Middlesbrough players on a load of Leicester ones. And here comes the counter-attack for Leicester. Unfortunately, Mavrididi went straight into Ayling there. And now Skip's gone diving in. He's won the ball, luckily. It's a pretty chaotic and frenetic start to this on within 6 minutes. Both teams are trying to find ways through to the goal pretty quickly here. And well said, Chris. Good passage of play there. I like what I'm seeing in regard to the pressing element of it. I think the thing we were really poor at before was if we gave the ball away towards the opposition goal, we generally back off, right? That hasn't happened. We're trying to press and win that second ball. And well said, Stephen, he will not run back to help out. This is the problem. I've described Winks as a bit of a luxury player at times. I wonder if you're going to play as a free in midfield and perhaps have a deep line playmaker in there. Perhaps he could suit that quite well. But he is a luxury when you're in a war, right? You're in a battle, especially against a team playing 4-4-2 today. So we've got to see him make sure he busts a gut. Throwing to Middlesbrough near hand side. Comes back into play with Hackney. They're looking for options. We're all sat back here in a nice little bank there with 4-2-3-1. Winks has come out there. Sorry, Nelson's come all the way out to try and win that. He's got a foot on it, but Middlesbrough still retain possession inside our half. But luckily, it's back with their centre-backs. They're trying to pass through us, and we seem to be doing a good job at just blocking them at the moment. Here we come now, though, and here they come on this near-hand side, crossed into the penalty area. It's going to go all the way back, long-range strike, and luckily it was poor. Kept in somehow. It looked like it was going to go out for a goal kick there. It was struck from outside the penalty area there by Middlesbrough, but it didn't have much venom on it. It sort of trickled down towards the goal line, but it's been kept in play. Middlesbrough still down here on this right-hand side, trying to play through us here. Here comes Hackney now, who's got the feet to be a real danger for them. Comes back here to Middlesbrough again, and they're still retaining possession. Ironically, of course, against Oxford in the last game, they had 74% possession, 24 shots, could not find the back of the net. It was a 0-0. And like you said, Yvonne, well said. Welcome in, Yvonne. Fingers crossed for Leicester. Going to be a tough one. Got to see what these boys are made of. We've picked the ball back up here. Now we've got an opportunity to come away with Mukasa. He's going to find Dakodoveridi, who lays it off to Ricardo. Plays it up to Daka, who's up on his far-hand, right-hand side. Good effort there from Dakodoveridi to play a 1-2, but Daka was caught on his heels there. He is still trying to win this ball back, but unfortunately will go out of play halfway into the Middlesbrough half for a Middlesbrough throwing. And an update in scores. Thank you, Chris. Blackburn 1, Bristol City 0. Probably not a shock in that one because Bristol City have been a bit of a dodgy run since they sold Mehmeti for 1 in the January transfer window to Ipswich. They've not quite recovered from the transfers they lost in January. And Blackburn seem to be doing a very good job under their new manager, Michael O'Neill, unfortunately. And Hull lead Derby by 1-0 as well, guys. So there we go. In good news, Derby might not make the playoffs. I mean, that's a big game for Hull, who've been a pretty bad run of form, especially at home recently, losing to QPR when they've been in third place recently. So interesting scores coming in. Lots of interesting games tonight. Going to be a throwing again to Middlesbrough just on the halfway line. Don't forget, guys, to hype and like, as we like to say, or give the channel. I'm pretty sure you'll be subscribed if you're in with us anyway. But yeah, please like the video. We like to try and get to 50 during a watch along. But if we can get to maybe 75 or something, that'd be amazing. We got over 100 the other week, which was wonderful. So thank you all for your support. And like I always say, it's a throwing to Middlesbrough here on the near-hand side. We're in it together. Cheers, everyone. And we survived the first 10 minutes. We just ticked past 10 minutes in. We've not conceded a goal. So come on, Leicester. That's the first little tick of the night. I was saying that, though. Middlesbrough in now. It's been played back across the 6-yard box. Cody gets a foot on it, and it goes behind for a corner to Middlesbrough. Cheers, Steve. Appreciate that. I made a good prediction about you guys this year. It's going to be a corner to Middlesbrough in a minute, guys, on the far-hand side. I made a good prediction about Birmingham. I said, I think you guys might make a late push for this. I knew you would go out in the January transfer window and spend some money. I said it at the start of the season, and I think you guys are looking very strong now for a playoff push. So well done to you, boys. Been a long time. Anyway, going to be a short corner now, just to the edge of the penalty area for Middlesbrough. It's going to be tried to be chipped in, well blocked there by Bobby Dakodoveridi, and it's going to come all the way back to the centre-back. We've got about 9 Leicester players forming a line here across the edge of the penalty area. There's Whittaker who stood offside, but they're still going to pass it around the back here, Middlesbrough. And here we go. Oh, yeah, Bodo Glimt against Inter. Yeah, it's interesting because those managers aren't fashionable, are they? Middlesbrough still got the ball here and trying to work it down this near-hand side. Going to be Britain overlapping here, coming into the penalty area with a little ball across. Leicester have picked it up. Unfortunately, Skip's given it straight away. Britain back across again. Cody with an important foot there in front of Begovic, who was stuck on his line. It was inside the 6-yard box, but it still keeps coming with Middlesbrough, and they're trying to slip through another ball into the penalty area now. Britain trying to drill it across. It hits Skip. It's bouncing around a bit just outside the 6-yard box. We've got so many Middlesbrough players trying to unleash a strike. Leicester bodies on the line, though, and we've kept out again. And we're hemmed in here, guys. Keeping it nice and tight, but we are hemmed in. And you've got to think we've got to find an outlet in a minute here if we're going to have any chance of keeping this pressure off us. And here comes Middlesbrough outside the penalty area. Slip ball from Hackney to Whittaker. Plays it across, deflects around in the 6-yard box, and there's going to be an offside given, luckily for us. Whew. survive. But it comes back to what we were saying leading into this half, weren't we, about this fact that if we're too defensive minded, get stuck on our heels too much, we're inviting too much danger. The difference we need to see in this Rowett team is having an outlet and having an option to get the ball forward quickly and be dangerous with that ball as well. I'm not quite sure we found that yet. There was everyone back behind the ball apart from Pats and Daka there. So I do still wonder about our movement going forward with from a counter-attacking position. Begovic is going to kick it out now towards the halfway line. Chested down by the Middlesbrough midfielder there, Morris. A long ball forward from McCody, now trying to spread it out to Mavrodidi, who's been marked well by Britton there. And Middlesbrough once again got possession here, and they're trying to drive down this near-hand side. There's a double-up effect with Hackney coming down here with Whittaker. Ball slipped into the penalty area. Whittaker outside the area now, trying to find some space. Luke Thomas does well. He gets a foot on it, goes behind for another corner here on this near-hand side. Middlesbrough pressure is coming at us, but we're riding it out so far. And they just had a game like this, like I said. Do I think Gary Rowett was a good appointment? Good question, mate. I mean, I like him. I've got a bit of a soft spot for Oxford United, having lived in Oxford for 6 years. I think he was probably unrightly sacked from the Oxford job. I think he'd be doing a better job than the guy they replaced him with. He seems to be doing pretty much the same thing. Corner from Middlesbrough coming in now. It's going to be chipped in towards the back of the 6-yard box. Misses everyone. It's going to be headed clear there. Oh, and unfortunately, the ball didn't trickle up to, I believe that is Thomas, as quick as we liked. Oh, no, it's Mikasa, and we're battling for it this far-hand side, and it's going to go out of play, I believe. No, Mikasa's kept it in, tries to feed it down this right-hand side now for Decordova-Reid, and it has gone out off Decordova-Reid, and it's going to be a throw into Middlesbrough. But yeah, I like that element. The only thing that worries me slightly about the Rowett appointment, I mean, he was in my top 3 of managers I'd have gone for. The only thing that slightly worries me is the 10% that thinks we are a team that struggles with defending and we get a manager who's very defensively minded. Are we not just better off going for a manager like an Enzo? Not that we're going to get Enzo, but one who's going to prioritise and outscoring teams if we can't keep clean sheets. We can concede 2 goals a game if you could score 4, right? But then we are looking at this group of players going, can you score 4? Ball's back with Leicester now. Skip's got it in our own half here. We're just getting opportunities to get our foot on this now for the first time in probably about the last 5-10 minutes. Sean Dyche, that's who you wanted. I don't think we could have attracted him, but anyway, same with Enzo, right? I mean, I don't think we were ever attracting those managers. Now, ball across for Leicester, though, as I just look up. Nice bit of work there from Bobby to drive into the box. Came across the 6-yard box. Mavrodidi and Daka were waiting, and unfortunately, it just fell to Middlesbrough instead there. Now they're coming down this near side to try and get rid of it. Daka and Mavrodidi are tagging up here, trying to win it back, and Mavrodidi's bundled over a player here again, and the referee's going to give that. It's a funny league, this league, isn't it? Because I would argue that was shoulder to shoulder, and there was nothing much in that. But you've seen this season, when we've been doing it, they've been giving it, and when it's been happening to us, we've not been being given it. I don't know if they view us like Premier League pansies or something, but you know, there we go. Yeah, nice little bit of play there from Leicester. Unfortunately, the ball across was always going to be a difficult one for Daka to get on. Daka could have probably done better there to hold his run a bit and then just point and make it last minute. And he could have had an empty net to pretty much kick it into from 6 yards out. But 0-0 anyway. 15 minutes gone so far. And you could argue we've had 1 or 2 counter-attacking spurts, but it's majority been Middlesbrough trying to hem us in. We're trying to play the ball forward over halfway again now. And now we're trying to feed Mavrodidi in one-on-one down this left-hand side with a lofted pass there. He's picked the ball up here right on this near-hand side, driving towards the penalty area. Luke Thomas is up to support. Mavrodidi takes a touch, tries to lay it off into the middle, picks the ball back up here. He's going to have to pass it back because Middlesbrough are back narrow again. Now Luke Thomas trying to play a 1-2. Unfortunately, the passing is still slightly off, just like a yard or 2 either way, and it would have been perfect. But that loses us the opportunity again, and it's going to go long. And there we go, 15 minutes possession. Thank you, Chris. Doing a great job being stat man behind the scenes tonight, guys. 63.2% to Middlesbrough, Leicester with 36.8%. So it's really looking the sort of game I was expecting it to look at so far. Yeah, and well said, Drake. I think the defending has got better. I think a lot of it has been focused, especially when you look at the stat of how many goals we conceded in the first 10 minutes and how many we conceded in the last 15 minutes. We've been highest in the league for those. I think that has been quite sloppy. Rowett's going mad at them at the minute on the halfway line, just shouting at both about the players here. And here come Leicester now over halfway. Winks is going to play it up here towards Mikasa. Mikasa back to Winks. Winks there to Mikasa again. Middlesbrough have now narrowed up, and we've now got a bit of space. We need to get this wide. Why are we taking so long here? We're being very ponderous with the ball. And it's going to go up here to the far hand side to Bobby Decordova-Reid, who's going to run in towards a penalty area. He's been shoulder charged there off the ball, and we've been given that one, guys. Come on. Brilliant stuff. So similar one to we gave away to Middlesbrough, except it wasn't with an arm, it was with an elbow and a shoulder from Malanda, who's 6'4", so he's a bit of a tank. And he literally just steamrolled into Bobby there as he picked the ball up. And now we've got a free kick it to just outside the penalty area. It's sort of on the far hand side. We're about 5 yards in on the penalty area. So it's going to be a cross across the goal here, or perhaps a shot. We will see. Good opportunity from a set piece here. Sort of game you miss Vestergaard, isn't it, to come in the box here and get his head on the end of it. It's going to be an in-swinger by the looks of it. I believe it is Luke Thomas stood there. I can't see because they haven't got the camera angle on it. One up from Match Bingo for fun. Yeah, we should do this, shouldn't we, actually? This is very true. I did it for the hockey final the other day of things we were going to see. Here comes it in now from Mikasa, in towards the middle, headed in by Leicester. Come on, and it's Okoli, and it is 1-0. Come on, we'll take it, guys. Okoli gets his head on it, and I was talking about Vestergaard, but Okoli makes it 1-0. Come on.
Go! Back of the net.
The cross came in. Ayling misread it. There was a big gap. Cody was stood there unmarked. He's not had an easier goal to score. He just had to head it down from just about 5 yards out. The goalkeeper's never got a chance from there. Middlesbrough did not deal with that ball. Great ball in. And it is 1-0 to Leicester, guys. Come on. And that's the sort of thing we're going to see under Gary Rowett. Let's hope the defensive side of this we managed to do so far will continue. And we're off to the best possible start. Middlesbrough 0, Leicester 1. Whew. I tell you what, brilliant. Come on. Literally what Gary Rowett wants in his football, that. And we took advantage of a set piece. How many set pieces have we been wasteful for this year? And now you've got to wonder what is going to be the response and the onslaught from Middlesbrough, a team that obviously has come off a 24-shot 0-0 draw with Oxford United and also come off of a 3-1 defeat to Coventry the week before. Assist to Mikasa, yeah, it was a nice ball in. It was perfectly weighted. It wasn't too powerful. It was enough to get it into the danger zone. It dropped in the right place, perfectly on the head of a Coley. Not difficult to put that one in when you get it as good as a cross as that. Unbelievable. Well said there, Yvonne. Yeah, he is. He's given them words down that touchline every minute. So he's got a lot of energy to him. I really get Nigel Pearson vibes with him, which is a real good compliment, right? The ball's gone out of play on the far hand side now. Always loved the Coley. I'm pretty sure people around back, Chris, they might see some other things being said there, but I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Like I said, short-term memory, my friend. Come on, I was saying it pre-match. Short-term memory. Match stats: Middlesbrough 3 shots, 1 on target. Leicester 1 shot, 1 on target. Touching opposition box, 13 for Middlesbrough, 8 for Leicester. The possession has now gone back to 58.5 Middlesbrough, 41.5 to Leicester. So we definitely improved there after Rowett was having a word with them. Long ball forward towards Mavrodidi now on this far-hand side. Good little battle going on there tonight between him and Britton. Britton's getting nice and close to him. Good job there from Daka to head it off to Decordova-Reid. He's got a bit of space. Daka's going to overlap on the right. Decordova-Reid goes some distance. He's gone straight into the arms of the goalkeeper. Unfortunately, it was right in the middle of the goal, right in the centre. Didn't have enough power on it, but another shot on goal there for Leicester. And Bobby Decordova-Reid, once again, the one thing he is good at when he's on form is he'll find space. And a lot of times I've been looking at Winks in this game in particular. He's sort of been stood in places where he's not finding space. Bobby has been finding space. We can keep utilising him for that. That's an outlet for us if we're coming under a bit of pressure as well. Good stuff here. Yeah, well said, Jeff. Yeah, that's it. I definitely have a memory of a fish, mate. I can't remember what I did yesterday, to be honest with you. That's probably a good thing with Leicester this year. Probably why I'm so chirpy pre-match sometimes. Here we go. Luke Thomas coming inside now. Plays it back to Nelson. We haven't got any urge here to particularly chase this game too much now, but we are still looking like we're trying to go forward, which is good. Back to Okoli. Here we play amongst the back two. Middlesbrough still with their 4-4-2 with Whittaker and Conway looking forward to pounce. We do not want to give the ball up to either of them in the back two tonight. 2 shots, 2 on target. Come on, lads. 3 more goals. Well said, Prashant. Good to see you, bud. Come on. And some updates for you. Blackburn 1, Bristol City 1, Hull 1. And is that Derby 1, Chris? You haven't put that one in, bud. But interestingly, Blackburn 1, Bristol Rovers, Bristol City 1 was my prediction. So we can end that now so I can get 3 points, please. Akoli is our best hope. Dino, when he's on, mate, I think he's good. I mean, there's a reason why clubs would sniff around him in Italy. It is Hull 1, Derby 1. There you go. Interesting. So there you go. Long ball forward for Middlesbrough now on the far-hand side. It's going to be run in by Conway. Conway's taking it around Akoli, saying, oh, he passed it across the 6-yard box, but there was no one there. Begovic was completely committed. He slid his foot out to try and get a foot on it. It went past him. There was an open goal. Luckily for us, no Middlesbrough player in sight. And that means now that we've got a free kick as well, because Whittaker, when trying to reclaim the ball back on the near-hand side, brought down Luke Thomas. Brilliant stuff. Well said. End the game now. Someone set the sprinklers off. Oh, no, we have to replay it if you do that, won't we? We can't do a Blackburn Rovers. We'll, can't do it. Thanks for that, Chris. Hull 1, Derby 1. Surprised that Middlesbrough not being switched on there. Yeah, I think so far he's played quite well, actually. He's made 4 interceptions so far by my count in 20 minutes. He's read the game pretty well. And I tell you what, if he's not going to win a duel 1 versus 1 with a man, if you could get ahead of the man and get the ball before him, that's not a bad way to play your football, is it? And I think he's done that pretty well tonight so far. Goal. It's going to be a goal kick, is it? No, a free kick taken by Begovic. Kicked over the halfway line, headed on by Mukasa. His height is going to be very important for us as well going forward. Oh, and there was a nice little knock on there from Daka, and unfortunately there was too much on it. It's gone out of play for a throw into Middlesbrough, just outside their own penalty area. And they've given an offside actually, so it'll be a free kick. Wrexham 1, Portsmouth 0. That could be helpful to Leicester, everyone. Portsmouth have been in a bit of a flurry of form recently, getting 3 points away at Millwall last time out. So we could really, really do with them slipping up tonight. But Wrexham look like a powerhouse right now. They look like a team that's got that magic of wanting to get themselves into the playoff picture. Oh, hello. Why have you moved me around there, Chris? I look big smaller. I mean, this is also a podcast, by the way, guys. You like to listen back. You don't have to see my ugly mug on big screen. Thank you very much, bud. Appreciate that. Ball's been playing around by Middlesbrough now on the halfway line, and there's been a little push there on Patson Daka, and the referee, I believe, is going to give that. Middlesbrough's starting to get a little bit petulant here. That's the one, bud. That's the one. Look. Gary Rowett barking out instructions still here as we approach 25 minutes of this one. So we just got past the first half of the first half, if I can get those words out correctly. And he was back with a Cody now. He's trying to play through the middle. There was 4 Middlesbrough players there, and he played it off to Skip. That was a bit of a murder ball for Skip there, really. If he gives it up, it's a very unforgivable situation with 4 Middlesbrough players there. But anyway, we still got the ball. We're playing through quite well. Mavrodini's got some space now at this near-hand side. He does the step over, tries to get the cross, and it deflects over the crossbar, and it's going to be a corner to Leicester. Come on, another set piece. I've still got flashbacks to the first game of the season where I said against Sheffield Wednesday, the only way we're going to beat these guys is to score from corners. Let's get one from a corner. A Cody hat trick tonight, guys. Come on, let's do it. First quarter, well said, Ronald. Much better. That's what me and Jim would say if we were watching like NFL. So, yeah. Currently 21st. Excellent stuff. I guess West Brom are still 0-0 then because Chris has not said an update, so that's helpful as well. Come on, Charlton in that one. Going to be the corner coming in now in a second. It's going to be Winksy to take it, I believe. Plays it in towards a 6-yard box. Oh, and it comes out there, well-headed clear. And it's going to come back down to Winks again. Winks' corners really land under the crossbar. They're very dangerous. He's been a surprise, and unfortunately, Mukasa is going to be offside, and it's going to be a free kick here as he gets pushed around there by the Middlesbrough centre-back. Southampton taking the lead against QPR by 1-0. Goals flying in everywhere tonight. And Middlesbrough are going to try and play out from the back from this offside. Was he offside here? They're going to show the replay. Oh, yeah, he was offside. Yeah, that was a good decision from the linesman, that. Got to call it when it's good, got to call it when it's bad, haven't you? Yeah, well said, Scott. Hopefully Andy King is taking this in. I do feel for Andy King. I know a lot of people have given him a lot of flack, but I can tell you, and I'm pretty sure we all know this, he is somebody that actually gives a crap about the football club. You know, I mean, irrelevant of... I like to have people in the football club who care about it. I really do. I think that is a big part of building a good foundation. It was obviously apparently wasn't ready for any sort of, big part of that though, was he? So good luck to him, and I hope he keeps improving behind the scenes. Here come Middlesbrough now with their back four, trying to pass it all the way up over halfway. Flicked on there. It comes down towards McGree, who's trying to overlap. Cody's read it really well and kicked it out of play. And well said, Chris. Yeah, every time they put the camera on Rowett today, he's been barking instructions like a Rottweiler. He's been completely on it. Unbelievable. Andy Kind. Yeah, well, that could be it. Yeah. Yeah. Ball in now towards the penalty area. Middlesbrough aren't going to get it in, and there's going to be a free kick to Leicester here. Middlesbrough looking a bit frustrated. And what was I talking about in the pre-match about how sometimes it's not who you're playing, it's when you're playing them. We're playing a team who's just been shut out 0-0 by Oxford United. and they look a bit frustrated by the fact there's another team here trying to park the bus against them and just stop them, playing their football. If Man City were in this game and they were 1-0 down, you'd have Rodri at half-time saying, well, they didn't play football, because they get petulant about it, wouldn't they? Leicester playing a long ball forward now towards Daka. Nice hold-off play there to play it up to Decordova-Reid. Ricardo here is pushed over halfway as well. He's going to go back to Okoli. Swansea 0, Preston 1 is a score as well. Snoop Dogg's debut, that is, tonight down at Swansea. They're giving them all towels in the stadium for Snoop Dogg's first game to wave above their heads. Unfortunately, all that's done is really rile up Preston as they take the lead on that one. And now, hand side, we seem to be a lot quicker at getting back and trying to get 3 or 4 players behind the ball when they're trying to press us here, Middlesbrough. We're going to frustrate them. Ricardo's actually done a good job of that as well. But also, you can say Ricardo's not been hung out to dry tonight either. There's been everyone around him. Okoli, Skip, to be fair to him, has been dropping back into left back as well and into centre back and making sure he's available there. So good stuff from the players there. Okoli's going to head the ball now back up here to Luke Thomas, who's pushed forward a bit. Luke Thomas trying to feed the one ball over to Daka, who's done a great job to win that ball there against Malouda. I know he's going to kick it off the right back Britain to go out for a throw into Leicester here on this near hand side as we approach the half an hour mark. So what do you make of it so far, chat? I would say so far, this is what you'd expect out of a Rowett team, and we're executing it, which is really good. Can we get a clean sheet here? It'd be typical Leicester to go like 28 games, whatever it's 30 games near without a clean sheet. And then the one we do it against is in blooming second place in the league. That is such a Leicester City thing to do, isn't it, guys? Throwing back to Nelson here as he's going to take the ball back to Okoli. We're going to retain possession here back towards our goal rather than focus on trying to get the ball in towards theirs. But it does bring Middlesbrough out here as they've got 3 players trying to press Okoli. Okoli's pass is deflected and it's going to go back here to the Middlesbrough centre-back, who was debating whether to go back to the goalkeeper himself, but he's just going to hold fire here. So far, he's so good, yeah. Why are Luca on a chair? Good question there, Mad Jason. Yeah, I saw that. We can make memes out of that, possibly. Remember, he's probably, well, at least he's on the chair. He's not been on the football pitch for a while, has he? But here come Leicester again now. Daka's come back here. Daka's trying to get involved a lot more tonight. I had a few complaints against Stoke about him sort of disappearing. So it's good to see him getting involved, either on the left or right, or coming back into attacking mid as well. Now they're trying to feed through Conway there. Cody's read it well, lays it off to Nelson. He's going to go back to Begovic. Looks like we've got a good read on their front two so far, touchwood. Don't want to curse the commentator. Wasn't our last clean sheet Coventry? It must have been, Nate. Honestly, mate, it must have been, yeah. And we should have won that game, really, if Mavididi had taken that one chance we had, because they didn't really have that many in that game. Are we going to be one of these weird teams that we just seem to defend better against the bigger teams, and against Oxford we just go to pieces? It's weird. Here come Middlesbrough again now, as I say. That Britain on the right gets the cross all the way across the 6-yard box. Unfortunately for Middlesbrough, it's gone all the way out of play. There was a stretching leg coming in there from Whittaker, but he can't get on the end of it, and it's going to be a throw to Leicester right by the far side corner flag. Free pizza on the way. Send some my way, mate. I love pizza. And not in a Hollywood way. In the normal way of I like a good stuffed crust. Ooh, right. Yeah, well said there, Keith. I think Daka has had a bit of a bollocking. I think you're right. And rightly so, because he was the invisible man that last game. And we can't have any passengers now. Whoever's playing in this team, irrelevant to quality, no passengers would be my rule. Yeah, well said, Chris. Good against top teams, poor against the low. It's almost like a motivation against the low teams has been pretty terrible, hasn't it? Especially this year, I think the points we've given up. Here come Middlesbrough now on this far-hand side. Cody's out here trying to shield the cross from coming in. Looks like we put them off, and it's going to come back towards the Middlesbrough centre-backs again. Oh, yeah, stuffed crust. I mean, we can talk about this if the game goes south later, which is our favourite pizza type. Here comes Britain, comes inside the penalty area from the right. We're putting off the crosses, though. They don't seem very eager to get the ball in here. We seem to be blocking them off their angles, and Middlesbrough would prefer to retain possession a little bit. And because of that, their attacking players ended up being passed all the way back to their goalkeeper, guys. Sound a bit familiar? Well said, Andreas. We need another goal to keep the pressure on. Well said, mate. And thanks for being along the Football Manager show the other night, mate. I forgot to give you a shout out at the end, mate. So thank you very much for being along for that one. That was a great show with me and Chris. Middlesbrough now coming forward here over halfway. Option on the left-hand side, perhaps them to play in, but they're going to come inside instead. And there is Winks there getting a foot on it. Well done, Winks. He's done a good job to nick that one away. Update from Ewood Park. We've got Blackburn 1, Bristol City 2. That's the end of my exact score for tonight's prediction league, but we'll take that because it means Blackburn are losing. It's Luke Thomas now down on this near side. He's played it off the Middlesbrough midfielder there, and it's gone out of play for a Leicester throwing halfway in our own half. Fincrust Mighty Meaty for me. Good shout. There we go. I quite like remember when Domino's did to the double decadent space? I had a bit of a thing for that, a bit cream cheesy. Oof. Something about that. Long ball forward. Daka's unfortunately not going to get on the end of that. It's going to go all the way back to Brennan in goal. Cheers, Andreas. And now Middlesbrough once again sort of passing the ball back amongst their back two here, guys. We've got through 30 minutes of this, and you could argue so far the only real clean-cut chance has come from us, and Begovic has made one save from a free kick that, I would say you have to make as a goalkeeper, and he got it done, and that's all you could ask for. Here come Middlesbrough now on this near-hand side. Britton trying to double up with his right-handed player, McGree, but it's gone all the way back again to the centre-backs. Interesting, the total football Middlesbrough are trying to do, but now they've slipped a good ball through there. Begovic has read it really well and come out and picked it up. Well done. There was a nice opportunity there for Middlesbrough because our line was quite high for the first time, and they do not like a deep line. There was finally a bit of space there. They caught us in a transition. The ball was played through the middle there, but they could not get Conway in quick enough. Begovic was quickly out to the edge of the penalty area to grab it and make sure we kill that opportunity for a counter-attacking goal. Is this a watch-along or a food review? Depends how the game goes. We'll see how it goes. The main thing is we're in it together, guys. Middlesbrough now got the throwing here, and they're going to throw it into Hackney. 15 minutes to half-time, plus whatever added time we got here. And so far, you can say it's probably a deserved 1-0 for me. I think they've not really threatened much, Middlesbrough, but there's still a lot more to go in this game. We do know they can change a formation, but good to see us really competing well with this 4-4-2 because they got 4 players on our back 4, and we seem to be handling it very well so far, which is good. Here comes Hackney coming inside. He's got Skip in front of him there. He's also got Mavrodidi back defending as well, which is good to see. Mavrodidi there's got past quite easily, but they're going to lay it back here to Britton on this near-hand side. He comes inside again here, and it's been flicked on outside the penalty area by Middlesbrough. They've run inside the penalty area now, back off to Britton here on the right. We've got a narrow back like 6 here. The ball's going to come across towards a 6-yard box. Skip gets a foot on it. It falls outside the penalty area. And Middlesbrough once again can have another go at this. And Chris is updating us about non-league. Wildstone Range 1, Brackley 0. Not sure that affects us unless we're talking about 4 years in the future, Chris. Maybe in another dimension we're in non-league. Let's hope not, eh? Here comes Hackney now trying to play through into the penalty area. And they do get a strike away from Conway across the goal. It's off target, guys. Ooh, first time you could say Middlesbrough have actually got a shot away inside the penalty area, which hasn't been blocked by a Leicester player. But we got so many numbers back there. There was 3 players back in the back 3. Then Thomas came back to make the 4. The problem is there that Skip did not commit to getting that interception quick enough, which allowed the pass to come through there. It found Conway, who, of course, is a danger man for them with 11 goals this season, is it? No, 7. But luckily for us, he shot across the goal, across Begovic, but Begovic had the angle covered, and it went past that far post. So we'll take that. Corner now, though. Oh, he got a hand to it, apparently. Corner comes in. It's bouncing around. 2 headers on it from a Leicester player, and it's just going to fall inside the penalty and out to Mukasa, who's going to come away. There's 2 players down here. The first, I didn't realise he got a hand to it. A good save from Begovic, guys. I didn't see that. It looked like it hadn't touched his hand. It went out for a corner, and now there's been a collision with a Cody by the looks of it, and it looks like it is Hackney who's got involved in that as well. And they've got stretchers coming on it because both players are face down on the floor inside the 6-yard box. Great save. Well said, Dino. Yeah, it looked like to me, actually, it went wide, but I thought he had the angle covered, but he must have got a fingertip to it. That's why they gave the corner. Fine margins. Oh, no, Hackney took the corner here. It was a little bit of a headbutt. Oh, dearie me. Yeah, a Coley there went up there with, what's his name? I've got it written down. Brown, number 16. He headed the ball away, but the follow-through, they went headbutt to headbutt. And unfortunately, both players look a bit dazed. That could be bad news for us when Cody goes down here and he can't continue. Because who else we got on the bench? We're going to probably bring on the youngster Gray, right? Or maybe a Luco goes in at centre-back. Second can of cider. Still on my first one, mate. Probably doing a lot more speaking than you, though, mate. Garrett's got all the boys around him now having a look. Cody is still lying on his back here as they talk to him. Looks like he's bleeding, actually, guys. From a gash in his head. This is not good. Going to see it again here now, the Leicester goal. I always do. Yeah, I try my best, mate. I don't shut up. That's my problem. Yeah, it was a great ball. You could say Middlesbrough there did a really bad job at reading where that ball was going. Great ball from Mukasa. The ball actually makes that goal. Don't matter who you are, you can get on the end of that as long as the ball's right. Great ball from Mukasa there. Well done, Gray. Unfortunately, guys, Okoli is still down here, and like the Middlesbrough players up and about, Okoli is still on his back here, shaking his legs, which means he's conscious, which is good to see. I thought I did see some blood, unfortunately, which is not good. there doesn't seem to be any players down there warming up for Leicester right now. Yeah, no worries, Chris. Go and enjoy yourself, mate. It's watching Leicester, like we say, mate. It makes you want to use it, doesn't it? Oh, no, you actually mean getting another cider. I don't know if you meant getting to a Foster's. Well done to you, Ronald. I found nowadays if I'm going to do that, I'm Heineken trying to do that. Before you know it, I'm in all sorts of trouble. Okay, well, bless you. Yeah, too early in the morning. Yeah, that's it, mate, isn't it? Cody still was on Bathurst Street in Toronto, and you could watch any Premier League game there, but they couldn't serve alcohol till 11 o'clock, so 3 o'clock kickoff would be 10 a.m. first hour and a coffee, and then at half time the taps would open, and before you know it, we'd all be couple days when I was young. Well, 4 minutes of it now, Cody down, and like Savon has said, I hope he's okay. Who scored? It was a header from Coley, who's unfortunately down at the moment there Sunday. It was a great ball in from a free kick at the top. It was such a good ball in that any head on it was going to do it, and Coney that puts us. Yeah, Cody got the goal from a header. He loves doing that, doesn't he, Ronald? A lot of information going on. Yeah, so him up if they felt they were confident in doing so. Let's hope it's not a head injury. Well, injury. Yeah, I did live in Toronto. Yeah, I did. I lived around Dundas West Station, for people who know Toronto. Yeah. Around it was Perth Avenue I lived on. So basically the junction in Toronto. Yeah, just off downtown. Really cool. I love Toronto. It's a great city. Really is, honestly. I hope to go back there this summer, Nate. Yeah, it could be serious here, guys. Cody's got a bandage on his head and he's up on his feet. It doesn't look like we're going to make a substitution here, but Cody's got a whacking great bandage on. I thought I saw some blood when they were, cleaning him up a little bit with the tissue. We're going to get this back underway without him here, though, anyway. And the game is probably been held up for about 4 minutes. And there's going to be a free kick to Middlesbrough straight away for something that Mavididi did, which I didn't quite see. I think it might have to be a Luco. I mean, I do wonder if we go for Gray, who's obviously come up from the under-21s. I think that's going to be difficult. Brownie was off for Middlesbrough as well during this period. He's about to be sent back on his head injury. Sorry, isn't that severe, luckily. Oh, no, Cody's back on as well, guys. That's good news. I think we're about this at half-time. He looks all right. He's got a big bandage on his head, but Cody is back on. And now here come Middlesbrough down this right-hand near side with Whittaker, who's driving in here. And he's going to lay it off to Britton. There's an overlap into the 6-yard box. Oh, and it looked like it was going to go off a Middlesbrough leg. It's gone behind, and it's going to be a corner here by the looks of it to Middlesbrough. Oh, no, he's given a goal kick. That looked like to me a great opportunity for Middlesbrough to level this game. It was Britton who got the little bit of space. Luke Thomas kind of shirked the tackle there. And there was players behind it, but it was coming towards this near-hand post in the 6-yard box. And it was a Coley who's just come back on, who got his foot on it, and it's deflected around and gone out of play here for a goal kick to Leicester. We'll take it. Unbelievable. Yeah, Skip now playing on the back line. Well said, Jim. He was. Yeah, now Coley's back here. I think actually if Cody can't make it, maybe we have to consider putting Skip back in there for the second half. I don't think that's a bad shout. He's shown he could be a pretty reasonable utility man. Would we prefer to go for Skip, or do we gamble with Naluko? Difficult one when you're playing against a team like Middlesbrough. We've got quite a lot of threat here. But anyway, here they come again over the halfway line. They're going to lay it back to their centre-backs here. Yeah, he's back on. He looks okay, actually. He looks like he's brushed the cobwebs out a little bit, and he looks like he's raring to go. So well done to him. Well done to him. Middlesbrough got the ball on halfway here. We got everyone back in, nice and disciplined. They try and play a ball through, and Cody's read that well again. So has Skip. And now here comes Mikasa over halfway. Have we got an outlet? Mavididi could probably make a bit more of a drive here. He's got a player ahead of him. That's a weird ball from Mavididi. He played it off a Middlesbrough player, and it didn't go anywhere near any Leicester player. There wasn't even a Leicester player to pass to there, Mav. So I don't know what you were thinking. Now he's trying to battle for the ball back with Britton, the fullback. And Middlesbrough are going to go across that back four again. And it looks to me like they've actually shifted guys into a 5-2-3 or something here. They had 5 players back there. Latest score update anyway, as Middlesbrough pass it around the back. Watford 0, Ipswich Town 1, Wrexham 2, Portsmouth 0, and Hull 2, Derby 1. Luckily for us, no other games that are affecting us have got any goals in. So, and currently with the way the West Brom game is going, guys, we're currently out of the relegation zone. Free kick given away by Harry Winks. That looked a bit harsh. It looked a 50-50 ball just inside our half here, past the centre circle. Interesting thought. Could you put Cody as captain next season, lead by example? I don't think he's got the characteristics to be a captain. I think, to be a captain, you've got to have that natural bit of leadership. I think he takes accountability. I think we should need to do what Sunderland did and go sign a Granit Xhaka from somewhere. Someone who's just going to bring that to the team. Maybe Jordan James if he sticks around, because he seems quite vocal on the training pitch. Middlesbrough now with the free kick. They're trying to play it in, and we shielded them all the way back to halfway again. Middlesbrough seem to really focus on retaining possession here. more so on actually trying to generate chances, which is going to play in our favour here, which is really good. And well said, Jeff. Need to concentrate for these last few minutes. Agreed. Here come Middlesbrough over halfway. There's going to be some space for Whittaker down the right, but they're going to cross it into the middle instead from outside the penalty area. It doesn't get there. Now we've got an outlet here. Here comes Mukasa. It's going to be 3-on-3 for Leicester over the halfway line. Maradidi's got some space here on the left. Mukasa's going alone. Sliding tackle. It's going to have to be a booking here. So he took Mukasa out. It's a yellow card. Yellow card. Mukasa was running through there. Ayling could not keep up with him. Obviously, ex-Leeds United defender. Pace isn't his strong point now, and it was clumsy, two-footed from the side, took the legs, not the football. And that is going to be a free kick to Leicester here, just in the centre, outside of the penalty area. Imagine we can get our second here before half-time. Come on, Leicester. Well said, Chris. Confidence is coursing through City at the moment. Yeah, Declan-Reed's found some space so far. And fair play to Mukasa as well. Just the way he brings the ball forward is just really, really impacted our game. We've missed that since James has been injured, right, guys? Bryn's getting his wall lined up here for Leicester, for Middlesbrough. Hull 2, Derby 2 is an update as well. That game's got goals flying in everywhere, hasn't it? My word. And well said, Andreas. Good time to score again. Declan-Reid and Mukasa have stood over this. I quite fancy Mukasa left-footed into this near-hand post. I think that would catch the keeper out because he stood across just slightly off-centre towards the top end of his goal here, guys. Declan-Reid looks like he's eyeing it up low, and maybe he'll go across the goal with his right foot. Yeah, he did. Ayling scored the equaliser last time. Here comes Declan-Reid. He is going to take it, drills it off the wall. Paul, rebound strike from Winks, and unfortunately, the rebound strike, it looked good and glitzy, but it just dropped into the keeper's hands when he was down on his knees there, and it's going to be cleared away now by Middlesbrough. We've got 1 minute to go before we see the added time, of which there will be some minutes here, probably 4 because of the Okoli and Brown incident. Luckily, both of them haven't got a head injury by the looks of it, although we might see a change at half-time, you'd argue. But fair play to Okoli. He looks like he's come back on completely fine. Back to Begovic now, as we've got 3 Middlesbrough players trying to really break the press there, but he's kicked it out of play on the halfway line for Middlesbrough throwing. Yeah, dirty Leeds, exactly. Leeds really rated Ayling, but you can tell his legs have gone a bit like Ricardo. It's weird to me why they picked him tonight, because Fry played so well in the last game that he was in the Championship Team of the Week, so why would you drop him? Unless it is that thing of if they're managing his fitness, perhaps. Here come Middlesbrough again over the halfway line. We're about to find out how much added time there is here. And it's going to be one here by Luke Thomas, who was pushed up into central mid. We've got a 3-on-2 again here. Maradidi. Daka's been pushed over off the ball. Daka comes back here and tries to play it into the middle. Unfortunately, it's banged around and it's been given away. That's interesting. I think Daka was fouled there. He looked like he was pushed over. And it is going to be the 4 minutes of added time to get towards the end of this half. Here come Middlesbrough again with Hackney driving forward towards the edge of the penalty area. Near side for Britton, comes inside. They're in the penalty area now. Come on, Leicester, deal with it. Oh, and Hackney goes for a strike there. There was nothing on, and the strike's gone into the side netting. It wasn't even a strike to worry about. And he's now moaning at his teammate. They're having a little argument together. He's saying to Conway, why were you positioned there? Unbelievable. And he was waving 2 fingers up, which I guess means he wants 2 goals tonight, but he was doing that to his teammate. Goodness me, Middlesbrough look like I wondered if they'd be like this tonight. Like they've come off a difficult game where they couldn't break down Oxford, and if they're going to get in their own heads, and especially after losing to Coventry in that top of the table clash. We've got through 1 minute of the first 4 have added here, guys, and it is still 1-0. Excellent stuff. Cheers. Stick around for halftime as well, guys. We'll have Wayne and Chris in for the halftime one today. We're going to keep this show flowing. Goal kick comes out now. Headed back in by Middlesbrough. Headed clear by Nelson to Winks. 1-2 there with Declan-Reid. Back to Nelson. Back to Okoli. Nelson's saying to go back to the keeper, but actually Okoli's gone for a pass through the middle there, which was a bit daft, actually. He could have laid it off to Ricardo, who was completely free. And now here come Middlesbrough. Slip through. Ricardo's out of position here. Going to be crossed into the 6-yard box, and it is 1-1, guys. That was a mistake from Okoli, unfortunately. He played the ball out into a position in the centre of the pitch where no one was there. And unfortunately, it's going to be McGree. The guy's been informed for them recently. They found the space that Ricardo had left open because he wasn't passed to. And it is in the back of the net. It is 1-1. Just going to see it again here. That pass from McCody was criminal. I mean, he was trying to do too much. Gary wouldn't tell him to do that, and unfortunately, we've been punished for it. It was a nice little layoff there, but I think it was from Conway, and it came to McGree, who was running in on the 6-yard box and across Begovic. There's nothing anyone goalkeeper can do there. The damage was already done as soon as we gave the ball up in that dangerous position. Oh, and the haunting ghost that is Leicester City conceding late in the half of football is back again. But like you say, Scott, disappointed. But I tell you what, I wouldn't get in our own heads about this now. That's the first mistake we've made. Yeah, we're in a position we can't afford to make too many of them. But we've got to really... Oh, and Daka's picked the ball up here inside the penalty area, and it's going to go behind for a corner to Leicester now. No, I think he's given a goal kick. How's that a goal kick? They came back to it, and we'd obviously kicked off, and Daka got played into their penalty area, and they've given the goal kick there. As we've got 1 minute to go, if you added time. That was really the first mistake of the game we've made, unfortunately, and we have been bitten for it, and it does level the game up. But like you say, I think everything else so far, I think the way Middlesbrough played has actually suited us. Oh, and would you believe it? The swerve of the century on half-time. It's West Brom 1, Charlton 0 as well. That throws another spanner in the works, and that means for the first time in this half, since we took the lead, we're now back in the bottom three as we approach half-time. Going to be a foul here as well. Middlesbrough were trying to play down this far-hand side, and Ricardo got a bit petulant there and kicked out McGree's legs from underneath him. They're saying it should be a yellow card. I don't think the referee gave it, but they will flash it up if that was the case. Middlesbrough saying if you've given you've given Ayling one, then Ricardo should have one for that. And they've probably got a point because he kicked his feet out from behind him. Ricardo does that. He sort of tries to leave one on you now and again. If you're going to do it slightly more clever, Ricky. And well said, Gray. The pressure is on because now there's going to be a free kick to Middlesbrough to end this half, and it's going to come in from the top side of the pitch about halfway into the half. But every one of the Middlesbrough centre-backs are forward here to try and get on the head on the end of this. It's probably going to be the last action of the half. A cross comes in now towards the 6-yard box. There is a player waiting at the back of Cody's missed that one, unfortunately. And it's going to come into the penalty area now from Middlesbrough. They lay it off again, trying to turn and get a strike with McGree again. He's been dangerous. Good block there from, I believe that was Skip. And it's going to go all the way out play for a throwing here on this near-hand side as the half-time whistle goes. And luckily, it's only the one we concede. Imagine we conceded two. Chris, it is half-time. It is.
Oh, well, Chris. You're on mute, mate. I can't hear you, Chris.
I'm saying I'm doing what we call doing a Wayne. Yeah. I mean, look, I said this right at the start, and I'm going to say it again. Because it is, isn't it?
I got back late from work, Chris, so I missed your rant. Jim said that you had a bit of a rant.
I did.
I've been listening to I thought I'm going to listen to the Middlesbrough commentators and see what they think. And they said, Leicester, they can't keep a clean sheet. They're there for the taking. After 10 minutes, though, they said Leicester got back on top of the game. We've got no ideas. You can see Leicester dangerous going forward. And that was a Middlesbrough commentary team. So, look, a mistake at the back. But I think we played really well, Chris. And don't forget, like Middlesbrough, before the players tonight, have had 4 clean sheets at the Riverside Stadium.
It's all right. We've not had anything. We've had 4 all season, have we? Just right. I mean, just to piss everybody off, and it's pissing me off. Currently, we are sat in 22nd position with 34 points. West Bromwich Albion are in 21st position with 37. So we're now a game difference. I mean, how can you, again, I'm just going to go back to the same point. How can you pick the same players, the same squad, the same formation, and expect us to do something different?
I get what you're saying, Chris, but I think So if we'd have took a chances yesterday, when you listen to Matt Piper, I listened to his post-match, and he said if we'd have took a chances, we would have won that. He said, and also in the last game, he said when they equalised, we would have folded over. He says, but we showed resilience. Then we went to go try and get the winner. So I viewed that game differently, Chris. I viewed that game as an improvement on our dour performances.
If we were looking that now it's the 1st of January, I would say yes. But with 13 games to go, is it now 12 games to go? I'll be messing about. I mean, as shit as it is, I put it up there. Don't worry, everybody. Nothing to worry about. AU's on the bench.
The thing is, though, Chris, I know you mentioned about the lineup, but the team played well in the last game. We had a couple of.
Well, for 45 minutes we did, apparently.
Yeah, but you don't. I know fans want a 90-minute performance. You don't. Man City don't ever give you 90-minute performance. And the bottom line is, Chris, we were in that game, Chris. We were in that game, and there were 2 back post chances.
Which game are we talking about now?
The last game.
Oh, not this one.
No, the last game. And this one, honestly, I've listened to the Middlesbrough stream on purpose, and they, apart from that last goal, they're really unhappy with their team. Really unhappy. How can this be the same team that haven't let a goal in the last 4 games at home? Leicester really poor defensively. We're not troubling them at all. They look dead comfortable. They're not pressing us all the time. They're pressing us selectively. Honestly, the Middlesbrough stream were giving Leicester quite a lot of praise, Chris, more than you are.
Well, no. Well, when I see something to praise, I will praise it. What I have seen is we go 1-0 up, and we've conceded again in the 47th minute. We said at the start we've conceded more at the start of a game, more at the end of the game than any other team in this division. Also, it's the end of the half as well. At the point, about 20 minutes, we were on top. They've ended the half with 62.3% possession. XG better than ours. 7 shots to our 3. They've had 3 on target, the same as us. Touches in the box. Middlesbrough 25, Leicester 10. Tell me what there is good to get excited about.
Well, 3 attempts on target. It's like possession. I do watch a lot of Premier football, Chris. Possession is nothing, honestly. Sometimes Arsenal, when Chelsea played Arsenal earlier in the season, Chelsea had 60% possession. Arsenal only had 30%.
Not being awful. That's Chelsea. I'm not particularly bothered about Chelsea, but
what I'm saying is possession is not the be all and end all.
Okay, can you score a goal if you've not got the ball?
Well, obviously not. That's black and white.
Exactly. So, yeah, possession isn't everything, but it's a bloody big chunk of it because you're only going to score when you've got possession, surely.
No, I see what you're saying, Chris, but that's why fans didn't like Enzo Ball, because we had a lot of possession, but we couldn't break teams down. Possession in and around the box is the most important. We're drawing 1-1 against Middlesbrough, second in the league, Chris.
If it made and hadn't booked the same, I mean, you saw my team sheet. Did you at the beginning?
No, I didn't.
Let me show you my team sheet then. This is this is. Let me bring this up for you, young man. So many different things here. Where's it gone? Bear with. Your call is important to us. It's there. Why couldn't I see it?
You called me young man, Chris. You take as much time as you like.
There's our team sheet today.
I know, Chris. I know. Bless you, Chris. But we're in the game. We are getting chances. Middlesbrough not rolling us over. I do see a difference in character in the team that's playing as well.
I mean, look, Jeff, I'll take that, Jeff. Look, my job here is not to, to sit up and praise Leicester because the other guys do it. My job here is to be the old devil's advocate. But maybe you could call me the Grim Reaper, or, Jeff, I'm the only one that isn't wearing blue tinted glasses.
That's true. That's true, Chris. No, one thing I will say is that I think if Mavididi was more careful with the ball, because he does seem a bit lazy on the ball, as in he's lacking ideas. Whereas Mikasa, when he's got the ball, he looks after the ball. He can be in the middle of 2 or 3 players. He comes out with the ball, passes. He always finds a pass. Whereas Mavididi is wasting the ball sometimes in some really good forward positions. So I think he's
trying to do too much. He's trying to think that he's Ellie. Like I said, how many times is it 1-on-1? And by the time he's fucked about with the ball and passed it from his left to right foot half a dozen times, there's another defender come back.
Yeah. I haven't been a fan of Mavididi's really, even in the Championship. I think players got flattered in that team because we had the most expensive squad. And he doesn't go past people. And also, in certain positions, football's whether you play on a Sunday or Saturday park, football's quite a simple thing. If you've got the ball, you need to run in space to get the pass. And you've got to try and pass to your teammates. It's simple. To run at people, to try and dribble through 2 persons' solid legs. I'm sorry, that's not unless you're a magician, it's not going to work, is it?
It's not. And the thing is, he's got the ability.
Has he though, Chris? Has he really?
Well, all right then. Yeah, that's a fair point. Wayne. Let me put it another way then. Compared to the rest of the team, he's got the ability.
I think D Cordova's more tidy with the ball. He loses the ball less.
I know you've been drinking. Hellfire. I mean, D Cordova-Reid on the wing. I mean, all right, maybe he's had 1 or 2 half-decent touches. But at the end of the day, he's not a fucking winger.
No, he's not a winger, but he is tidy with the ball, Chris. He does it when he's got the ball. Mavididi, I think, is really wasteful with the ball. And I think he has been all season,
yeah,
really.
That is a good point, and I wouldn't argue with that.
It's frustrating because he has got the ability, but unless people play and demonstrate and produce that, and I think Mavididi hasn't produced that, really. He's got nowhere near the goals that Fatu has, is he? Winners ought to be chipping in with 5 to 10 goals every season, really. Don't you think?
Yes, I agree totally, but comparing it to some of the other players we've got in there, I mean, don't get me wrong, if a decent offer comes in for him, I'd sell him. I really would. And I would do that with Fatawu as well, because they are luxury players, and at the moment we can't afford to have luxury players, can we?
No, and he's 28 as well, Chris. So this should be his prime in confidence. Normally 28-year-old men, they've kind of been around, they've had the hard knocks, they've got the chance and they take it, and they have a really good attitude, and they have a bit of tenacity. I mean, Abdul has tenacity, but his head goes. Whereas I don't think Mavridi's got that winning that urge to win, basically.
Yeah. I'm just writing some figures down here. XG from open play, Middlesbrough 0.42, Leicester 0.01.
Yes. But we've had 3 shots on target, the same as Borough.
Yeah, but if we don't get free kicks, we're not going to... It's a look, And I know very, very well that you can look at stats. And look, I worked in sales all my life. And I know that I can take some stats that are bloody awful and make them sound really good just by putting a spin on it.
And I would buy that product off you in a heartbeat.
You creep, sir. You creep. Look, he's back from outer space. Wayne, I will see you at full time, mate. The players are coming back out on the pitch. It's back over to Tom. Thanks very much. I'm going to stick with me 3-1 to Middlesbrough.
It could very well happen, Chris. It's going to be a second half of can we literally get over that silly mistake we made at the end there. It could put into the argument of is Ricardo fit enough to be playing 2 games in a week? So he looked like he got caught on his heels again. There was one part of the problem in that goal in. Yeah, disappointing to do that because we're running out of games where we can get away with this. It does make me think the damage is going to already have been done if we do end up facing the worst case scenario tonight.
Indeed. All right, mate. I'll let you go. Or Leicester aren't out yet.
No, they're not. Sorry if I ran off too early there. I didn't know. I literally needed to use the facilities, so I thought you were going to put Wayne straight in, and I was going to be disappearing anyway.
No. I was just pressing all the wrong buttons.
No worries. Always. No worries.
As Eric Morecambe once said, I was pressing all the right buttons, but not necessarily in the right order.
Hey, if we're getting linked to being like Morecambe and Wise, that's a good thing. We need more shows like that on TV nowadays.
Oh, God, don't we just? I loved Morecambe and Wise. Right, sir, I will let you get on with it. Things are looking shit at the moment. And talking of shit, here come the Leicester players. I'll see you at full time, mate.
Cheers, Chris. Thank you very much. Cheers to Chris and Wayne.
Oh.
It's all right. We'll get there, mate. He likes to keep the prettier one of the two of us on the screen as long as possible. I can understand that. And Gary's obviously kept the team in a bit longer there in the dressing room because Middlesbrough are out here ready to go. We're only just coming out now ourselves. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting second half of this. I mean, it's one of those situations where you look at it and go, look, okay, the mistake has happened. What sort of reaction can we get from this group? Like Chris said, the XG has been very much in Middlesbrough's favour in this one. They're just talking to a Cody here to make sure he's okay. Obviously just taking a bang on the head before he made that silly pass. I'm not going to say it was down to that. It was still a pretty silly pass, really, because there was no one there from a Leicester shirt at all, and that's what allowed the opportunity. But hey, look, 45 minutes here, which could be very crucial to our season going forward, guys. And but I'm still happy with what I saw in the first half. I think for a Rowett team, that's what you're going to expect. Although it did just dawn on me, Rowett could be involved with 2 teams relegations this year, the way it's going. The referee's looking at his watch here, guys, and we're going to get the second one underway now. So here we go, a big 45 minutes to us with West Brom taking the lead. The pressure is on for us to try and get 3 points here. But once again, a late goal. And well done, chat. Thanks for the 52 likes. Hopefully we can get that over a few more here. That'll be lovely. As here come Middlesbrough again now, trying to play forward. Middlesbrough are now going from right to left. We're now going from left to right in this one. Do you think Mongo or Richards may come off Mavididi? Maybe. I wouldn't take off Steffi yet. I'd look at right back in particular because I don't know if Ricky's got the legs here. And if they're going to keep targeting him down there, we need some fresh legs, I think, to not get caught out. Ball across from Middlesbrough now, down on this near-hand side. Once again, we're quite narrow here with a 4-2-3-1. And once again, Middlesbrough are 4-4-2. They're going to try and come inside here. But once again, they're not rushing this. They're happy to keep possession on this one. And well said, Jeff. We're still in this game. Well said. That's the important thing. It's not been by any means a bad performance. I think the performance has been pretty good so far. Southampton go 2-0 up to start the second half home against QPR. And the ball's gone out of play for a Leicester throwing on the near-hand side. So maybe we'll get our first option at attacking here. We definitely need to get better at our attacking transitions, though, as well. I think still we're a little bit... We showed a bit more better pace in that one at trying to get through, but it was the lack of quality on the passing, wasn't it? End of first half, they kicked off at 8 p.m. Thank you very much, Chris. Long ball forward now from Leicester, trying to loop it in behind. Daka there's going to actually get there first. He's going to head it over the goalkeeper, and he's put it past the post, guys. Oh, what a chance to take the lead at the start of the second half. There was a mix-up in the Middlesbrough defence. A couple of head tennis balls that bounced over the last Middlesbrough defender there. I think it was Ailing again who we've caught out because he's headed it straight up in the air. Daka's then gone, I'll head that one. Oh, and he's headed it just past that near post. Unfortunately, it went the other way. The goalkeeper was diving backwards. He wouldn't have got there, and it's gone gone past the post, if that had gone in the back of the net, we'd have been 2-1 up at the start of this one. And now it's back towards the Leicester goal, and Begovic is going to put his foot through that to kick it out of play here probably. No, it's going to stick in around about the halfway line. It's going to go out of play for a Leicester throwing halfway in our half. Dramatic start to this half there. We hope that will not be an opportunity missed, that we come back to rue later on. But Daka did the right thing there, instinctive, just to try and header it over the goalkeeper who was scrambling back. It was the right decision. Unfortunately, it fell the wrong side of the post by a few millimetres there. And now we're scrapping for the ball high up the pitch. And there's a 50-50 duel gone on with two players hitting the deck. It looked like it was Maradidi. Middlesbrough are going to come away with it. And now they're going to come down this near-hand side here with Conway, who's going to cut in on Ricardo, come into the centre, turn and get a strike away, and it's blocked well by Winks. We had bodies back there quickly, at least. The organisation was good enough to get a body back, and after 3 minutes of this second half, drama already, both teams going, we can get an early goal here. Middlesbrough now throw the ball in on this far hand side, and it's going to bounce around and go out of play for another Middlesbrough throw. I think that's a good shout, Gray. I think we need to make sure we don't falter now, because teams know with us this year, if you lean on Leicester, especially when they've had a difficult moment or a difficult spell, that is when to get them. They play a ball through now. It looks like it's going to go all the way behind, luckily for us, and it's going to be a goal kick. So that's going to take the pressure off for a second here. I agree with Gray. I mean, look, we've made one mistake. I think one mistake, and we've been punished for it. I mean, that, you're talking like that's the thing that happens in the Premier League normally, right? A lot of teams might not take that opportunity, or might not have the intelligence in the forward to lay it off backwards to create the opportunity for an easy goal, right? But it is frustrating. Long ball forward towards Daka again now. He's done really well at getting in between two players there. He's going to keep it in just about on his far-hand side. And now he's going to turn his man, Malouda, and try and play it through to Bobby Decordova-Reid, who must be offside, and they have given it. And unfortunately for us, Bobby Decordova-Reid was offside. I don't think he wanted the ball to come to him at that point, but unfortunately it took a deflection and went through to him here. Whiskey, well done, Gray, honestly. Hey, it's worked for many, many generations of keeping people healthy, hasn't it? Medicinal, that is. Yeah, and he is offside, guys, which is a shame there. But interesting, we look like that Gary's had a word with him here, and we're 5 minutes into this, and you could say that we've had a go at this. Daka is currently sat down here at the moment, as it is Wrexham 2, Portsmouth 1, from the race course as it used to be known. What's it now called? Stock. It's like got the Welsh name, hasn't it? I don't even want to butcher that for them. But Daka is down here, guys. Looks like he's taken a bit of a knock. He's okay. He's sat up. Looks like they're just getting a tissue out for him here. I'm not sure he's just crying because he's missed that opportunity. Could just need a moment. I'd be crying after missing that. That was a glorious one. Referee's now talking to the players here. Thank you very much for all the likes, guys. Obviously, we can keep getting those likes up. We really appreciate it. It really helps the channel grow. And thank you all for being here with us tonight. There's been so many of you in the whole way through. And we hope you like the new format where we're trying to keep the show running the whole way through. We do it for you and we're in it together. And hopefully some of the positivity that me and Wayne have managed to find. That's how you say it. Well, but I'm not even going to try and butcher that. I must be honest, Chris. Looks like Andy King and Callum Davison are here looking like they might get some players warmed up. We might need to make a change around in a minute here. And well said, keep focused. Well said, Yvonne. Come on, Leicester. Nothing hurting. That's the way I look at it. Although it could be a really bad night for us. We're going to lose this game and West Brom go on to win. In some ways, I'd like this to remain 1-1 and I'll take the Charlton goal. And well said, Chris. Put it up there just in case. The ball's back in play now and Daka's back up at least. And he's going to get the ball here just over the halfway line. Lays it off to Winks, who's now going to come down to Ricardo on the right-hand side. He was overlapping Decordova-Reid there. I get a bit nervous when I see that. Decordova-Reid's gone to right back and Ricardo looks like he's in right midfield right now. Different, but then I guess Decordova-Reid might be able to do a little bit better at getting back. No, they swap back around now. Do you remember the days when Ricky used to play as a right winger? He did start at Porto as a right winger, didn't he? Anyway, Bekovic now is going to play it out to the Leicester defence. Middlesbrough trying to swarm us there as we try and play a long ball forward. Interesting, we look to be trying to counter their press a bit more direct and a bit more quicker. Every outlet ball looks to be trying to find Patson Daka as it's been played around the Middlesbrough defence now. And they'll go for a long punt up the pitch here. And it's been cleared away by Luke Thomas. So I think actually tonight has actually looked a lot better. I think the thing he's done well tonight is when he's not been close to a man, he's just read the game a lot better and got his foot on it ahead of the opposition, which is what you need. Tom, has this been an improvement since Saturday's game? I would say so. I would say the first 45 minutes against Stoke, or at least the first half an hour, we didn't have the energy levels you'd expect of a Gary Rowett team. I think we're seeing that now, and I think we're seeing this is more of what a Gary Rowett team is. And ultimately, the closer they get to that, is going to be better for us, really. So, yeah. I think it's a lot better performance. I would also argue Middlesbrough surprised me how much they've held on to the balls. They've got an opportunity here down the far-hand side. They're going to try and play it into the penalty area. It comes back and it's going to try and be crossed in. It looks like there was an offside there, but they're not going to give it because Whittaker didn't touch the ball and it's going to go out for a goal kick to Leicester. Yeah, I've been a bit surprised by Middlesbrough. I was expecting probably a bit more gung-ho from them, but they've won a lot of games like 1-0, 2-1, especially earlier in the season, haven't they? They've only scored 4 more goals than us actually coming into this. So they are a team that will stay off you and pass the ball around the back as well and try and control possession like us. Yeah, it's a good shout, Scott, that, mate. Header now from Middlesbrough on the halfway lines. They're trying to keep the ball in our half here. We've got players all around them. We've got Mikasa there, Winks is there, Mavrididi's up there as well as it's on the far side. And there's been a bit of a collision there. It looks like it's between Mikasa and I think it's Brown again. And Mikasa's going to go in the books here, guys. He looked off the ball there to me, actually. They're having a little word with each other here as Mikasa gets the first yellow of the day for Leicester. And what happened here? Oh, okay, no, it was late. So the Middlesbrough player that I can't quite see who it was. It might have actually been Morris, actually. And Mikasa from behind clipped his heel when he was laying the ball off to a teammate and he hit the deck as if he'd been shot, which is normally the way you get someone a yellow card. Here come Middlesbrough down the near-hand side now. It's going to be with number 8, who is McGree, who's their goal scorer. They're going to go all the way back to the defence again and play it all the way up to the far side again now. So they like to get the ball across the back 4 and then get to the opposite side of the pitch. They're cut inside here on this left-hand side. Ball coming across now, deflects behind Luke Thomas, and it's going to go out for a corner. Oh, is that a goal kick? No, he's given it as a goal kick. It came back off Luke Thomas and then hit Brown as well there, which is really helpful, guys. I think we have looked a bit unfit at times. I think that's not a bad comment, actually. It really frustrates me how we changed our sports science department from a winning formula from like 10 years ago. I don't know why you wouldn't just keep the same template, really. That seems remarkable to allow that to slip away, doesn't it? Long ball forward from Leicester into the Middlesbrough half, and it's going to go out of play for a Middlesbrough throwing on its near side halfway in their half. So we're back to a portion here. Middlesbrough playing amongst the back. When is Jordan James back? Good question. Rowett's been saying this week that he thinks he's going to be back any time, really. So, I mean, we heard 2 weeks a week ago. So, I mean, the thing we got to worry about, Nate, we don't want to rush him back, do we? Because we can't lose him for the rest of the season next time. He probably should come off earlier. The game he got injured. Here comes Conway now cutting inside this near-hand side. Hackney's there as well. We've also got Britton ready to overlap on the near side as well. Conway's going to lay it off here as they play it back to their midfield players. Middlesbrough got 5 players up here against our 4. We've got a lot of players coming back now as well. Hackney's trying to pass it through the D there outside the penalty area. Now they're going to go to the opposite side trying to work an opportunity. They're going to play it back to the centre-backs again. They look for an opportunity, don't they, Middlesbrough? And once again, they're passing it back across the back too to allow us to come out a little bit here. Very much a chess match this at times. And they're still passing it around the back, guys. Interesting. Yeah, it could be early April. Yeah, I mean the thing is, like they're talking about it in the well, Rowett was saying that he thought it'd be back a bit sooner than that, but I mean we don't know because obviously I guess it's very dependent on how the medical team look at it. The sooner we're getting back, the better. So I'm saying here come Leicester now through the middle. Mikassa's trying to get on the end of one here, and he's laid it off really nicely as a Decordova-Reid. Is there an opportunity for a strike? Oh, he plays it into the penalty area when the strike was on, and unfortunately it trickled behind the back leg there of I believe Mikasa. Now we're coming down this near side again with Bobby, and he's going to play it into the middle for Mikasa again. Here comes Ricardo overlapping. Get the cross in, Ricky. He does towards the 6-yard box. Deflects off a Middlesbrough player. Leicester players all outside the penalty area there. 1-2 with Skip player in Mikasa. Skip's hit the deck as he's gone in for a 50-50 of a Middlesbrough player. Referee says nothing doing, and it's going to come back towards halfway with Luke Thomas on this far side now. Interesting how we look a little bit more vibrant, a little bit more bubbly in the final third. When Middlesbrough get into our third, they look like a team that's trying to break us down. We look like a team that's trying to just get balls in and try and cause problems, right? And where are we now? They look like they were just all stopped playing there for a second. But anyway, there's been a late tackle there from a Middlesbrough player, and the Leicester players got back up. It's hard to see from the far end. It's Mikasa, and Mikasa has won a free kick for that, guys. Yeah, good opportunity there. We probably should have done a little bit better. We lack that cutting edge. Oh, see, Decordova-Reid there tried to play it to Mikasa. He got too much on the ball in the pass, and Mikasa kind of thought he's hit it that hard. It must be going to someone behind me who's free. Here come Leicester again into the 6-yard box. It's hit the Middlesbrough defender's foot and gone over the crossbar, and it's going to be a corner to Leicester here. If we could take advantage of set pieces, I mean, Winks has been whipping in some good corners tonight. But a great free kick coming from Mikasa. Just got to get the positioning right on these, and I think we got a danger at these set pieces. I mean, that and the Gary Rowett team is very important how they get goals as well. Winks is going across to take this on the far-hand side. Yeah, well said, Gray. I'd like to see Mikasa and JJ playing. The passing is a joke. It is true, yeah. I mean, that was really bad from Decordova-Reid. He overhit it. Yeah, well said, Prashant, as well. Might know more. Here comes the corner now from Winks. He's going to chip it in probably under the crossbar. He got a lot of height on it, and it dips, and it's bounced into the 6-yard box. Middlesbrough head on it first, and then Skip's going to flick it back in, and unfortunately for us, Bryn's picked it up, the goalkeeper, and now he's looking for a quick way out of this. He'll roll it out, and he's going to play it out here to the near-hand side where Middlesbrough got a lot of space and opportunity. Here comes Hackney, all sliding effort from Decordova-Reid there, but Hackney just jumped over him and carried on with the ball into the central midfield now. Outside the D, they're playing a ball into the penalty area. It looks like we're going to try and shield this out here, and it's going to go behind for a goal kick. Good job from Bobby there to use his strength there to get under Hackney's body and put it out of play for a goal kick. Mikasa has got a yellow, yeah. Could be a good idea to bring Monga off bench from Mavrididi. Could be. I do wonder with Monga if the thing for him is he's a bit more technical than Mavrididi. I think Mavrididi will at least have a bit more running about him. Whoever comes in now, I wouldn't mind Richards maybe having a look in there, you know. Just a bit of legs, a bit of pace, you know, a bit of exuberance down there might be quite helpful. And that's a good comment as well, Mad Jason. Here we go. There's going to be Winks playing it over halfway to Daka. A nice 1-2. Middlesbrough got 5 players back. Looks like they're going for a 4. Yeah, they are still 4-4-2 just about, but they're slipping. It's like a 4-3-2-1 as well, which we know they could play. All the classic Christmas tree formation like it used to be known. It's back now to Okoli as we're going to try and pass it to Skip. Playing a triangle of football here. Interesting how we got Ricardo and Decordova-Reid interchange between right back and right winger here, because once again Ricardo was ahead of his man, and the ball's going to go out and play on the near hand side for a Leicester throwing halfway in the Middlesbrough half. Yeah, it's interesting about. I mean, I think Skip and Winks, they are very similar, aren't they? Coming up to 60 minutes, it's going to be Ricardo. Oh, he did indeed. Well said, mate. Yeah. I think anyone's called it a Christmas tree for about 30 years, so I'm showing my age now, aren't I? Back across the back 2 here from Okoli. It's going to be to Nelson. Middlesbrough, of course, still pressing there with Conway and Whittaker. I don't know. We're not seeing any players. I can't see who's warming up here. One of them might be a Lucas. They've got 3 yellow bibs on. Back to Middlesbrough now as we give the ball up, and it's going to come back to their back 2. We have got Mikasa and Daka up there trying to press them. Back to the goalkeeper who's going to kick it here, and he's going to go over towards the halfway line. Looks like Nelson went up for that and unfortunately mistimed it, but luckily it's gone through to Thomas, who stayed back, and he's laid it off back to Begovic now. Both teams are taking opportunities here just to load up and then just go at each other here. Back up to Thomas on the left-hand side. And there's been a little push there by the looks of it, but they're all still fighting for the ball at the top of the pitch, and it's going to fall to Middlesbrough, unfortunately. The referee didn't give anything there, but it looked like there was a bit of a collision going on. Here comes Hackney again now, trying to drive against Skip. Goes to the far side where he's going to find Brown. Is it Brown or Brownie? It's got an E on the end. Brownie? Sounds like the sort of thing I'd like to eat. Anyway, comes back here to the fullback position for Britain. I've got to remember they swap sides here, make sure I'm getting the players right. It's hard to see some of the numbers sometimes. Malouda, the centre-back. Going to pick the ball up again. Middlesbrough, like I say, taking their time, passing between the back 2. Touching the opposition box so far. Middlesbrough with 26, Leicester with 12. It very much has been like that, and you can visibly see that. The thing that's interesting, though, is Middlesbrough have only really had 2 opportunities inside our box from those 26. The other times we've either blocked and deflected the shot away or the pass attempt away. So here come Leicester now with Ricardo. Tried to play a 1-2 with Daka, and Ricky tried to get into the penalty area. We're going to win the ball back though here with Winks, who did a good bit of energy there. Crosses it all the way across. There's a bit of space here for Luke Thomas on the volley, and it's hit the Middlesbrough defender and gone off for a corner here for Leicester on his far-hand side. Come on, Leicester. That's more like it. Come on. And well said, Greg. At some stage, we've got to go for it. What's interesting is we look like now in our attacking play a little bit more like we're just going to go for it. And if we give the ball that, make sure we win that second ball. Something I've been moaning about all season with this team, right? Yeah, Thomas got a nice strike on that. If it hadn't got blocked, actually, that would have been quite dangerous. I'm going to put this down because I mustn't cross wires on my microphone, because if I do, I end up finding it makes a horrible noise. So we're going to see Jordan Ayew coming on, guys. But in good news, we are going to see Fatawu as well. Gives with one hand, takes away with the other. So the first change is going to be Bobby Decordova-Reid off for Abdou Fatawu. That is going to be interesting. I think Bobby's done all right tonight. The thing he's been good at is finding the space. He's found space on the pitch and made himself available and been part of a pretty decent attacking unit when we can get the ball up there. And the other change is going to be Patson Daka coming off here for Jordan Ayew. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Right, let's hope they've worked on positioning with Jordan Ayew this week, because he's the player that's actually every game he's played for Leicester. And I looked at his positional map for the Oxford game. He ended up completely behind Bobby Decordova-Reid, whoever was playing the 10 role the entire game, which is completely counterproductive to being a striker. This corner's going to come in now from Winks. And he's going to go short this time, outside to the edge of the penalty area on the far-hand side. And there's going to be a touch back now to take it into Mukasa. Can Mukasa get a strike away? Oh, he tries to take the man on and gives the ball away. And a long ball forward now from Middlesbrough over halfway. And Luke Thomas there has come back and read that. No, it isn't. It's Ricardo. Well done, Ricky. And Ricky then gets the ball under control. We got our defence back in a 4 there. Bit of a gamble there from Mukasa. I wish when he had the opportunity, he'd just taken the strike on there, because a deflection on that would have put it in. Well, let's see, guys. I mean, Jordan Ayew was his first time featuring under Rowett. I mean, we all know the past. Fatawu there has been brought down straight away by Target. He's obviously trying to leave a mark on him early. I think a lot of players know that if you leave it on Fatawu, he normally gets a little bit, cautious about what he does with the football, right? Yeah, so the first two, Fatawu on, replacing Decordova-Reid, and Jordan Ayew for Patson Daka. I think Daka's done all right tonight, really. I think his hold-up play reminded me of what he did against Swansea away. And really, that's not the best part of his game. But if he can at least make it a bit better, that is something, right? We're holding on to the ball here. Luke Thomas on the far side. He's going to lay it off nicely here. And here comes Mavididi. Mavididi's trying to take his man on. He's got a bit of space and got the cross in here. It's gone over Jordan Ayew's head and gone all the way back to Fatawu here and fallen outside the penalty area here on the near-hand side. Fatawu's got 2 men on him. He's trying to find space. He crosses it low into the 6-yard box. Unfortunately, Jordan Ayew wasn't quite reading that. And the goalkeeper has an easy save to make, who read it a lot better than Jordan Ayew. Yeah, I know. Recycled, is that a word? Recycled legs? Recycled legs is probably being nice. As Southampton go 3-0 up over QPR. That's frustrating, because there's a lot of weeks I predicted Southampton to win by many, many goals, and this week I didn't do that. God, I can't get it right, can I? I get all the numbers right, just in the wrong order. Back to the Middlesbrough goalkeeper now. And they're going to try and play up this far-hand side, but then they're going to go back to their centre-backs again. A complete standard way of them playing here tonight. Of course, last time out, they finished 1-1 as well at the King Power Stadium. Hackley now has come over halfway, and he's trying to play it down to Conway, who's got a bit wider here. Looks like they've tried to move up some player roles here, as he's going to come inside now with the ball. I guess the idea is, if you leave Conway free, and he's been brought down there, unfortunately, looks like by Jordan Ayew. Jordan Ayew has already not read a situation well and brought someone down here. Conway was out on the near-hand side there, and he's one of their 2 centre-forwards. Interesting. I think that's a way to get him the ball, and then he came into the middle as 2 changes now come for Middlesbrough here. And it's going to be Brownie off, the guy who got the headbutt with Okoli, and he's going to be replaced here by, I believe, the guy called Iber, who's a central midfielder. I don't know their squad number, so it's a slight assumption. When it says on screen, it will say. And the second change here is going to be revealed to us as well. And it is Whittaker coming off. That's a bit of a shock, but he's going to be replaced by Strelic, who obviously is an international striker. And Strelic has got a few goals this year. We've done a pretty good job at dealing with Whittaker. Oh, no, it's Sarmiento coming on. Oh, that's even worse. No, so it's Sarmiento on for Brownie. He's got a lot of ability. He's a dangerous player. Very dangerous. So they've got 2 dangerous players coming off the bench here, guys. You could argue their substitutions there have trumped ours a little bit. And they're going to have a free kick here. And on the 65th minute, the new players are in there straight away. All the Leicester players are back. Can we have League One's latest scores? Not yet, mate. Wait for next season. Anyway, we're trying to play an offside trap here. The ball's dinked into the penalty area, and it's going to go all the way out to the far-hand side, but there is a Middlesbrough player free. They've got players in the middle. A good foot on that from Luke Thomas to Brock Lacrosse, sorry, if I can speak properly. It's gone behind here for a corner. It was Ayling who actually got up there on that far-hand side, trying to get the cross in. Luke Thomas read it well, got his foot on it, and it goes behind for a corner now. Jumping in, I know, right? I know. I've got to remember my place here, Mr. Chairman, haven't I? Here comes the corner now for Middlesbrough. Hackney to take it. It's an out swinger, and it's going to fall to the edge of the 6-yard box. It's bouncing around a bit as Middlesbrough try and get a foot on it. Daka is back here. Sorry, Daka, Ayew. He just came off, didn't he? Ayew's coming on to the ball, and he's trying to take on a man here up by the far side corner flag. He's got 3 players on him, and he's kicked it to another Middlesbrough player. Now they're going to cross it into the 6-yard box. Luckily for us, there's only 1 player there, and it went over his head. Now it's going to come out to Fatawu on the far-hand side. Fatawu's tried to take on his man there, and unfortunately, he's given it up to McGree. He's going to lay it off into the midfield to Target. Target spreads the ball up to the far side again. Looks like Middlesbrough having a little spell here. They get a cross in. It's going to deflect behind for another corner to Middlesbrough here. Coming under a bit of pressure to play offside. Chap, you have good defence. Fair comment there. Can't argue with that, mate. I think if we had a good defence, we might have had a clean sheet in the last 30 games, but it doesn't seem to happen, including tonight. Here comes another corner from Middlesbrough. They're going to try another outswinger here. They've got a cluster of players outside the 6-yard box ready to spread here. And it's been such a poor corner, and it's been cleared out immediately by Mavrididi, and it's going to be another opportunity for them from the same spot here. Interesting one, that, because the corner wasn't hit high enough to the point where it was above Mavrididi's head. So as the first man, he kicked it out. Short corner this time. Now they're going to play it back to Hackney. Leicester are trying to shield this one out. Hackney's going to come inside here now. He could have a strike away. He crossed it in towards the back post. Headed clear there by Luke Thomas. Good reading of the game again there from Luke Thomas. And here comes a counter-attack opportunity for Leicester. And it's going to be Mavrididi. And unfortunately, a Middlesbrough player fell down and he tripped over him as well. We do win the ball back, though. We've got to be quicker here, guys. Spread that play quicker. Nice pass into the middle. Bit of space. Now down to Fatawu. He's got Mukasa right alongside him. Mukasa needs to come in here. Fatawu's come inside. Switches the play up to the far end of the pitch to Jordan Ayew. They got 4 players back in. We've got 4 in the box. We're in the box with Ayew. Tries to get the strike away off the defender. And now Mavrididi's going to be up there. Ayew's just getting in the way of everyone. Why isn't he actually in a different position? Now Ayew sticks out on his left-hand side, and Mavrididi here has come in slightly towards the edge of the penalty area. He tries to play it in. It was a bit lethargic, Claire, boys. Lacked a bit of energy, and it allowed Middlesbrough to get back again. And Conway there was trying to get on the edge of that ball as it was trying to be fed out. And now it's going to be a throw into Leicester, which Luke Thomas is going to quickly take. We've got them pressed back in now. It's back and forth here a little bit, guys. Ball forward. Ayew's going to play a 1-2 here with Skip. And now we've fed Ayew in here at this top side of the pitch, just outside the penalty area. He's trying to take his man on here. He's got 2 men on him. Is he going to win the corner for us? He does indeed. Good job, Jordan Ayew, winning the corner there. Yeah, well said. Always nice to hear the Leicester fans. They were great away at Stoke, everyone. Everyone who was away at Stoke, well done. What do you expect from a dinosaur playing up front? I love Jurassic Park, but I don't like watching it on the football pitch, I must be honest. Here comes a corner opportunity now, at least, though. Jordan Ayew's positioning was baffling in that because he kind of felt like he was too far out left and he was actually getting in Mavrididi's way a little bit. But I'll give the team credit around him because Mukasa and Skip and Winks all committed into the forward positions because he wasn't there, at least. Going to be another opportunity for a Winks corner, which has looked dangerous tonight for us. Coming up to 17 minutes. Here comes it into the 6-yard box. Oh, it looks like it hits the post, guys. The goalkeeper even got a hand on that. It hit the near post. Winks is doing that every time. He's pinging them into that danger zone, and a good little touch there to take it around one of the Middlesbrough players there by, I believe that was Mavrididi, and he's gone down here, and I think that was a foul, and the referee's not given that one, which is frustrating. He had 2 players on him, took it around the man really well, seemed to get hacked down. Referee's not given it. It's going to be a throw into Leicester now. We got Middlesbrough hem back in here, guys. 20 minutes. Can we get the second goal on this to take the lead? It could be crucial with West Brom, I believe, still currently winning. Oh, it was punched off the line. That corner from Winks came in and dipped under the crossbar in the near post, and the goalkeeper just punched it off the line, guys. Ooh. Maybe Winks is going to score from a corner here. Ayew, a Fossilosaurus. Here comes in the free kick. Header on from Leicester, and it hasn't hit the target. It's gone all the way down towards the corner flag. Picked up by Fatawu. He's got 1 man down there with him. He cuts inside, crosses it in towards the back. Oh, and it goes past the far post, guys. When that left his foot, it was similar to Mukasa against Stoke. It curled and it was dipping and it was going towards that far post, and it dropped just the other side of the post, sadly for us. West Brom 1, Charlton 1. Excellent news. I really wanted to see that. Come on, Charlton. You could do us a favour there. Keep West Brom down with us. And actually a draw might keep him in a job, which might be better for us long term. We're in that position where, like when Man United had that manager, no one else wanted him to go anywhere. That was so close. And you can argue Fatawu there nearly scored another worldie, but maybe someone could have got his head on it, maybe like Nelson, who was still up there. Middlesbrough now come into the penalty area, but it's been well dealt with by Ricardo, and he's going to put it out of play for a throwing here. Middlesbrough take it quickly. The game's ramped up here in aggression and ramped up here in how quick it's being played. Hackney trying to feed a ball into the penalty area. It comes all the way back to Leicester, and it's going to be cleared out towards Jordan A, towards the halfway line here. Thank you, Scott. Come on, let's do this, guys. Come on. We need 3 points from somewhere, and it'd be typical Leicester go and do it. A bit of space here on the far side. Luke Thomas is going to lay it off here to Mavididi, who's going to come back towards the halfway line. I just wish we were slightly quicker in this final transition and when we get into their half. Here it is with Skip now. Unfortunately, he's had 3 men around him and he's given the ball up, and now Middlesbrough are going to try and counter-attack back against us. Crunching tackle there from Ricardo Pereira, who came inside, and the man didn't see him there, and he's taken the ball off him. Middlesbrough now going to have to regroup him on the halfway line. Sliding tackle there from Skip, and he's caught the ball, luckily, or that would have been a bit dodgy. Long ball forward now, trying to play Mavididi in behind the fullback. Unfortunately, it was intercepted and headed over to the Middlesbrough players on the halfway line. Here they come again. It's going to be Sarmiento who's come on and taken on 2 men there. That's the worry with him. He can take 2 or 3 men on. He's very skillful. Into the penalty area, overlapping run, crossed in towards the 6-yard box. Flicked on by the Middlesbrough striker behind the goal, luckily. I thought that was going to go into the back of the net. And it was Strelic for his first opportunity since coming off the bench here. Sorry, Chris, I did see those stats. I didn't have a chance to read them out because of all the on-pitch action. Nice overlapping run there from Britain. Plays it in. I think Strelic was offside, actually, but they probably wouldn't have given it, bear in mind it's against Leicester. And he got his foot on it, but luckily it's gone behind the goalkeeper. A lot of pressure there from Nelson, to be fair. Cheers, Gray. Come on, Leicester. We really need this. It's going to be such a sucker punch if we lose this one. It really is, because I felt we've definitely held our own. I feel like it's been one of those boxing matches where it's like 1 point in it either way, just getting shots away at each other. If we get the second here, come on, I'm going to go mad. Inter Milan 0, Bodo Clinton 1. No one looks at that manager, do they? But he's doing a remarkable job up there in Norway. And here comes another change for Leicester, guys. And in good news, it's just been said by Scott. Do I think Aribo will be brought on at all? He's just tying up his shorts. Aribo's coming on momentarily here. Scott, you got your wish, bud. And well said, Yvonne. Southampton 4, QPR 0 was another update as well. Wow. Well, I was the wrong one for going for a QPR winning that, wasn't I? And Hull 3, Derby 2. Another cracking game there, guys. At the moment, Middlesbrough are now trying to run with the ball over towards the halfway line with Ayling, the centre-back. He comes down to this near-hand side again. Here comes McGree, the goal scorer. Once again, it's interesting with their wingers. They like to not get crosses in instinctively first time, which is what Stoke did last week. They get the ball and travel with the ball into the central area, right, and try and make it very difficult for us to track the runs. That's why shape is so important and discipline. And they've only caught us out once so far. The ball's bouncing around outside the penalty area. Hackney there has lost it, but it has fallen to a Middlesbrough player. Fatawu got a foot on it. Hackney again. Sliding effort from Skip. Strike away from Hackney, and it's gone past the far post. Oh, Skip stood in there and probably put him off enough. And actually, it isn't Hackney, it's McGree who's done that. And Chris has accidentally made me big screen here, Chris. We don't need to see me that close. Oh, the strike came away, and luckily, because of the bodies in front of him, he tried to curl it round them. And it has gone past that far post. McGree could have had his second there. It might have taken a touch of Jordan Ayew, actually, who was coming back. And here comes the next change. It's going to be Mavididi off, and it's going to be Aribo on. Mavididi looks frustrated with his performance again. This is what I mean about him being a bit of an enigma. You can tell he wants to do well, but it's just sometimes he just doesn't seem to connect either with his teammates in the right way or with his own head and what he's trying to do, right? Let's see what Aribo can do. He scored a goal last time out against Stoke. Goal kick now to Leicester. Bit of pressure there on Begovic, so he goes long towards halfway, and it's going to find Aribo straight away here, who goes down. Sorry, no, it was Jordan Ayew. I do apologise. And the ball's played out of play by Luke Thomas off the Middlesbrough winger there, Sarmiento, and it's going to be a throw into Leicester halfway inside our half. Gary Rowett's waving his arms here saying, come on, boys, we need more. And I think he's right, because I think Middlesbrough are looking like they're taking a bit more time with their chances, whereas we get down there, we're just trying to find an instinctive gap. Ball's back with the Middlesbrough goalkeeper now, and he's going to pass it out now down to Target on this near side. Plays it into the middle, all the way back to the centre-backs. They got a bit confused there, but no Leicester players pressing it, sadly. And once again, Mukasa's higher up the pitch than Jordan Ayew. which is interesting. And thanks for the update there, Chris, as Middlesbrough play it around the back. That goal for Charlton to make it all square there means they've got a point and we've got a point currently. Both games 1-1. Everything is as it was before we came into this, just both teams gaining an extra point. The tension is building. Trying to play AU in now down the far side. It's been well read there by Britain. It's going to go back to the centre-backs. Watford 0, Ipswich 2 is an updated score as well for you guys. Unfortunately, we're not in a playoff battle like they are. 15 minutes to go here. Long ball forward by Middlesbrough now down the far side. Trying to find Sarmiento again. Okoli's come across really well there and just read it and kicked it out of play. Going to be a throwing opportunity. Middlesbrough throw it into the centre of midfield now. The centre-backs are pushed up here. They're committing more bodies forward now, as you can imagine here, trying to find a goal. It goes to the far side. There's 5 Leicester players back in the back line here. Low cross in towards the 6-yard box, and Nelson's got his foot on it and put it back behind here for another corner to Middlesbrough. I did. The reason why is because everyone else had gone for a Southampton one, and I thought, do you know what, QPR are funny. They beat Holloway, didn't they? So I did go for a QPR one, a bit of a gamble. Gambling is not the answer, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Anyway, here comes the next corner now. Short one again for Middlesbrough. They worked out after Hackney couldn't get it past Mavrodidi last time to go shorter. They're holding onto the ball here towards the top end of our penalty area, and it's going to go all the way back towards the centre-back again. No, it's Britain, sorry, the right-back playing in the centre-back role. Cross in from deep now towards the edge of the penalty area, and there is a foul there potentially on Luke Thomas. He's gone down. Shot horror, Luke Thomas dueling for the ball would fall over, and the rebound shot is over the top of the crossbar by about 50 metres. So it's probably gone into what's the river there in Middlesbrough? Is it the Tyne? It's not the Tyne, is it? I'll upset them by saying that. Could be the Tyne. It's probably gone into the river. Betting on Leicester, bless up. Thank you very much, mate. You're a brave man, but the odds are probably in your favour tonight from the betting side of it, at least. It's an equal game. It's 1-1. There is going to be a winner in this, the way it goes. River Tees, thank you very much, Chris. I should know. I've got family from Northumbria. Well, that's a bit more northern, isn't it? Anyway, back to Begovic now. Here comes Nelson. He's going to play it longer now, trying to play it up towards Jordan Ayew. Heads it down really well there to Aribo. Aribo's flicked it with the inside of his foot there and played it back to Ayew. Good stuff there to deal with the Middlesbrough pressure. Now the ball's been switched down to Fatawu. Heads it down to the central midfield and winks. Fatawu's in the middle here trying to drive forward. 4 players on him. Nice pass across to Aribo in space. Get a strike away. No. 2 Middlesbrough players there. Dinged in towards the back post by Luke Thomas, and it's gone all the way out for a goal kick. Oh, dearie me. Luke Thomas there, he just dinked it in towards the back post, but there was no one there, and it went all the way out for a goal kick. That was a great opportunity there. Fatawu took on 4 men and laid off a really good pass there to find Aribo. I wish he hit it first time on his left. He took it onto his right, laid it off to Luke Thomas, who then dinged it in towards the far post. No one read it, unfortunately. And like you say, an opportunity there wasted. For all this hard work we're putting into this, especially with a focus defensively, I really want us to win this. I think it'll give the players a lift going into what has been a difficult couple of games against Norwich and Ipswich coming up here. Yeah, the Tyne's Newcastle, I believe so. I think it is the Tees. You're right, the River Tees. You're bang on, mate. Skip's now back on our own goal line here, trying to clear it up towards the corner flag, not in the goal, luckily. Hackney's going to play it across, and it's going to be a header from Nelson. It comes down to Sarmiento. Don't let him strike it from there. It comes out across to Target, who's in the central midfield outside the D. Back up again now as there's a bit of pressure again from Middlesbrough. Getting towards the final 10. Britain trying to get the cross in here. He does get it across, and it's going to be a header on it by a Middlesbrough player, but there was enough combativeness there from Okoli to keep it, and it's going to go out of play here with Fatu, and I believe that was a corner down this near side, and he's given the corner. It was a corner. He was arguing it's a throwing, but unfortunately, even though I'm a Leicester fan, it was a corner. And a bit more pressure coming here. Oh, this is going to be a dramatic final 10 minutes, guys. I hope you got your drinks filled up. I'm going to grab another one in a second here. They've got a short option here from the corner, but it looks like they're going to go into the penalty area. Ayling's up. We've got Target up in there as well. Here comes the cross now in the 6-yard box. Begovic didn't come out for that, but it's gone over and been flicked on by a Middlesbrough player and gone out for a goal kick the far-hand side. Whew! Can we calm down for a minute here, lads? Middlesbrough used to be passing around the back for 45 minutes, and now all of a sudden they've gone, we better try and win this game. Crazy. All right, while we wait for the goal kit to be taken, time to get another one of these bad boys open. I decided to drink it from the can today because I drank it from a pint glass the other episode and I had one of those milk moustaches for about a minute and looked an absolute muppet without realising it. Cheers, everyone. Long ball forward by Middlesbrough now, and Begovic is going to pick that up, luckily. A nice duel there with Luke Thomas and the forward Strelic. Fair play to Luke Thomas. I think he's done well today. He's only fallen over once under pressure. I think his positional play's been a lot better. I've got me bog roll, bless you, mate. Here we come now with Thomas again on this far-hand side. Pings it forward. Nice pass through the lines to find Ayew there. He's got to try and find a pass, Jordan Ayew. He likes to hold on to the ball sometimes a bit too much. Goes back to Luke Thomas. Keep possession. Into the midfield with Winks here now. Winks with a nice diagonal pass down to Mikasa, who's laid it off now to Ricardo, who's pushed up into centre mid. We've seen that before. Here comes Fatawu, 2 players on him. Usual Fatawu behaviour. Gets inside both of them. Gets the strike away. Unfortunately, it was a poor strike, really, for Fatawu. It bounced twice and goes into the goalkeeper's arms there. If he got a bit more venom on that and got it in the corner, either low or high, we'd have been 2-1 up, guys. We saw him do it against Charlton, remember, when he cut inside and smashed it in the top corner. Could have done that there, didn't do it on this occasion. Middlesbrough coming over halfway now. It's going to be a case of table tennis, this. It's going to be a case of both teams taking an opportunity to come back at each other. And here they come over halfway, the far-hand side, a bit of space. Luke Thomas has left a bit of room there. The cross deflecting off Luke Thomas's foot goes towards the goal. It's been blocked really well by Okoli there. And now it's going to come out to the far side again, where Leicester are going to try and get it clear. And Jordan Ayew, unfortunately, has touched it out. And the referee has actually changed his mind now, and I think he's going to give it. No, he's saying don't take that. There's going to be a substitution. And Ayling is coming off, sadly, for us. And it's going to be Fry coming on at centre-back. And that's disappointing because Ayling was looking like he was someone we could target a bit, and he did have a yellow card. So their defender, who was in the Championship Team of the Week last week, is on for the last 10 minutes here. Yeah, well said, Stephen. I think the problem is it's so enrooted in this team now, isn't it, to do that? I think, you know, to get it out of them quickly is very difficult, especially with 13 games to go and a new manager, right? I think what's helped us tonight is Middlesbrough like to play in a similar way to that. I think if we play teams like that, it suits us. But like you say, against other teams, it might prove another challenge. We're learning some stuff tonight. We're still not getting a full picture yet of how this is going to go. I just want us to get this winner here. Middlesbrough on halfway now with Conway. About 7 minutes to go plus added time. The tension is building for me here. Here comes Middlesbrough now. They've got 3 players coming forward. It's a strike there, but it's been deflected by McGree. Second strike, and Begovic uses his knees to deflect it out of play. No, he's kept it in. It's still in the penalty area now. Here comes Hackney trying to play a 1-2. He's played it across towards 6-yard box. Begovic with a leg again. Oh, and a strike across the goal, and it's hit Begovic, who was on the ground, and it's gone all the way out for a throwing on the far-hand side, guys. Ooh. Unbelievable. And now they're throwing in from Middlesbrough. A lot of pressure coming. Good stuff from Begovic there. He was down on the ground and it kind of hit him. How much he knew about it, I don't know. But there we go. Update some other games. Hull 4, Derby 2. Southampton 5, QPR 0. My word. And now Middlesbrough have got the ball back here and they're trying to load their tools here. Down to target on this far-hand side. Going to be up to Morris. Unfortunately, it was a poor pass for him, but it's going to be Ricardo to get a toe on it. Leicester looking happy here just to keep the shape right now and try and get a little bit of pressure off us. It does make you wonder what we thought about fitness. How is this going to play out for us in the last 5 minutes? Because we've worked very hard in this game to keep ourselves only with the 1 goal we've conceded, the 1 mistake. Here come Middlesbrough again. Dink ball into Osamiento. It's been shielded really well there and it's gone out of play. Well done there, but I think it was a rebo. And it's going to go out for a goal kick. Big opportunity. What changes would you make? I'd like some fresh legs, Prashan. But then you'd also argue, I think so far they're reading things pretty well. Yes, skip leg. Tried to get back and unfortunately didn't do it. So I don't know if I would make 2 many now. It looks like Rowett seems to go for 2 or 3, doesn't he, guys? Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to hit that like button. I think we got over 50 already, which we really appreciate. But the more we can get, the more eyes we will be sent to. So we really appreciate that. Back now with the Middlesbrough goalkeeper. Yeah, maybe some fresh legs, Prashan. To be honest, I say I'm quite happy. I'm not sure I'm not going to pick on Ayew here. I don't think he's been terrible. But I'd like to see maybe Richards there. I think maybe a little bit more pace and a little bit more vibrancy there to go alongside Mukasa might have been the difference maker against their back 4. Especially the way they like to play. They're going to play it up the far side here. We're into the final 5. Big 5 minutes of our season coming here. Inter a 2-0 down at home. Knock down the San Siro now and start rebuilding it. That is a shocker. Oh, my word. Anyway, here they come, Middlesbrough. They're going to cross the ball across down to the left-hand side here, and it's going to be near side. It's Target trying to play it through. Ricardo's got a foot on it and done pretty well there. Ricardo's got a man on him. He's done well to keep it and kick it all the way down. Good ball from Ricardo there. He's had a good game tonight, really, apart from the one mistake he made, which unfortunately has cost us. Mikasa, they're getting into a battle. He did take a player down there. He got the ball there, and he did it from behind him and slid. The referee looked at it. The Middlesbrough player was claiming that he got fouled. Luckily, nothing doing for us there, or that could have been trouble. He's on a yellow card. Here comes Skip now bursting away. Skip's got Ayew running up to the left-hand side here, but no one's going into the central role. Why does Ayew have his thing got running out left when he needs someone in front of him to pass to? But anyway, here comes Ayew, return and strike. Unfortunately, the strike was poor. Straight at the goalkeeper. Opportunity wasted again there, perhaps. Stings the fingertips of the goalkeeper, but he was always going to save that. It wasn't in the top bins, and it is still 1-1. Thank you, 56 likes. Appreciate that, guys. Honestly, it really helps us. Ay. I get frustrated with Jordan there. Why is he drifting out left all the time? It's because he's almost like naturally instinctive to be a left-sided player, isn't it? Bit of pressure now coming here. Middlesbrough pass it amongst their back four again. That's a really wayward pass, and Fataru nearly went to pick it up, but he left it here. Conway's waving his arms at his defence there, saying, what are you doing? They've passed it amongst each other, but they're getting a bit sloppy now at the back here. And Louis Page is coming on, Prashant. Louis Page is going to replace Mukasa here, so that's interesting. I think we're maybe a little bit worried about that yellow card, and understandable, because really we can't afford to lose this guy for 3 games if he gets a red, right? Or even 1 game, whatever it will be for a suspension. So Louis Page is going to go into the 10 role here and replace Mukasa. Make yourself a hero, Louis. Come on. Make yourself a hero. Someone wants to be a hero tonight, and they're going to be wearing this badge, guys. Come on. Oh, I'm getting nervous. Come on. I would take a 50-50 gamble for the win here. Why not? I don't know. I think the lift this win could give us, I think it could give us a bit of confidence going into next week against Norwich as well. You don't quite know what you're going to get against them. Ricardo there takes the throw in. Leicester are going to play it all the way back to a Cody here in our half. Going to play it across to Nelson. He was pressed there by Conway. Fair play to Cody as well. He's played the entire 90 minutes by the looks of this after that head injury. Nice ball forward to Skip there. Skip now is going to try and play up the left-hand side, but unfortunately he was a bit wayward in his pass, and Page can't get onto that. Or is it a Rebo? It's gone out play for a Middlesbrough throwing anyway, so it doesn't matter. It was Louis Page who was trying to feed him, but the ball wasn't really that good. 4 Leicester players pressing the back 4 there from Middlesbrough, and they can't get out here, and Skip was in a wrestling match. Both of them have gone down. Ayew's now back here trying to win the ball. Thomas now laying it off. 1-2 down this near far-hand side. Ayew's back up the far-hand side again. Ayew, if you're up there and there's 3 of you, who's actually in the striking position? I mean, Fataru has come inside there, stood outside the penalty area, but we're battling this ward on the left-hand side against a lot of Middlesbrough players here, a lot of Middlesbrough shirts. Nelson was up there. We're going to give away the throw-in. And you just think there that we could have maybe switched the play because Fataru was in the middle. Come on, let's do it. Going to be a throw-in for Leicester, actually. We're going to see how much added time is coming up, guys. Harry Winks' touch map tonight is actually something which looks like you've got chicken pox all over your face. Here. That's rare for Winks. He's normally in the middle quite a lot. Thanks, Richard. Appreciate it, bud. I'd love to do it as a job. So anyone's watching, please, BBC, give me a call, Sky Sports. Anyway, Ayew's gone down here under a bit of pressure. He's done one of his typical fall overs, but he's won us a free kick, guys, outside the penalty area. Middlesbrough are protesting. They're saying he was looking for it. It's a typical Jordan Ayew moment. No, it was a foul, to be fair. And it was Malouda, the big, tall, 6'4" centre-back, who just literally caught him on the foot there. And it's going to be a free kick. How much added time is there going to be? We're about 4 yards out of the D here, guys, quite central. Who's going to take it? It looks like Winks is looking at this one as well. The goalkeeper's got a decision to make here. Where does he put his wall and where does he stand? Because it's quite central. These can be quite difficult. The board's gone up. We've got 5 minutes left, guys. 5 minutes to see who's going to win this one. Come on, Leicester. Come on, Leicester. We need 3 points. 3 points could be the injection in our veins that we need. Winks is going to crawl. What's he done there? He's fallen over, but he's gone up to the left side, the far side. We're trying to get the cross in now, and it's poor, and it's hit the Middlesbrough defender. We've gone out for a throw-in. Perhaps a Luke Thomas long throw time. Now, we're still just on the edge of their penalty area at the far end of the pitch, but Winks basically ran up, went to pass it up to the left flank rather than chip it into the box. Slipped over as he was doing it. He's currently removing half of the Riverside Stadium grass from his football boots, which are all caught on them. And then Page, unfortunately, couldn't get the cross in. So it's going to be this long throw attempt now from Luke Thomas. We do get to keep the pressure on, though. 91 minutes, it was Winks. Play throwed in now into the 6-yard box. Middlesbrough got the head there first, but it's going to come out for another opportunity from the same spot. The pressure is on Middlesbrough's defence now. Luke Thomas again looking to go for the long throw. The first one fell a little bit short of the 6-yard box, but it went out in exactly the same place, so we get the second bite of the cherry. Here he comes now. Steam rolls his way in. Throws it in. It goes really deep that time. There's a head on it. The goalkeeper's grabbed it, and I think it's going to be a corner. It was Aribo who got his head on it. The goalkeeper grabbed it from behind the goal, but it was a 50-50 duel, guys, and it is going to be a corner. Yes, because it actually came off the Middlesbrough player last. Good decision from the referee there under pressure. And it's going to be Winks to take it. Winks has put one of these under the crossbar, and I jokingly said at the start of the second half that Winks might put one in directly from a corner in this game of how he's playing here. Come on, let's do this. Well said, Gray. Winks, just put it in yourself, mate. You've had 3 tonight that have dropped right under the crossbar. I've seen this happen at the King Power with Hernan Crespo for Inter Milan in a pre-season friendly. He has been very good. Here it comes now. It's dipping. It's over. Hit low, guys. Of course, in the moment, he blows his load and he's fired it straight over the crossbar, unfortunately. Didn't need to add any more to it than what he added before, but decided he wanted to add more venom to it, and unfortunately, that took it well over the crossbar. Now Middlesbrough are going to try and play out from the back quickly over the halfway. We're 2 minutes into the 5 have added on, so we've got 3 minutes here. Yeah, you know what? Well, me and you know what that happens. You're making me go all flustered now, Chris. I'm getting all hot under the collar. That's not this sort of show, guys. We like to keep it PG. Not true, obviously. Middlesbrough now trying to play through. Good stuff there. Well read by Leicester, and it's going to come away. The pass there was pretty weak, but luckily for us, Middlesbrough didn't read it either. Ricardo's up here in the midfield positions. Looks like Leicester really want to get the 3 points here. Fataru's now down this near-hand side. Got 2 men on him. Flicks it in. Bit of space here for Ricardo. Ricardo chips it, and it's going to go all the way through. No, the goalkeeper's got mixed up here with his defender, and now he's gone up and got it at the second bite of the cherry. He just shoves Aribo out of the way there. Aribo was basically trying to compete with the same ball as him. Ricardo got really forward there. It flicked off the midfielder and it went up, and the goalkeeper dropped it once. Second time it came down, he was dueling for it with Ayew as well. He grabbed it that time. Fataru now is trying to get down this near side again. Full time from Wrexham. Wrexham 2, Portsmouth 1. Could be a result that comes in our favour if Portsmouth end up going on a losing streak here. Here come Middlesbrough now, trying to come through the middle. Nice ball into the central positions. It's going to be McGree again here, the goal scorer. Comes up to the far side. 1 minute 30 to go here. Is there a famous winner for someone? Hopefully not Middlesbrough. Shut him down, guys. Luke Thomas is going to try and shield it. It's come down to the penalty area, and there's a low block from Skip. The ball stuck under Skip. Oh, that was so fortunate. And come on, Leicester, keep your composure. Do not do what you did at the end of the first half. Comes up again to the top-hand side of the pitch. Middlesbrough taking their time. They slip it into the penalty area on the far side. Skip is still back here trying to shield this. They run towards the 6-yard box. It's parried away by Begovic at the near post. And now Leicester have got a counter-attack. 1 minute to go. 3 Leicester players coming over halfway. Fataru's slowing the game up. Quicker. Come on. Plays it up now. And there's going to be a run here. Looks like from Luke Thomas coming forward. Boy, don't put me so close on the screen. Here we go now. It's going to be Louis Page on the left-hand side. He's trying to take his man on. He plays it back. Luke Thomas with the strike, and unfortunately, it's gone straight into the goalkeeper's hands. Oh, you can't fault the effort for trying to get a winner here. You can't fault it. They're really trying to get this. They're defending like Trojans, and also they're trying to score like Trojans as well. Louis Page have a good bit of intelligence to find Thomas. Unfortunately, he didn't get enough on it there. Here come Middlesbrough again now down the opposite end. This game is drama. I definitely need 5 minutes after this, boss. Comes across towards the far side again with Britton trying to get the overlap. He's going to try and get the ball in, and he does. It crosses in there and skips back there, gets a head on it to flick it down towards the far corner flag. It stays in play, and it looks like it's going to go out of play here for a throwing to Middlesbrough. 5 minutes of added time is up, everyone. Full time Swansea 1, Preston 1 as well. Are we going to see any more opportunities here? Skip did really well there, just to header it and just take the sting out of that. I couldn't be a footballer. I'd have had that straight into my own. I'd have gone full Frank Sinclair there under that pressure towards the goal line. Throwing taken in by Leicester now. And it's going to be headed back by Fataru out of play. And the referee, I believe, has blown for full time. That was lucky. Full time. Leicester City have drawn at Middlesbrough, guys. 1-1. It's a repeat of the score we had at the King Power, and full-time West Brom 1, Charlton 1 as well. And I need my headphone, Chris. 1 second. That was intense, wasn't it, bud? What do you think, Chris? I think that was a lot better. I think the effort was there. I mean, if we played with that effort for half the season, we wouldn't be in the relegation battle.
I will say that had we had Andy King or Marty Cifuentes in charge, we wouldn't have got that point.
No, I don't think so. I think they show a lot more discipline, don't they? I really do. I think that was a disciplined defensive performance. There was a desire to win the game at the end, which we've lacked sometimes as well. Yeah. Cheers, Steve.
And Steve says there, great commentary, mate. You go and do what you need to do, which I'm sure is a lot. I'll bring Wayne in, and I will see you when you're back.
I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Cheers, buddy. Wayne, wow. Oh, I'm gonna give it you here, mate. That was a full match performance.
I didn't think they existed. It was a bit like a basketball game at the end, wasn't it?
It was. Let me just run through the full times for you. So it's finished: Blackburn Rovers 1, Bristol City 2, Hull City 4, Derby County 2, Middlesbrough 1, Leicester City 1, Swansea City 1, Preston North End 1, Watford 0, Ipswich 2, West Bromwich Albion 1, Charlton Athletic 1, unfortunately. Wrexham 2, Portsmouth 1, and they've got 6 minutes to go at St Mary's, and it's Southampton 5, Queen's Park Rangers 0. So how does that make the table look? Sheffield Wednesday in 24th, got a game in hand. Oh, and Wayne's decided to go so, and he's back. Sheffield Wednesday in 24th on -7. They obviously, as we know, are relegated. We've got Oxford United in 23rd on 29 points. Both those teams have only played 33 games. Obviously, they play their game tomorrow. In 22nd still, it's Leicester City on 34. West Bromwich Albion in 21st on 35. Blackburn Rovers now on 38 in 20th. Portsmouth and then Norwich, they've got games in hand as well. So, I mean, in fairness, it could be it could be worse. It's not finished too badly for us, has it?
No, but it seems like people in the chat have been saying like different players have had good games. I think a few players had a really good game actually. it sticks in my throat, but winks even.
Oh God, it's sticking in your throat, isn't it?
It is,
yeah, something strong, mate.
Do you know what? We defended really well there, actually. Defended really well. You can see his effect already.
Yes. Oh God, I agree. Although, I mean, a lot of it was sort of last minute. But let's not complain. I mean, look, Tom. Tom, you're not Tom, are you? You're Wayne.
That's not Steve Ayling's brother, is it? Who's playing tonight? Steve Ayling.
Yeah. Sorry?
Steve Ayling in the chat. There was an Ayling playing for Middlesbrough.
Oh, was there? Oh, right. Sorry, mate. Sorry. 2 draws, 2 games, 2 draws. I've got to say, we've got to be happy with that, haven't we?
Yeah, we could have got 3 points in the other game. To be honest, we weren't dominated today by the team second in the division. That is a sort of, because we drew 1 each, didn't we, against Middlesbrough King Power, when Ayling, his namesake, got the last minute equaliser, didn't he? Remember the last kick of the game?
Yeah. I'm just writing the details down here, the stats to compare them to half time.
Yes, Prashant, I have seen players improving, definitely.
Take on then. Tell me. I mean, I've got to say, and people, I mean, I was told I was being unfair with the Luke Thomas ham sandwich thing from the last game. Can you say anybody who had a bad game there? Because I'm struggling. I'm going to be honest with you.
No, I think everybody had a good game. It's like a Coley, that pass that led to their goal. The bottom line, Ayling didn't mark a Coley for when a Coley headed the ball. So, look, you will score. Normally, to score a goal, the defender makes a mistake. So, you will make mistakes. But I think Coley had a really good game, made some great interceptions. Nelson as well. Defensively, we looked better. We did look better. Even the fullbacks looked better. We looked more organised.
Yes, well, like I say, there's a lot of last-minute ditch tackles, but that doesn't matter as long as we are sort of blocking shots. It's the old thing, isn't it? Just put your body in the way of the ball.
How many of our players in the middle of the season have actually been doing that? Not many.
Not many indeed. Not many indeed. We will take that, won't we? What was it? We'd lost 5 or 6 on the trot or something. And whilst we'd all like to have won either of those 2 games, and let's face it, we could have done. We could have done, couldn't we?
Yeah, we're in both games. And look, even when we've been winning 3-0 and we lose 4-3, I mean, we've got a weak underbelly, but we have got a stronger team spirit now. You can see it. And Middlesbrough, no mugs, like their commentator says, that they've not let a goal in the last 4 home games at the Riverside, and we scored a goal. Could have scored a couple of other ones. We had a few really good chances. Fatu, when he came on as well, I thought he was really disruptive and had some direct running. I mean, some of the forward play, I made a note here. Some of the 55 minutes, unbelievable passing attack. So he passed about 10 different, beautiful football. So, yeah, it's a few good things to talk about. It's quite wonderful.
Yeah. I'm just wondering where Jim is, to be honest with you. We have. Let me just say I just want to bring this up because, and then I'll bring Tom in, because this is going tomorrow night at 9:00, coming up next. Leicester set to name Macron as sporting director from the City Group. And that's tomorrow at 8:00 with Clibo. So don't miss that, guys. Has anybody heard of Jim at all?
Yeah, he didn't get the links. I've just sent it to him, Chris. He should be in shortly.
Didn't get the link, honestly. And Wayne got the link. He was on the same email. You know what it's like.
I actually got something else as well, Chris. Let me just reach for it over here.
Hey,
oh! That says Tom Smith, League 2 Leicester City champion. That's in relation to our football manager show we did. Yeah. We know if we're in League 2, I can manage it, guys, as a worst case scenario.
Well, yeah. But we're going to be on. Like I say, let's go back, and here he is. So let's bring him in. He just likes me, so I can just do the same old joke, isn't it? The Americans always late for everything.
Helps if you send him the link. I'm pretty sure he's not telling a fib. He's very good, Jim.
Well, to be honest with you, it was the same link that I sent you and Wayne.
Yeah, I got it. So I don't know if it didn't send to him. Exactly. It mustn't have sent. Yeah, technology.
Don't you be blaming me if you want to keep your job.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just trying to find, there we go, the 4 people one. And then, nice to turn up, Jim. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can indeed. Oh, you're on your mobile?
Yeah, couldn't get through on the laptop. That's something with the video, so we'll just go with the mobile. I think this is probably a better view here.
Oh my God, we can see you better now. No.
Just Tom, just remember, it's his show. Whatever you say, it's his show.
And You should well remember. You should well remember. Now, brilliant commentary from Tom during that, which is why I've asked him to do that. 1-1, Jim. Would you have taken that at the start?
Yeah, I wanted a positive result. Positive, certainly a draw against a team second in the table is positive. The way we played is positive. So yeah, I mean, we went into it hoping for a victory, but yeah, I'll take it.
Look, let's go way back to the start. I mean, the fact that Tom lasted 10 minutes and we hadn't conceded a goal was obviously a great start. And we will obviously, hopefully, well, not obviously, but hopefully next week I'm going to do the match day bingo. So that might be on there as well. But we started well, didn't we? We looked the better team at the start.
Yeah, I mean,
Did.
yeah, it's a baby step, isn't it? But it's it's a baby step of a bit more focus at a time in the game in particular we struggled, and also the end of the game we did it as well, Chris, didn't we? Which is something we struggled with as well. Look, that's a performance I can get behind as a supporter. It's the sort of thing that gets you a little bit excited. I think the thing this football club needed to learn in this group of players is to be a bit more humble in how they played. To make sure they were doing the work right, make sure they were keeping the focus. Unfortunately, it was one mistake today really that cost us. Apart from that, there was a lot more 50-50 chances, but I think that's something we can build on. Let's just hope it's not too late in the lateness of the appointment now, because obviously it's down us and West Brom down there scrapping and everyone else is pulling away a bit.
I mean, Jim, I asked this on the review show last night, and I'm worried that we are seeing the Dean Smith scenario happening again. Had we given Dean Smith more time, as in if Top had acted and got rid of Brendan Rodgers earlier and brought Dean Smith in, I think we would have stayed up. Now, are we seeing the same again here? Have we left it? I mean, 4 weeks from sacking one manager to taking on the other. What? I mean, are they ever going to learn this club?
Well, I mean, I think you can look at it. It's in hindsight now, but I mean, what would have happened if they would have brought if they wouldn't have had Kingy in there, and they would have brought Rowett in there day one? We would have had a couple more games. We could have proven something. Yeah, I wouldn't get hung up on that. Right now, we just got to concentrate on, these were two big baby steps, these last two with these draws. They really were, especially what we saw today with the effort.
Yes, indeed. Look, we are seeing a better performance, aren't we? I mean, Tom said it was great defensively. Sometimes it was pretty last gasp and we were throwing bodies in the way, Wayne, but it doesn't matter. Maybe finally we've got, and look, it's another game where we haven't kept a clean sheet, but if we were, under Marty, I think we'd have gone on and lost that.
100%, and that's what Park said at the end of the last game against Stoke. He said if that we'd have folded when they'd equalised, but we went on for the winner. We were the one going on for the winner against Stoke. So that is a different change in mindset. And the thing is, because we're just gutted that we didn't get one of those two really good late chances, then we looked at the fixtures and thought, holy shit.
Yeah.
Middlesbrough next, everything like that. Yeah, what have we done? We've gone toe-to-toe with them.
Yep.
They haven't let a goal in 4 games at home, and they scored against us. Their commentators were saying Leicester, great, okay, going forward, but they cannot keep a clean sheet. Yet, Middlesbrough, second in the table, could only manage a draw with Leicester. So that's a quantum shift for me. That's a quantum shift.
I mean, Tom, we've gone from the last 2 games conceding 1 in this one, conceding 2 against Stoke. Before that, it was 4 against Southampton, 2 Birmingham, 2 Charlton, 2 Oxford. It's baby steps, but I'm just worried, as I said to Jim, I'm just worried that the baby steps are too little too late.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you, but that won't be on this manager now and the players' effort at this point. You could argue, obviously, the players should have worked harder earlier in the season, whether they liked Marty Cifuentes or not. We would have probably picked up a few more points. You also argue the club should have moved quicker. At least we know now, I think, with this manager that we've seen a progression, like you say there, from 2 goals conceded to 1 goal conceded. Hopefully next time out that'll go to 0 goals conceded, because we'd like to get that one knocked off as another baby step, and that hopefully could tie into a big 3 points next time. It's still in our hands while West Brom are still messing around a bit, but it is crucial now for me, like I felt tonight, if we can nab a 3 points, we get one as soon as possible. But when you look at Middlesbrough and, like you say, how they play, they've got a lot of half chances. A point here and just having the backs and the balls to hold on and chuck bodies on the line at the end there as well. That's a big step for this football club, because there's been a lot of unwillingness, it seems, to have do this earlier in the season.
Jim, you wanted to make a point?
Yeah, let's not forget, he's Rowett's working with a mishmash of players out there. I mean, the injuries that we have, the players that all of us would rather see out there. I mean, my God, if we'd had him and those players when he took these last 2 games, I think it definitely would have provided 2 victories for us. I really do. So I mean, don't forget what he's working with, and he's done a masterful job, just like Wayne said.
I want to just stick with you for a second, Jim, because you put a comment in the, and I'm going to hate myself for saying this because I'm going to agree with you, but you put a comment. Oh, God, sorry. Oh, God, it's sticking in my throat.
It's okay.
No, you put all.
Have some cider.
You put a comment in the chat. Daka is shit, and I'm not arguing with you on that. Yes, he is. Because he had a chance to end it, win it. I mean, but when AU comes on and look, and I replied, but AU shit.
Oh, I read it. No,
why isn't Richards being bought on?
I really, one of the things I put down as a note is, why didn't he substitute him in when he took Mavididi out? I mean, he's an excitement. He's that kind of player. I don't know. I keep hearing that Chelsea doesn't want us to play him up top. I don't know if they would just retract him if we did, but I don't know. I would have loved to see him as a sub. Certainly, we've talked time and time again. Daka, IU, get them both out. They're both not helping us at all. But who else are we going to put up there? That's what we keep saying every post match. So it's like we got to deal with 2 shit players.
Yeah, well, more than 2 in fairness. If you look at the whole team,
I meant as strikers. Yeah.
No, I know. I'm being silly. I'm being facetious. If you saw my team at the start with the poo emojis, you'll know what I mean. Wayne, there are options out there. Silko Thomas can play there. Why not give Mongo a chance there? There are options. And Tom made a very good point. AU came on as our number 9 and ended up on the fucking wing.
He did. One thing I do think with Richards, I felt when he came on and played, he was a little slow. He looked a little slow before. Whereas obviously Macassar, I mean, you can see why. He's like JJ. He's going to be another JJ, isn't it? But everybody's playing better. So what seems to be is that every single person, I think, hits a higher score today than they did against Stoke, and that's against Middlesbrough, second in the league. That's really impressive to me. Even Winks, Okoli was playing better, Nelson was playing better, Thomas was playing better. And even Ayew, although obviously Clippo doesn't like Ayew, I think in certain cases he has a play.
You've noticed that, haven't you?
Even Ayew got a shot off. So I think everybody, and that's a sign of a good manager. A good manager gets more out of players that a poor manager can't. And that to me is really encouraging.
Tom.
Yeah, I've got a quick one just on the back of that. It's interesting, the AU thing, because I was annoyed he was drifting out on the left. But the thing I did like to see was the other players who were committing into the space that he should have been. There was Skip up there and Winks up there, and there was Mukasa up there. So in some ways, the team kind of worked around him, but it was frustrating. I mean, I don't see Daka had a better game of it than AU today.
Yeah, I wouldn't tell you that. But Tom, somebody just said there that you said in the chat, and you did that. Why not play Mavididi up front? I mean, when I'm just looking at the options we've got here, is as the club call them forwards, but they're not all centre forwards. But Fatawu, Richards, Mavididi, Dakova Reed, Marchal, Monga. Thomas isn't on that list. He's in the midfield, but he's been played up front. Any of those, give them a chance, because AU ain't going to do it for you.
No, I think that's right.
Contribution was getting, and you said it again, his one contribution was being pushed over and getting us a free kick towards the end.
Yeah, exactly. And also he got in the way of the left winger a bit there, and then Louis Page was also out there, and it got a bit congested, which kind of made our attacking option a bit more difficult at the end. There's a little bit you can lean on there to change. The reason why I consider Mavididi for it more than anyone else is because look, he's not the greatest winger as he is at the moment. I've said for all this season, it seems like his game needs to be simplified for me. He's either doing too much or he's not doing enough, and he's dropping his head. I think maybe if you just put him up there, because he's got the physicality in him. He started off as an Arsenal Academy prospect many moons ago now, probably 10 years ago, as a striker. Is there an option to feed him in and play him in? But then I'd also argue I think Daka today in his hold-up play was a lot better. He had the instinctive chance where he could have put us 2-1 up at the start of the second half. He made the right decisions to take the header on. It was just a shame it didn't go the right side of the post. So yeah, I mean, I think there are options that I wouldn't be convinced about Decordova-Reid, because I'm not sure he's got the physicality to maybe handle that as the way Rowett wants to play. But like you say, I think there is other ways around it, and hopefully the more Rowett gets used to these players and gets amongst them, we might see a bit more movement in what they can do. So
Decordova-Reid, though, Jim, he's one of our top goal scorers.
Yeah, he is. He had an up and down game today. He had a few moments, but then he didn't. So I don't know what kind of impact he would be if we kept playing him or not. I just think we're depleted, and I think that's the big thing. He's just looking for players to fill holes.
I mean, it's desperate that we've come to this way, isn't it? We're looking for players to fill holes, and I mean, that's a great saying, Jim. How bad have we become that's what we've turned down to, and when we are relying on our two strikers or our two number 9s being players that I think have got about 5 goals between them all season. I mean, it is embarrassing. Why not look at it and go, I mean, I just see this what gets me. Like, we had Kingy, and look, we all love Kingy for what he did as a player. We all do. And I said at the start, he was handed out the hottest of hot potatoes when he was given that job. It was totally unfair on him. He said he wasn't ready, and he wasn't. And if the club hadn't been farting about for so long, and they'd actually got off their arse and got the finger out the arse and done something a few games before they actually pulled the trigger, which they should do, but we know this club never does, Kingy wouldn't have been put in that position. And I hope that it hasn't knocked his confidence or anything too much. But where is the idea that at 1-1 we're going to bring on a striker that can't keep on his feet? Yes, he might win us a few free kicks, but we need goals. You're on silent, Wayne. You're on silent.
Well, I think with Monga, it's like, obviously I've got your name on my thing,
We
because
know.
a time when we were struggling, you look for hope or something like that, don't you? But he hasn't developed like a lot of young prospects don't develop, and let's hope he does. But definitely Silko Thomas, I agree with Tom. I do think he, in a game like this, as the game goes on, if you bring young, fresh legs on, they can skip past a couple of players. And it's like Fatawu. When Fatawu come on, he threw a bit of anarchy into the game, to be honest.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, that it's like against some of the physical teams, you can play the younger, fast lads because they can run rings round the bigger players and the more tired players. So, I mean, I do think maybe Rowett is concentrating on the defence because it's so important to get that right.
Yeah,
and
I'll give that.
He might tinker with the number 10 and the number 9 as the weeks develop, you know. And one thing I would like to say is that a lot of fans, well, not a lot of fans, some fans, like with the dice and everything, and the Moyes, they go, oh, they're so turgid football, it's defensive, it's boring, it's just like defending with 6 people. But we've played some really good forward play under Rowett. Better play, actually, than Marty, who high presses, you know, plays a fast-paced, aggressive football. It's looked better under Rowett, our forward play.
Who did you say you'd got on the back of your shirt, Wayne? Sorry, Wayne, you're on mute again.
No, I don't need to say, Chris.
No, I didn't hear what you said. Did anybody else hear what name was Wayne got on the back of his shirt?
I think it's number 28. That's all I remember.
Yeah.
No, we know who it is.
Can I just raise an interesting point we were talking about there? Okay, so Jordan Ayew is a bit of a frustrating one for us, right? Here's a left field theory about what we might want to do with Jordan Ayew. If we're going to replace him and Patson Daka at certain points in the game and bring it up Daka off an Ayew on, why not then get Mukasa playing as a false 9 and shift from being an attacking midfielder to a false 9? Because then actually Ayew can be suited to play for winning for free kicks, being slightly deeper, and they're not going to see Mukasa coming behind them. He's obviously got the ability to put the ball in the back of the net.
Yes. I mean, I think there are things you can do. But look, a great point made by Wayne, and something that I was saying myself before when I'm not playing devil's advocate, is that a new manager comes in, 70% of the time it's because his predecessor's been sacked. Sometimes they've retired, sometimes they've walked out or whatever. But most of the time it's because they've been sacked. And if they've been sacked, it's because they're not doing very well. And if they're not doing very well, that means they're losing games. The first thing he's got to sort out is the defence, especially when it's been as shit as it is this season for Leicester. And in fairness, probably the attacking isn't his priority because we've not been, although Ayew and Daka haven't been knocking them in, Tom, you know, we have been scoring plenty of goals. So in a way, he is actually doing the right thing, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I mean, it comes back to the overall argument as well of like we've reported Rowett, so like we're going to have to focus on the defensive side of the game because of the sort of manager he is. Some of us wonder if you want to try and score your way out of this, you know, just go with the attacking press all the time and, you know, try and do it that way. But I think actually it's good for this group of players to get the discipline about defensive play. That's been part of the problem where we've conceded so many goals, right? So that's a good point from Scott there. Maybe I'd use the creativity cover. Good point. But then if we got Jordan James in the midfield roles coming back, I think he'd add that creativity and we could layer it up, couldn't we, Scott? So no, I think the good thing is there's positive things we're talking about here. And we're looking at the group tonight and going, well, so-and-so could do this, so-and-so could do that. And I think the players have responded a bit as well. So, yeah, going to be a cracking final 12 games for us, Chris. No holidays for you, mate.
Unfortunately, I'm not going away again, and possibly until April. So, I know it's not my choice. It's just some bad news that I've had. But look, let me just stick with you for this one, Tom, and then I've got a question for Jim. He's got to sort out. It doesn't matter if he sorts out the striking, because if he went in and said, right, I'm going to recall Jake Evans. I'm going to get him back in, and he gets us 2 or 3 goals every single game. If he left the defence as it was, we'd be conceding 3 or 4 goals every game. So we still wouldn't be winning, would we?
No, we won't. No, and it's very much been our Achilles heel because when you look at, like I said, we went into this game, Middlesbrough scored 50 goals heading into this. We scored 46. In my mind, I cannot remember us scoring 46 goals because a lot of them have come from being bailed out by Fatu, actually, or Deco David Reed popping up or a set piece for Yannick Vestergaard. It seems to be those are the only ways we've managed to do it. It's very important that he progresses it from this defence. And you think today, the 4 we put the back 4 was literally, apart from maybe a Luco, who really hasn't been given given the minutes running into this that he probably needs, that's the only back four he could have picked, really. And I think the fact he's got that tune out of them when we've been saying all year that Luke Thomas is bad at this and Ricardo's been bad at that, it was only really one really bad mistake that came from that right-hand side with Ricky, unfortunately, that cost us today. I think Luke Thomas's positioning was at least exceptional, really. Bear in mind, he's not good at winning duels in the air and all the rest of it. He's rubbish at that. He falls over. But his positioning was really good today to kill opportunities before they got to that point. So yeah, I mean, I'll be intrigued to see how he progresses it. And if he can add that dynamicism up the top of the pitch, better triangles of play, people passing to feet a bit better, then I think we're on to something quite exciting here, Chris, because, then I go, well, he's looking at his players and going, they can really do something.
Jim, when I was interviewing a Stoke fan and asking him about he said, take a book with you when you go to watch Leicester because they'll be really boring to play. That game tonight was nowhere near boring, was it, from a Leicester perspective?
Nowhere near boring. I thought it was exciting. I thought we played hard, which is what we wanted the team to do. It was exciting up till the end. And to follow up on Tom's point, we knew the defense. We knew he was going to work on that. He trotted two guys out there, as Tom said, Luke Thomas and Ricky, that we've been screaming to get off the pitch. And what he did, now granted, he wasn't out there all the time with them, but he got them to play hard. And I don't know, Tom, if it was him or Okoli with the big mistake, but they really didn't have those grave errors and those just plays where you're screaming at them during the game. So yeah, I thought it was exciting all the way through. I like to see how we played defense. We fought hard on defense. Granted, they had their shots, and we had some great saves. But no, it was anything but boring.
Indeed. I mean, Wayne, does Bekovic hold his place until the end of the season?
100% for me. What a performance. Shot stopping. That was one of the criticisms, wasn't it? Saying, he can't get down to shots. Shot stopping, his positional awareness, his management of time. He's got everything, and he's got everything that we need in a goalkeeper for the rest of the season. If they score a goal, it's from a genuine. It's not from a fluff from him. So. It's really encouraging from really having dread approaching these next series of matches. During that game, I wasn't biting my nails or panic or anything. I mean, you could tell they're really clever around the box, but despite them being clever around the box, and I think Begovic, you can hear him like marshalling the defence as well, because we really were intercepting or blocking everything. Or a large majority of everything, and that's why they scored so many goals in the second, because they do create chances. We stifled them.
Okay, Tom. Interesting. Tom.
Be facetious. Carry on, Chris.
I know you are, which is why I said Tom back at you, so you can go away, Jim.
Chris.
You fucking start. remember I can do this. Let's bring him back. Tom, I want to talk substitutions to you. Because as fans, we always, when it's not going right, we're always screaming for substitutions. He only made 2 last week. Well, not last week, at the weekend. He only made 2. Yep. He only made 4 today. What do you think of his substitution policy, shall we say?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we've wondered about the level of fitness, but then I look at it today and go, we got through it and they were sweating it. And then the performance was probably at a point where, you go, well, maybe it was a lack of work rate rather than a lack of fitness. The two can get muddled up sometimes, can't they? Look, I'm trusting him in his decisions here on this one a little bit. I think he's obviously wary about, making sure players are not going to get themselves into injury problems or even carded problems. So I don't think Mikasa would ever have come off in this game for Page if it wasn't for the fact that yellow card was hanging over him and he had a late tackle on someone just before it, right? And we can't afford to lose him for the next game. So I think otherwise Louis Page wouldn't have come on. We'd have seen the free subs today. And look, you could argue from the other side of it that if you keep a settled group of players there and they know what the expectation is, they know they're not going to get bailed out on 17 minutes every time. They're going to have to show up. They're going to have to take some accountability. I think there is some method in that as well. So no, I'm quite happy with it, Chris, honestly. Obviously if someone goes down with a major injury, I'll be concerned, but I'll be looking at the medical staff and how they organise the players anyway, to be honest.
Yes, yeah. I was hoping for a bit longer answer than that because...
sorry, I thought I was waffling anyway. I thought it was a good point from Nicky in the chat there about both fullbacks got help today. Collective effort, teamwork. We've seen individuals this year and they've been getting in each other's way. Collective effort, well done.
Jim, talk to me about Luke Thomas because he took a lot of stick. I gave him my ham sandwich of the week award, which apparently was a bit unfair. And in fairness, I didn't see it. I was only going on the fact that he cost us the equalising goal. But he seemed to be playing a bit better today as well.
No, I think he did. But let's go back to your ham sandwich award. He deserved it. He cost us. This game, totally different. I thought, of course, he didn't really have any major miscues that cost us. Thank God. I thought he still moves forward very well. He's got the long throws. He had some nice slotted passes that I really liked it when we were attacking. But no, he didn't hurt us. He's there because we don't have anything else. I would love to see him and Ricky be replaced by two players that could raise the level and not have us on the edge of our seats afraid that they're going to do something stupid. But today, if you give out the negatives, you got to give out the positives. He did not have a bad game.
Was he moved more forward? Did Skip kind of come more into that role and go forward, which probably is his better position, isn't it?
I think so. And I think that the team defense was the way to describe what we saw today. They covered for each other up and down the pitch. They really did. And that's what we had to do. We definitely had to do with the depleted team we had and going against the team that was really good in the finishing end. I think, was it McCree who scored the goal? Boy, near the end, he had so many chances, but there were Leicester players everywhere around them. So yeah, I think that they covered for each other. Skip certainly did, but Thomas wasn't as bad as he has been, just for this week anyway.
Can a manager make a difference, Wayne, just by coming in and being a different manager?
You know the answer to that, Chris, because you've been a manager.
I know, but I'm asking you.
I know. It's like Scott said, though. I think we ought to time out Scott, because he said, do you think Raul would get a tune out of Faz or Amare?
He would have gone for my cattle prod.
I'm not looking at the screen at the moment. But,
yeah. Well, obviously, it does make a difference, Chris. And do you know the bottom line is football's very simple. Very simple. You've got to be fit. You've got to have the attitude, because the idea when you've got the ball is you need players to work hard and run into space so you can pass the ball to them. And the same as when opposition have the ball, you have to chase them down. And if they've got runners, you've got to cover the runners. And then you've got to have ball control skill and an appetite for getting a goal in. And, it's simplifying the game, and I do think it's like with Enzo, different people, the ability gets managed out of people. And it's like overthought is a really bad thing in life in general anyway. But on a football pitch, it's too complicated. And it seems that Rowett is, from his post-match press conferences, he's just a straightforward guy. Talks to people on the same level, gives them the love, gives them a bollocking if they're not doing the right things. And interesting, like the fullbacks had good games because they had the wingers and other teammates were protecting them. It was more connected, and so they were less exposed as well. And that's good coaching and management.
So, Tom, going back to the substitutions. Were you surprised by any of them? I mean, look, Aribo on for Mavididi. Tell me, what did you think about Aribo? Because I've been sort of shouting about him being on, but is he a winger?
Possibly not, but then you could argue if we're narrowing the game up and we're trying to make it difficult for teams to work out what we're doing, you can utilize players in different roles like that and then switch it up by other things. Like you were talking about today, the fullbacks actually were still coming inside quite a lot, which is my worry about Ricardo because he gets caught out of position. Difference today is everyone around him was either coming back as the wingers or Skip was there or even Winks was there today, which was pretty remarkable to see, right? So yeah, no, I don't dislike it, Chris, because I think it's a way to really be a little bit more unpredictable. I think Aribo, what he's got in him is he's got a very good ability to move the ball. I think he reminds a bit of Ndidi when he was a bit prime, that he can carry things forward if he really wants and has that physicality and threat to him as well. So no, I like it. I think against a tired defence, I think you can really utilise that well. I think the AU one's the only one that's slightly left fielded us because I kind of think Daka was having a pretty good go at it today, and I wonder if he'd stayed on, would he have got a goal because he was looking lively.
Jim, I know you're not impressed with Daka, and we're not overly impressed with AU either.
No.
But I don't see what AU. All right, AU does bring to. I suppose the only thing for me that he brings to the team is the ability to go over and win you a free kick in a dangerous position. But then you've still got to score those free kicks, and we haven't got a Maddison or somebody like that now to take advantage of that. But surely there's something to be said, and I've said this a lot, and I wish he'd played two up front because I think that would improve Daka a lot. If he'd got say whether it was Monga or even Mukasa slightly higher up, but by keeping Daka on, he's always going to be able. He's got the speed that AU hasn't, basically, hasn't he? And he can always run down the defenders and run down the keepers.
I hate to disagree with Tom, but I didn't think he had a great game. First of all, I don't think he does anything. He's got the speed. He's got everything you're talking about, but he doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything. That ball, he could have chipped that keeper easy. He never seems to be in the right place. And I'm not saying IU is. We are screwed and in that position unless they go with what we said earlier and take somebody who normally doesn't play there and put him up front. Daka does nothing. He has wheels, but like you said, for years, he hasn't done anything. For at least the second half of this year, IU is spent. We need to just take the chance and throw somebody else up there. I don't think either one of them should be there. And it's only from the lack of true strikers that they're playing. And I wish that Rowett would just go ahead and bite the bullet and go for somebody else. Put somebody else. What are they going to do, Chris? Are they going to do any worse? I don't think so.
That is the huge question. And I'm going to have to go and have a lie down in a minute because I find myself for the second time tonight agreeing with you, Jim. And I'm sorry, this is uncharted territory for me. This is
football friends.
You ain't my football friend today, but no, I actually kind of agree with your logic, Jim. Actually, you've got a fair point.
Let's have a look at Daka, shall we? Because he played 62 minutes. Now, this is our main number 9 that was on 62 minutes. No goals, which we know. His expected goals, his XG was 0.2. In those 62 minutes, he had 2 shots. Now, if you were looking at a Marty team, you'd probably not a Marty as in Daniel Amarty, as in a Marty Cifuentes team. I kind of get that because he's been pulled back. We don't like to go over the halfway line, etc., etc. But that team today was attacking, and I haven't seen that. To me, was probably the best performance of the season overall because we had more than a 45-minute. 45 minutes against Stoke, we were brilliant. That was probably a 70-odd minute thing, I think, for me. But to get 2 shots in 62 minutes when your team is attacking like that, none of them were on target, no assists, no expected assists. He only created 1 chance. He won 1 foul. How many passes do you think he made, Jim?
3.
No, it wasn't as bad as that. He made 11.
Oh, okay.
But he's still not brilliant, I wouldn't have said. 3 tackles, of which he only won 1 of them. Now let's have a look and we'll compare that to Mr. Ayew. 28 minutes, 2 shots. So what you're thinking here is, well, by balance, he would have more if he'd been on. Expected goals was less, but he's only on 28 minutes. 2 shots, but at least he had 1 on target. He had 1 expected assist. He made... Now, hang on, I can't believe this. 62 minutes, Daka was on, Jim. How many passes did I say he made?
11.
28 minutes, Jordan Ayew was on. And maybe we need to actually go back and eat a bit of humble pie here about Ayew. 12 passes.
A lot of that was because he was drifting out to the left wing, though, right?
I want to say he probably wasn't in his position. Yeah.
No, but as Tom said, the sign of a good team is that if somebody goes out to the left, that somebody else comes in and covers them. That's how a team should be mobile. We're not playing table football here where we've all, they've got big metal bars between them and they can't move. He may have to go. I mean, how often did we see Jamie Vardy in the corners of the pitch, getting the ball and putting the ball across rather than him being on the end of it? His passing accuracy was 83.3%. Now, if we just go back to Daka, his passing accuracy, 63.6%. Now, look, I'm not suddenly saying that we should be playing Ayew every week, but to me, it does back up what you're saying, Jim, that Daka didn't have that good a game.
I just don't, you look back at the game and I don't really see an impact. I didn't see him besides that miss in front of the goal. I just didn't see it. And until they do something different, I don't think we'll see it from either one.
And do you know what's worse, Wayne? Daka never made 1 save all match.
Do you know, I look at that thinking that's disgusting. How dare he put a blue shirt on?
I know.
Who's formulated that spreadsheet? Jim, have a word with who's ever done that spreadsheet.
The BBC. Hey, we don't want Americans having to go to the BBC. We've got one of them already. Thank you very much.
One thing I will say, though, Chris, because I do the FPL fancy football, I expect XG of 0.2. That's the same as like Matthias Cunha for Man United. That's a pretty good XG. And I've got to be honest with you, like a couple of guys said in the chat, I think that's one of the best games he's played in Leicester shirt because of his pressing from the front. It reminded me of Jamie Vardy. Yeah, Daka. Yeah. I wanted him gone. I think he's way over. It's like Winks, even though Winks I think had a brilliant game, way overpriced, still not value for money. But Daka, that's the best game he's had in a long time. And yet another player that's playing better than he has in the last couple of years. I'm not saying he's not our future. It's just what we're having to use at the moment. But he's had one of his best games he's had in the last few years. And is that yet another coincidence that Rowett's here and he's having that effect on Daka?
Well, yeah, I mean, it could very well be. I want to talk, Tom, about somebody else that you could maybe slot into the redemption team of the week. Mr. Harry Winks. You made a very good point when they brought that graphic up on the screen about his touches on the pitch. Bloody hell. I mean, this guy, and I I asked on the review show last week that suddenly if Harry Winks starts doing, I'll ask you guys, it's just a yes or no, and I'll go round and then come back. I'll start with Tom, then Jim and Wayne, and I'll go back to Tom with the full question. If Winks puts these performances in between now and the end of the season, and we stay up, and is happy to take a wage cut, would you keep him on given an extension of another year? It's a yes or no. Wayne's already blowing his cheeks out, I can see there. Tom, yes or no?
Oh, you can't. How much are we talking money wise?
I know.
50 grand a week would still be too much.
There's too many intangibles here.
There is.
Don't suddenly all start turning into politicians.
Who's his manager? Who would be his manager? Rowett? That matters.
Well, we don't know. I mean, we're not making that decision now. We're making that decision at the end of the season when we will then know whether it is going to be Rowett or it's not going to be Rowett. Look, he's on 90 grand. He's not going to get that wherever else he goes. So let's say he comes back and he says, he might have to sort of maybe sell a car or two, but let's say he says, yeah, come on, 30 grand for a year, and I'm not, nobody's coming in for me, which they haven't been doing. Would you, but he's got it obviously on this performance week in, week out now, would you give him an extension? Now, Brad said yes. Clibbo said, well, not Clibbo, sorry. Steve Elm, who was on, said no. Tom, are you a yes or a no?
I'm going to say no.
You wouldn't?
No, because I think there's been too many red flags from the past. It's kind of like this girlfriend that's been cheating on you one or two times, going off to the races, which she should be in your house. And then, you go, well, is she actually rehabilitated? There's too many red flags for me from the past.
Jim?
This is going to be twice I'm agreeing with Tom. No, I think the red flags are the big deal. And I hope he plays hard these next 12 games and shows us something. But I don't care if he takes a big salary cut or not. He's still going to be making more than what we can afford. Think about this way. Our finances are some of our biggest troubles beyond the players who didn't want to play. He fits both of those. He's a financial pull on us, and he also had the attitude. So, no, I wouldn't.
Wayne?
I think that's one of the best games he's played in Leicester shirt, to be honest. He not only was using the ball, he was quick. It was quick. It was quick to the ball. He was tackling everything. That is the best game, and that's the paradox of it. And it is, you've got the reality like Jim and Tom pulling you back and saying, no, Wayne, don't sign that deal. Because his attitude's been shit for three managers. And you think one thing I would love to know is what has Rowett said to him to make him perform like that over 90 minutes?
Just a quick thought on him would be that maybe this is the best for both people, the club and him, because he's got an opportunity now to play well for the club, to put himself in the window, and then we allow him to go.
Yeah, there is that. But again, with my devil's advocate hat on, we are going to need some experienced players. We are going to need the Vestergaards in the back four, and maybe the Winks in the midfield. I don't know. I thought it was a very good question, which was obviously why I asked it. Before I come back to you, Tom, we've just got Steve's video in. So should we have a look what Steve thought about the game?
Right, well, I did take a point at the start of the game, so very happy with that. Performance-wise, it was okay, a bit lacklustre. Defensively, we were quite strong, but still, getting down that left-hand side so easily, and they could have scored a few. But look, we'll take a point. We go on Saturday, and look, we're picking up points, which is the main thing, but just need that fucking clean sheet more than anything in the world. Just give me a clean sheet. But yeah, long drive back home now. But hey, we didn't lose, so on to the next game. Cheers.
I think that's the most positive I've heard Steve sound in I don't know how
The
long.
last two have been pretty positive for Steve, actually. Yeah, fair play. Yeah.
I think he really struggles. He was like trying to get that positivity out. He's going, okay, I'll say something nice.
Yeah. Having said that, I've now forgotten what my original question was going to be to you. Oh yeah, Winks. I mean, when I looked at that match, where has that Winks been? And I've got to say, I mean, I asked Wayne the question, Tom, about can a manager just make that difference by coming in? And he said, "Oh, you know the answer to that." And yes, I do, because I have been in that position where we had somebody that came in that was managing us. Although I was sort of manager of the department, she was manager of the whole department, if you like, and she came in to cover some illness or something. Then she went away, and we got the original guy back, who we all hated, to be honest with you. And then he got sacked. That says it all. And she came back in, and suddenly, from everybody's, without doing anything, just by walking through the door, is obviously, when you look at the managers that he's been, he was very good under Enzo. He was awful. Well, it's hard to say with Steve Cooper, isn't it? He wasn't really here that long. But he was awful under Ruud van Nistelrooy, but who wasn't? He was awful under Marty Cifuentes, but who wasn't? He was awful under Andy King, a little bit better, but again, who wasn't? So maybe he's just one of those players. And we've said this about other players, haven't we? We've said some players, they need to be treated in a particular way, arm round, etc., and what have you. Maybe he's just one of those.
I think what we're seeing is how Gary Rowett is a very good man manager. And I think we said it when we were looking at who we needed to appoint next. I mean, Marty was very much a manager of systems, wasn't he? And I think that is something we have lacked at this football club, because for whatever reason, these players need someone who can identify them. And look, you've been in management, because I've been in management. Different people you manage differently. You can't manage them all by a same blanket, because you're not going to end up with the right result. I had people who were motivated by money. Some people were motivated by working hard. Some people were lazy. And you had to get something out of them. It all depended on who the person was to create an overall effort, right? So I think that's the nice thing we could take away from this. I think you're right. I think some of the managers we probably had previously were probably focused on the side of the systems, or maybe just didn't have that connection with people like Winks and other players in the past as well. But I think it's a good sign for us how Rowett has managed to do this, because like we said, every player's performance was lifted today.
I mean, on that point, I had an all-female team. That wasn't my choice. Let me just say that before anybody throws that back.
Those poor women, my God.
Hey, I tell you what. No, it was when the guy that was sacked. Then it was those poor women. And I'll leave you to work out why he was sacked. But allegedly, I had a lady called Giselle, who was, shall we say, a more mature lady, and she was forever being told off by the manager because she wasn't hitting her call targets. And I had so many rows with him because she was hitting her sales targets. And she would spend hours and hours, not hours and hours, but, an hour with one customer. But at the end of it, she'd get a booking out of it. Where other people would go in and maybe speak to 10 people in the hour. And yeah, they've done the calls, but they won't get a sale out of it. Then there was a lady called Karina who had left her. She'd gone off somewhere else. She came back, and I was asked if, I would take her on my team. And I said, too fucking true I would. Because this woman, or young girl she was really, was literally she was a machine. She actually ended up going to live over on the other side of the world. And she was saving up to do that. She took no prisoners when it came to getting the money in. But you see, two different people there needing two different ways to be looked at and managed at. But Jim, and again, this is something I said the other day. We all moan about Winks, and I was very much kind of on Winks' side with the old, he didn't want to stay overnight, blah blah blah. That's not his fault. He was offered that contract. Yeah. Now. Yeah. We may have gone off to Winks and gone, look, we'd like you to come and sign for us. We've just got, relegated. We want that bit of experience. You've had that experience. We want you. And he may well have come back and gone, thanks very much. Thank you for the offer. But, I'm in Milton Keynes, or wherever it is he lives, Hempstead. And I really would like a team down south so that I can just, go and play and come home every night. My wife's expecting a baby soon. We're trying for a family. We may then have gone back and said, understand what you're saying. You can travel backwards and forwards every day. And he went, oh, okay then. If you're doing that, I'll come and play for you. So that's not his fault. No. And again, even if he did demand that's what's happening, the club could have said no. So, you've got to say, really, again, we seem to sort of pick on things, and I do as much as anybody else. But fair play to him, really, because, like I say, it wasn't necessarily what he was offered it.
No, I get that. And he had a really good game today. He was one of the best players on the pitch. And that Winks, we've always said, that Winks we would keep and go forward with, okay? It's just when we saw that.
90 grand a week.
Well, no, I get that. But I mean, that his type play, well, that's what we expect for that, but we would take that going forward. And back to your bit about managing, those of us that have managed people, sometimes people will not respond. I think this is what you were getting at, to one manager, but the next one comes in and boy, it just hits right off. And then some managers, the best managers, knows what makes Wayne roll, what makes Tom, what makes Chris, what makes Jim, the different people. Well, at least me, Wayne, and Tom. I'm not sure that you would click on it under anything, but good managers know what to do and how to relate to their players. And I think maybe we're seeing that with Rowett. I mean, he's concentrating on the right thing, but boom, he's getting his midfielder to play as well as he played today.
He did. We spoke at half time, Wayne, about possession. Oh, where Tom had gone then. Tom sort of disappeared. Well, he's practicing his BGT act here. We talked about possession, and we had there's two sides to it.
Yeah.
We won the Premier League with the least amount of possession of any team, but if you haven't got the possession, you're not going to score because you're not going to have the ball. They had 59.5%, which was down on the first half. And we went up from 37.5 to 40.5. So, and I'm just looking at the stats here. At half time they had 7, full time they had 17. We went 4 to 11. I don't seem to remember them having 17 shots, to be honest with you. On target, though, they went from 3 to 4 and we went from 3 to 6. Is this, when you look at the stats, which aren't bad, to be honest with you, is this the most, as I said earlier, the complete performance? I keep thinking you've got a carrot there, Jim.
No, sorry. It's a highlighter. I'm trying to learn from Tom.
You see, that you see is going to be the highlight of the show.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Here all week. Thank you very much. Here all week. This is what they watch for. Now, is that way? Is that because I think it is the most complete performance by a Leicester team this season, and probably most of last season as well.
Yeah, that's the performance that we thought we'd be getting all season, basically. And we've had halves of that kind of performance. But against a team like Middlesbrough, at home, most elements of that match, everybody put in a good shift. It was connected. And I do think Rowett will look for... You've got Granit Xhaka at Sunderland. You've got Jordan Henderson, who's come back to Brentford. And who's the other one? I can't remember. So we need that sort of experience, which, we can get somebody that doesn't cost as much as Winks. Probably 30 grand a week. Because like Middlesbrough they've got Ayling, ex-Premier League, and Matt Target from Newcastle. Get a couple of those players who still can play the game, still can pass, still can be competitive. You need those characters in the team. So
we have possibly got James as well, because we have got the option to buy. Now it's up to him. He's the only one that can put a spanner in the works, Wayne. But he could turn around and say, "You want me to stop here?" he could easily say that, couldn't he?
You imagine JJ in this game today, JJ with Macassar.
Look, I mean, I said this earlier, and I'm going to go on to man of the match in a second, so put your thinking hats on, guys. But, Tom, I was saying, when you look at the players that we've got on loan, you know, Lascelles, if he was fit, he'd be a great addition at centre-back. We've got JJ, we've now got Mukasa. Ramsey, I don't think we'll see, but if you get all those lone players and put them together, it's like a table-topping team, really, isn't it?
Well, it can be. And a lot of other managers look at Leicester City from the outside perspective and view us as that. They view us as a team that shouldn't be where we are, and they view us as a team that's completely underperforming, don't they? And there's also the effort as well, Chris. Sorry, the element as well of that we've got 7 players out injured at the moment, you know, which limits our options, doesn't it? Excluding just the lone players. So, yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say is I still think we could have done a little bit more in this window if maybe we'd been a little bit more clever, especially with the fullback positions, because we're having to navigate like games like this where like the one mistake that gets caught out, you know, is going to be highlighted and puts more pressure on these positions where we've had difficulties this season. But no, like, what was your original question, mate? I kind of forgot what I was saying. Go back. It's been a long night.
Very quickly, I'm going to want to look into wind it up, but very quickly,
yeah.
If we had those players that we had on loan but are injured, all available, it's a team that technically should be challenging for the playoffs and promotion.
Yeah, I think that is a possibility. I'm still not entirely there yet with that thought process, because I've still seen a team this year that I think is paid far too much money for what it truly is, which is the sticking point with me, right? I mean, I think we could be mid-table. I mean, I did say, though, look, if we kept Jamie Vardy, where would we be? Because we probably have 10 goals extra. You know, that puts us 10 goals ahead of Middlesbrough. I mean, then defensively, how much does it matter?
Would we? Well, he didn't score that many under Ruud van Nistelrooy, who was playing the same way as Marty Cifuentes.
No, but you think about the leadership we've lacked as well, and you think about how he'd be the guy at the front of the ship pulling the anchor along, right? And everyone else comes with him.
Leadership under Ruud van Nistelrooy.
True. That is a fair point, I guess, you know, and I like what Scott said there about Hamza Chowdhury as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see Hamza Chowdhury playing at right back in a minute for how we like to see Rowett set up, you know, so that would be interesting to see as well.
I'm going to go to Scott, and he says, could Lascelles have made much of a difference? What Lascelles, for me, would bring to that back line is organisation and captaincy. Two things that Ricardo does not bring.
Yeah.
Sorry, he is not a captain. Even when he's a good right back, he is not a captain. AU and Dakova Reed have been more of a captain this season than he has when it's needed to sort of G up the players. He does absolutely nothing. Could Chowdhury have also made a change in the outcome for tonight? No, I don't think so. I don't think he would have made any difference. I don't think Ricardo had a bad game, if I'm honest with you. So I don't think Chowdhury would have made any difference whatsoever. In fact, we may have lost it because he would have given a penalty away. For me, don't play Chowdhury anywhere near the defence. Stick him in the midfield where he's not going to give a penalty away.
If Wilder had come, he'd be playing with a right back like he did at Sheffield United, Chris.
Well, it is true. It is true. But then maybe, well, different managers, who knows? Good point. Let's have a look at team performance. So it's in. I've got Alan's votes in for team performance and man of the match. So we're going to go and do team performance first, then man of the match. I thought it was a fucking good performance, to be honest with you. It's the best I've seen us play in. So, I mean, I've seen better 45s, but I haven't seen. That's fine, Scott. That is fine. You carry on, mate. I'm gonna probably shock you here, but I'm actually going to go for an 8 for team performance.
Wow,
no,
Chris, when you go back, watch the start of this show again and see how you're reacting to the team selection.
Just Tom,
The
that's
thing
one of my three. Don't go there.
The thing is, right, and I did say that I got a big chunk of humble pie in my drawer here that I would eat at the end of the match. Look, everything I said at the start of the game, I'm not going to say I was wrong. I'm going to stick with it because that's what I thought at that particular time. And if we'd lost this game, then yes, I would have been on to Gary Rowett. And I said that even before the Stoke game, because I said that Stoke game was a free hit for him, right? This game, he had to sort of, he had to sort of have worked out the players, but he has done something. And like I say, I'm being the big man here and saying, look, yeah, what I said at the start wasn't the case. And like I say, if I had my time again, I would, hindsight's a wonderful thing. But if I had the time again, not knowing the result, I would say exactly what I said at the start of the game and I stick by that. But Rowett and the players proved me wrong tonight, and I think it was one of the best performances of the season, and also most of last season as well, over the whole 90 minutes. Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in a similar ballpark to you, definitely. And also, may I say as well, I'd very much, like I've said on this channel before, when I've been negative, I want to be wrong. I don't want to be right. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's great, mate. And if it gone the other way, you'd have been right, and I'd look stupid going into the pre-match. But anyway, I think today I'm going to be a 7. I'm going to go for a 7, slightly harsh perhaps, but I still think there's things we can work on in regard to the amount of chances Middlesbrough had. That will come with a bit more finesse perhaps as well, and also getting a few more players back to give us some more options, especially in the defensive positions. I still think our attacking play and our counter-attacking through the press needs to be better. I think if we could get that down, I think we could actually be a goal-scoring machine and on the counter-attack, because teams will not be able to deal with players like Fatawi or Decordova-Reid. Mavridivi even would get a bit better then. So yeah, I'll go for a 7 today. I still think there's work to do, but I like the effort, and we needed the effort now for a long time.
Jim, can I just say that Gray, I mean, he's a man. He knows what he's talking about, that Gray. He's gone 8 as well. Honestly, unbelievable. Unbelievable. I think you're a wonderful person, a wonderful human being. Jim?
Boy, this is a tough one to follow. I agree with you. Everything you just said, I totally agree with. So, first of all,
does everybody witness that, please? 4 hours and 4 minutes into the show. Totally agree with everything I've said.
Just cue the song, DJ. Just cue the song. I thought they did what we wanted to see. They had the fight, the desire. I thought that, you can probably find some deficiencies. That's what good managers will do and work on. But they gave us what we wanted to see to show that they're headed in the right direction. I gave them an 8. Now cue the song. Let's hear it.
No.
Friends.
No.
Friends.
I just think you also are a man of discerning character.
Yeah. Easy, solid 8.
I've always said I like them Americans.
Chris is an easier boss than me, isn't he?
And Scott has also agreed with an 8 as well. See, Tom. Wayne, no pressure on you here, mate.
I've got visions of Brad headbutting the TV because Scott's just asked what did Blackwell score.
In fairness to Blackwell, he does not give a team performance rating.
All right.
Go back because some of the points he was giving out for that Stoke game, and I couldn't give points out because I literally haven't seen the game. So, but it was Steve and Brad, and they just no. If Tom had been there, he'd have broken another chair. Let me just say. I know.
8.
8 again. Oh.
Yeah, I think as well that the players have earned that. They've earned that building on the last 2 games, and like the victories that you earn yourself personally as a bunch of band of brothers. It's so important. It's such a powerful thing. And it seems that Rowett is the guy to help the team build that.
Yeah. So everybody's gone for an 8 except Tom, who...
Your opinion is wrong.
There you go. Man of the match. Now, I somehow feel that we may be agreeing on this one as well. I think you probably know from my comments post match where this is going to go for me. He wasn't actually one of the players that I put down as a pile of shit at the start of the game, so I've got some redemption here. And look, we're football fans. If you look up football fans in the Oxford English Dictionary, and it will say fickle. That's how it's described. We change how we feel about players based on one game. That is what is being a football fan. And for me, there's only one person that wins, and he was very lucky, not to actually get another goal. And I am going to go for, well, today he earned his 90 grand, Harry Winks. Tom.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because Scott's gone there for a different one as well. And that's what I was going to quickly say before I say mine. That is that you could argue from a few different people today, actually.
You could, yeah.
But I am going to go with yours because I kind of feel I need to give him a little bit of that redemption as well. It's going to be Winks. I felt every time he took a corner in particular, that was looking lethal as well.
He good at corners.
Oh, unbelievable, wasn't it? And
can we change the rules for English soccer to American football so that every time we get a corner, we can just take somebody off and bring Harry Winks on, take the corner, and then when the play finishes, stop. Winks goes back off again, and the other player comes back on. Can't we do that?
Be incredible, wouldn't it? We could have got many more points there. The only point was he overhit the last one, but also the ground he covered today and just what he did with the football. I think he just stood out slightly above everyone else. But shout out to Skip, who was covering a lot of ground. And I think, okay, there was a few opportunities at the back, but Luke Thomas's positioning was good today, and that's a good step for him because he really struggles in other games.
Yeah. I can't agree with Scott because Cody gave the ball away for the goal. It kind of cancels out the fact that he scored one. And I've not had a go at him in this post match, but he doesn't come near the man of the match. I'm sorry. Bloody hell, even Jeff's agreeing with me all the way from the Philippines. Jim, are you going to agree with me yet again?
We're close. I did think highly of Winks this game. Best one we've seen this season. I'm becoming such a big Skippy fan. I just think he's played so well and such a team player all over the pitch. I think Mukasa, smooth as silk, made an impact. Shame he had the yellow or he would have played the whole entire game. But I'm going to give it to Begovic. I think his experience in the pandemonium that occurred in that last part of that game, I think that really saved us because the players in front of him were doing their best, but he made a couple key saves that saved us. Otherwise, you guys weren't bad with Winks and some of the others, but I went Begovic.
I have to say, I don't know what we're on here, Jim, but again, I can see where you're coming from, and I can, you made a very good point there. I don't. Oh my God Almighty! What is in this? Is it pure vodka or what? I thought it was cider or something. But no, it is a very, very good point. I honestly think, just following on from what you're saying, had we had Stolarczyk in goal, I'm not convinced we wouldn't have lost that. Because Begovic made some amazing saves. There was a period in that second half before, I can't remember, but it was something like 70 to 85 minutes when they were all over us and they were absolutely murdering us.
Yep.
He was making some really, really, really good saves. So that, Jim, is a very good shout. Wayne.
It's nice that everybody's got different players and we're not looking at and going,
there's only Jim got different players. Let's not. No,
well, like Cole, you got Mukasa, Begovic. Mukasa for me in the match because he's just quality. He looks after the ball. It can be in a group of three opposing players, and it looks like he's bound to be tackled. He'll come out of the ball. He'll lay it off simply. He does the simple things, but he can also do the skillful things. But for me, that's not the match. For me, the man of the match is Tom. for getting the team up, you've got to say, and all the highs and lows of the Gegan press, resting the players because you can't play it for 90 minutes, having panic attacks, but then losing 1-0 the first game, and then getting the champions, Tom.
I appreciate that, but I still need a player from this game.
Picasso.
Mukasa. Good job.
Do you reckon Man City will be interested in doing a bit of a deal with Mikasa and Monga?
Look, I'll tell you what.
Take that. I'll take that.
Probably dreaming, but
the problem for me with Mukasa as well is that I'd already given it to him for the last 2 games.
Yeah.
And one of those was just on the highlights that I saw. So I couldn't really go a third. But again, no, that's a good shout out. And I have to say, as the chairman of the LTID TV Leicester City team, my manager did very, very well in getting us promoted. So let's have a look, shall we, and see what the official score has been from, of course, Alan. Like us, wasn't at the match, unfortunately, today, but he was on watching it on telly. So let me just find the right. These things are hard to see and get right. As anybody who's watching the Watchalong would know, because I started to type a lot of comments in, and for some reason I kept making Tom large, which is probably not a phrase I ever thought I'd say live on air, but there we go. So here we go. New graphic again. There we go. So he's gone with Wink. No, it's not. It's the wrong one. It's the wrong one. There we go. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. I'll just load it up, guys.
Do you think maybe Alan should be watching us to know what the real official man of the match would be?
No, because whatever we say, he's the one who gives it. I've got to say, guys, join us at 9:00 tomorrow. We are getting a new sporting director. He's either above John Rudkin or he's below John Rudkin. Nobody knows. I don't even think probably Top knows, to be honest with you. Here we go. New graphic and all. Harry Winks, man of the match. But he's only given a team performance of 6.
Wow.
I don't look so much like the Mr. Grinch now, do I?
No, I didn't like to say anything before. I thought I'd, let you suffer for a bit.
It's interesting, though, because Steve said the similar sort of thing from the game. So it's interesting the perception difference from being there versus watching on television, isn't it?
Mm.
Well, think about who reported it. Come on.
I know that was an insult at me.
No.
Oh, was it not?
Oh, no.
I was trying to work it out in my mind and then thinking.
No, it wasn't an insult. I'm just saying, there may be a difference.
An insult, but I thought it was a go at me. I'm trying to think. I don't get that one, Jim.
No, it was nice to hear positivity reported from the game today. That's nice.
It was, and I'm sure that is, and I'm prepared. I've got my cricket box on and ready to go. I'm sure I'm going to get some some hits here. But Jim, give us your 3 big ones.
Well, first of all, props to Wayne, because my first one was congrats to Tom for getting his FM team promoted. You'll be reporting this too. Tom is going to be named the next Leicester manager in League One next year. So if Gary Rowett, if Rowett doesn't work out, we know who they're calling.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, I was saying because as chairman, I hadn't decided whether I'm going to give him a contract extension, yes or not.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Second,
keep him in his place. I don't want him asking for a lot of money.
All right, Tom. I won't tell you, but you did a great job. Okay. Next one, guys. 1 point. We got a point. All right. Actually, 2 weeks in a row, we got a point, and we saw fight, desire, and it was positive, and that's what we were craving for. Hopefully it calms down those negative fans with their pitchforks and their torches. We still have 12 games to go, so let's attack it. At least what these takeaways are positive going forward. We know what we're dealing with. Let's just do it in a more positive way. Speaking of which, Chris, I'm so glad to see the positive side of you now, because we were quite worried about you in the pre-match. When I found out you had set some hitman out for IU, for DeCorva Reed, you talked about what parts of their body you were going to have the guy break and hurt. I said, oh, Chris, this is really getting to you. I didn't know if it was the cider talking. I didn't know if it was just frustration, but I'm so glad to see the smile and our boss is back of somewhat positivity. So welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I've no idea what you mean. But my man of the match wasn't a pile of shit, though. Let me put it that way. No, to be honest with you, it was how, like I said, I won't change what I said at the start, because it's how I felt at the start. But props to as you would say, Jim. Props to the team for going out and making me eat humble pie and showing me that they have actually got some fight and some guts and whatever. And winks for as Mr. Redemption. Guys, thank you very, very much indeed. Appreciate Tom for doing let's just say, first of all, and quite rightly to you guys, you built him up. Let's give him a big thank you, because he's done 12 shows for the Football Manager career mode. He's got us out of League One. And I was worried that John Rudkin was going to sack him, to be honest with you. League Two. He's going to get us out of League One. And if we're doing well at Christmas, he will get a contract extension. But that's the deal that's in place with him. But no, well done at doing it at... I worry about Wayne sometimes. I really do. I was worried after we lost the first game. When I was watching, but he turned it round. Well done to Tom. Thanks for doing that, young man. It's been a great series. Have a couple of weeks off and come back refreshed. And thanks for doing the commentary. You do a brilliant job of the commentary. Really do appreciate it. Allowed me to have a bit of fun in the chat and also keep the stats up to date as well. Jim and Wayne, always, of course, a pleasure having you on. I mean, look at the silver fox there. I mean, what... we should get one of those coats. It suits you, mate. I'm only jealous because you've got the hair. I haven't. And then thanks to everybody that's been in the chat. Remember, subscribe, like, click the notification bell. And if you're on your mobile phone, hype. And I will see you to do that show over there at 9 o'clock when we'll be talking. Mr. Macron is like the French bloody president, isn't it? Who's going to be coming in some form or another as our sporting director. Maybe he would have been better off with the French president. Who knows? Maybe he could have brought his guillotine across. That would have scared a few of them, wouldn't it? Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good night. See you all tomorrow. Good night.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network. TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.